In early 2018, I was in southern Germany for a short-term consulting contract. I was staying alone in a business hotel on the outskirts of a mid-sized city. After work one evening, with no local contacts and no scheduled obligations, I did what I often did at the time, and I opened up a dating app. I started chatting with a man who lived outside of the city center. His profile appeared pretty normal, his photos were recent, and his conversation was coherent. And so we agreed to meet at a point roughly between my hotel and his home. The meeting location turned out to not be at a bar or a cafe, but a sort of lightly trafficked residential area near farmland. I walked several kilometers to get there, and when we met in person, he matched his photos and appeared physically attractive too. However, his demeanor was markedly different from his online behavior. He was withdrawn, spoke very little, and didn't really ask too many questions. I carried most of the conversation while he gave some brief responses. Despite the mismatch, I continued the interaction though, and after about 20 minutes of walking, he suggested that we go to his place instead. I accepted, partly out of inertia and partly because nothing overtly alarming had happened yet. But his home was a detached house well outside of the urban area. During the walk there, my phone signal degraded and eventually disappeared entirely. When we arrived, the house was furnished in a sort of outdated and inconsistent style. He explained that it had belonged to a relative and that he now lived there alone. There were no personal items visible beyond basic necessities, but in the kitchen he mentioned that he was cooking dinner. The food was simmering on the stove, but he did not offer any. We moved to the living room and we sat. At that point, he became more talkative too. He explained that he worked in a textile design place and claimed to use proprietary digital fabrication techniques or something to that effect. He then began discussing a well-known European designer, asserting that he had stolen his work and sabotaged his career. He showed me recordings of his own presentations, alongside videos of the other designer's shows, narrating them in great detail. His interpretation of events did not appear grounded in reality though, but I didn't challenge him because, well, I just wasn't sure. Eventually though, he initiated physical contact. The interaction was awkward and brief, and he then stood up and said that he needed to get something upstairs. He went to the second floor and closed the door behind him. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I called up the stairs to ask if everything was okay. He responded affirmatively, but didn't come down. When I asked whether I should join him, he told me to stay where I was. At that point, I began to reassess the situation too. I attempted to leave quietly, but discovered that the front door was actually locked. I checked a secondary exit near the kitchen. It was also locked. I returned to the living room and waited, listening. I didn't hear any water, footsteps, or conversation, only the occasional movement overhead. After, I would say, maybe 45 minutes, he finally returned downstairs. His expression was neutral, and he stated directly that he wanted to have sex. I declined, though, and said that I needed to leave at this point. He responded that it was too late for me to go, and repeated his request. I then asked to use his Wi-Fi so that I could navigate back to my hotel since my phone had no service. He pointed at a router under a chair and told me the password was printed on it. While crouched down reading the label, I became aware of him watching me closely from behind. At one point, he leaned forward and reached behind a piece of furniture out of my view. At that moment, I interpreted the situation as potentially dangerous, and so I stood up quickly, picked up a nearby lamp, and told him to unlock the door. He appeared confused, rather than hostile, and said that I was free to leave. When I told him the door was locked, he seemed surprised. He led me into the kitchen and said that the keys were in a drawer. The room lights were off though, and he opened the drawer which contained utensils and retrieved the keys. I turned on the light myself during this exchange. There was no physical confrontation, thankfully. He unlocked the door and I exited immediately, but as I was leaving, I looked back up the stairs where he had been for said 45 minutes before, and that was when I saw someone standing at the railing with a white mask on, dressed completely in black. Well, upon seeing that, I ran and, mind you, I was still holding the lamp until I reached the road, upon which I ditched it, and I walked for nearly 2 hours to return to my hotel, constantly looking over my shoulder. Once back, I blocked him on all platforms that I could identify using his name on, which I had learned earlier from the materials that he showed me. I never contacted the police, as technically no explicit crime had occurred, and I could not clearly articulate what I would report anyway. But when I think back on it, I realize just how stupid of a decision this whole thing was. Really, I should never have been there. I should never have gone to see him where we went to, and it was silly, and it was a lesson learned, and also perhaps a tragedy avoided. The earliest incident occurred in late 2021, here in rural western Kentucky, on a property that my family has lived on for decades now. Several homes belonging to relatives are spread across a single parcel of land, bordered by public roads. Behind the houses is a mix of unmanaged woods, low wetlands, and informal footpaths used regularly by family members. The first account comes from my younger sister, who was around 13 at the time. She and two friends, they were outside in the backyard near dusk, sitting on a rope swing attached to a large oak tree, and according to her, the atmosphere changed abruptly. Her friend stopped talking, appeared visibly unsettled, and repeatedly looked toward the tree line to her right. After a short period of hesitation, they insisted on going inside and stood on the back porch, urging her to follow. My sister reports that she remained seated for a brief moment, distracted and slow to react. When she became fully aware again, she noticed a strong sense that something was positioned close to her, within her peripheral vision. When she looked down to the side, she claims that she saw only the lower portion of a figure, elongated legs ending in hoof-like shape, with skin that appeared pale, irregular, and really unhealthy. She didn't describe a face or an upper body or anything. Rather than running immediately, she stood and walked toward the house at a steady pace. She later explained that she had read advice online suggesting that panic could escalate dangerous encounters, and she attempted to behave as if nothing was wrong. As she walked, she reported hearing a low vocal sound and what she described as joint-like cracking noises behind her. After several seconds of silence, she heard the same sound closer and then ran the remaining distance into the home. She was pretty distressed, no doubt, but uninjured, thankfully, and she and her friends stayed together inside for the rest of the night. Now, later that same night, while staying in my bedroom, one of her friends reported seeing someone pass through the hallway toward the bathroom early in the morning. The figure matched my general build and clothing from the previous day, and when my sister later realized that I wasn't home that night, and confirmed by phone that I had stayed overnight elsewhere, the incident became a topic of concern among them. Nobody else in the household reported being awake at that time too, which was very weird. Now, I initially dismissed this story as exaggerated, fear-influenced by online content. That position, though, changed several weeks later after my own experience. So while walking alone along one of the footpaths behind the houses in daylight, I stopped near an area where several young trees had bent inward over time, forming a sort of narrow archway. As I examined the area, I noticed movement across a marshy section roughly 30 feet away. I observed what appeared to be a tall, thin figure moving laterally between dense brush, but only the upper portion was visible. The movement was weird, though. It was rigid and lacked the normal shoulder motion associated with human walking. I didn't see any facial features. I also didn't observe it reacting to my presence or anything. I left the area immediately, though, without investigating any further. After that, though, there were a number of small additional incidents reported by my sister. On one occasion, she and a friend were sitting inside an old truck parked near the yard when both noticed a light-colored shape at the edge of the woods. Our dog, who was with them, became visibly distressed, shaking and whining. They remained inside the locked vehicle until morning, and no physical evidence was found afterward. They did look. Other reports were less specific, though. Tapping sounds at windows, movement heard near open windows, and on one instance, where I worked during the night with the impression that somebody was nearby, this was followed by sounds of retreating when I moved. When I checked outside, there was nothing there, though. There were also infrequent animal-like vocalizations from the woods at night that didn't match local livestock or wildlife here, though no recordings were ever made, so I never really got the chance to really double-check it, I guess you could say. The most recent event occurred when my sister was laying in bed with her cat resting on her chest, and after the cat moved away, she reported hearing the same sound of purring coming from outside of her open window, consistent in rhythm but unnatural in repetition. She waited until it stopped before closing the window, but thankfully nothing further happened. At present, there's no active concern from my family, and they live on the property still, and life continues on as normal. Whatever the cause of these things are, they seem to have slowed down over the years, thankfully, but they've still left behind a very uneasy feeling of unresolved tension, I guess you could say, and questions that are ongoing and still remain unexplained. In the mid-1990s, when I was 18 years old, I spent about a year living on an informal communal property. It was not an organized settlement so much as a collection of shared dwellings on privately owned land, bordering a state conservation area. People came and went, and there was little structure, no fixed leadership, and no expectation of permanence or anything. Most of us were there because, well, we had nowhere else to be. One afternoon in late winter, 3 of us decided to walk one of the old access tracks that cut through the bush behind the property. The track was no longer maintained, and it had originally been used decades earlier for logging vehicles. The weather was pretty poor that day, light rain, low cloud cover, and limited visibility. There was nothing unusual about going out there. People use those tracks all the time. After about 20 minutes of walking, I separated briefly from the others to relieve myself off the side of the trail. They continued ahead at a slow pace, and I moved only a short distance off the track, enough to just be out of sight to do my business. Now, while standing there, I noticed movement ahead of me, slightly downslope. It was a child. They stepped into view from behind the trees. Based on the height and the build, I estimated him to be around maybe 10 or perhaps 11 years old. He was barefoot and wearing clothing that did not match the time period. Short trousers held up with suspenders and a plain shirt without any visible branding or modern features. His hair was cut evenly and very short, in a way that perhaps suggested that it was done at home rather than at a barber or something. He didn't speak. He did not acknowledge me directly, and he stood still for several seconds, then turned and walked back into the bush at a normal pace. I called out reflexively, more out of confusion than concern, and finished what I was doing. By the time that I stepped back onto the track, he was gone, though. There was no sound of running and no obvious path that he could have taken that quickly. When I caught up with the other 2, I told them what I had seen. They dismissed it immediately, though, and suggested that I had just misidentified a hiker or maybe imagined something. Given the environment that we were living in at that time, that explanation was easy for them to settle on, and I didn't argue, but I was confident about what I had seen, too. Well, a few days later, we were in a small coastal town nearby. One of my friends mentioned the incident casually while talking to a man who had grown up in that region. The man asked me to repeat the details, specifically the location and how the child was dressed. After listening, he told me that in the early 20th century, a local family had lost a son while working bushland in that same area. The child had apparently wandered away from a temporary camp and was just never recovered. And apparently the description that I gave, well, it matched how the boy appeared in one of the few surviving photographs of him. There was no claim beyond any of that, no suggestion of anything unexplained, and the man simply stated the facts as he knew them, and he just sort of left it there. I did return to the track many times afterward, and I never saw anything similar again. Eventually, I moved away, and I guess you could say that I grew up, and it's just something that's always sat with me in a sort of weird way. I never did forget the face of that boy, and after doing a bit of research too, I did actually find a picture of a boy that eerily looks very similar from that area, and I would guess is the boy that man told me about. I was living alone in a rented townhouse on the outskirts of Wichita, Kansas. I was 21 years old and working irregular shifts at a distribution warehouse. My sleep schedule at the time was pretty inconsistent, and I frequently returned home exhausted in the early afternoons. Now, at the time, I kept 2 pet birds, small parrots, confined to a single bedroom when I was out of the house. As a bit of a habit, I left a television running at low volume during the day, both for ambient noise and to mask outside sounds as well. This routine, it has been consistent for years without any issues. On the day in question, though, I returned home shortly after 2:30 p.m. I went directly to my bedroom, secured the birds into their enclosure, and changed some clothes. A cooking show was playing on the television at the time, and after lying down, I decided the noise was distracting and turned the television off manually. I then lay on my side and I began to drift into sleep. Now, at some point during the transition between wakefulness and sleep, I became aware of auditory input consistent with speech. The sound resembled a television program continuing in the background, so I opened my eyes and confirmed that the screen was dark and the device was powered off. I attributed the sound to somebody outside or something, and so I just closed my eyes again. Within moments, though, I felt a shift in pressure on the mattress near my back, followed by movement in the bedding consistent with weight distribution. The sensation matched what would normally occur if another person sat or laid down on the bed. My initial assumption was that a family member had entered the room, despite knowing logically that no one else was home at that hour. I remained still and I didn't turn immediately. My heart rate increased and I was sort of frozen. After several seconds, I rolled over and confirmed that the bed was empty. There was nothing there and the room appeared unchanged. I turned back toward the wall, pulled the blanket over my head, and I fell asleep shortly afterward. I woke again at around 6 p.m. feeling unsettled but functional. I left the room and spoke with my mother later that evening about what I had experienced. She attributed it to stress and poor sleep habits, and so no further action was taken. In retrospect, while the event was pretty convincing at the time, it didn't reoccur under any comparable conditions, and I didn't find any other corroborating factors to go with it. And so, with distance and some context, I guess maybe it was like sleep paralysis or something like that. Still, it was frightening and something that I won't ever forget. In early 2021, while completing the final year of my undergraduate degree, I was living in a single-family home in northern Colorado with my parents. The house, it had been constructed privately by family members in the late 1990s, and I had lived there since childhood. Because of this, I had always assumed the environment was pretty neutral and very familiar, with no prior occupants or notable history beyond my own family. But that assumption changed when I learned through an offhand conversation with a relative that a close family member had actually died inside of the house years before I was born. The death, it was related to substance abuse and occurred in a common living area. This information, it had never been shared with me directly and contradicted what I had believed growing up. And while the discovery itself was pretty upsetting, I'll admit, it also caused me to reconsider a series of experiences that I had previously dismissed as unrelated sleep or maybe stress events. You see, as a child, most unusual experiences occurred during sleep. This included vivid dream imagery and brief episodes of waking confusion. At the time, I associated them with anxiety and an active imagination. But as I entered my late teens, the experiences became more distinct, I guess you could say, and occurred closer to full wakefulness as well. During that period, I was under a lot of academic stress and experimenting with meditation and visualization exercise intended to improve focus. I discontinued these practices, though, after several months, due to reoccurring intrusive thoughts and disrupted sleep as well. One incident in particular, though, occurred when I was 19. I'd gone to bed pretty late that night and was lying face down when I became partially aware of a physical sensation consistent with pressure on my arm or something. The limb was numb, though, and my movement was suddenly restricted, though not completely immobilized. When I turned my head, I perceived a human-like shape in my peripheral vision near the bed. The image lacked detail and faded quickly, and I was fully awake afterward, my heart racing, and I immediately left the room to speak with my dad. We discussed the event at length, and he attributed it to sleep paralysis combined with exhaustion. And as comforting as that might have been, I didn't sleep that night. Another incident occurred the following year when I was home alone during the afternoon one day. I was in the bathroom with the door closed, and I heard sustained footstep sounds in the hallway. Believing that another family member was there, I called out several times without any response. I then used my phone to call my mother. Her phone rang audibly from another room, but was not answered. When I contacted my dad, he confirmed both parents were away and that my mother had left her phone behind. After the call ended, the sound stopped. Eventually, I made my way out of the bathroom and checked everywhere, but there were no signs of anyone there and nothing had been moved. After these events, though, I became more attentive to environmental explanations. Like, the house has older flooring, there's insulation here that's pretty old as well, plumbing that produces noises with temperature changes. I also learned that stress, fatigue, and expectation can significantly influence sensory perception, particularly in quiet or isolated conditions. Still, though, with all that in mind, I really still cannot explain what happened that day. All I can say is that it wasn't normal and that I really don't know what to make of it. In the mid-2000s, when my brother and I were both under 10 years old, we were living in a suburban area just outside of a town. It was a typical weekend sort of household, both parents present, no unusual routines, nothing out of the ordinary about the morning in question. And what stands out about the event is not how dramatic it was in the moment, but just how ordinary it seemed until it stopped making any sense. So, we woke up early on a Saturday and We went downstairs to watch some television. From the living room, there was a clear view of the driveway through a large front window, and we noticed that our mother's car was not parked where it usually was. Based on routine alone, we assumed that she had gone out briefly to meet someone from church or run an errand and would return shortly. This was a pretty normal occurrence at the time, and genuinely it didn't raise too much concern. After some time passed though, long enough for the cartoons to cycle through at least one program, we both heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. The driveway surface was loose stone and the sound of tires on gravel was pretty unmistakable. We both looked toward the window and saw the car enter the driveway and stop partway up in its usual parking position. What followed though was the first irregularity. No door opened, no engine shut-off sound was obvious, and nobody exited the vehicle. We waited, expecting movement that just never came. After a few minutes, my brother commented that it was strange how our mother hadn't come inside yet. We discussed it briefly and decided that somebody should check on her in case there was a problem. My brother went outside while I stayed inside watching the TV. He returned quickly and told me that the car was empty though, and locked. At first I assumed that he was mistaken or that he was trying to play a prank on me, but his demeanor suggested otherwise. We both tried to reconcile what we had seen with what we had found, and neither of us had heard any footsteps, doors opening, or the car being locked or anything. At that point, I told him to go and wake our dad up, who we assumed was still asleep. He went upstairs again, and when he came back, he looked shaken and said that both parents were in bed and had not been downstairs. This immediately shifted the situation from confusion to concern. I checked the usual place where the car keys were kept, expecting at least them to be missing, but the keys were exactly where they always were. The most unsettling detail, though, which we discussed repeatedly over the years, was the way the car had stopped. The driveway had a sort of noticeable incline on it, and if the vehicle had been rolling freely or malfunctioning or something, it should not have stopped on its own. It should have continued down toward a fence at the back. But instead, it came to a rest cleanly, as if actively controlled. As adults, we have genuinely tried to rack our brains over how any of this was possible, but we just have never come up with anything. Our parents at the time dismissed the event entirely, attributing it to imagination or shared misunderstanding. No other events occurred before or after it, which was weird too, and there were no missing items in the car and no evidence of anyone else in there. Also, there were no mechanical issues reported with the car at the time, so really we just have no idea how it's even possible that it happened. Which means that the whole thing just remains really unusual and pretty much unexplainable. I was in primary school, roughly 9 years old, and living with my family in a 2-story house on the outskirts of Sheffield, England, when this happened. The house itself was pretty unremarkable. Standard layout, no unusual history, no prior incidents. At the time of this event, too, there was nothing really bad happening in my life or anything. It was early evening, not late at night, and I was upstairs in my bedroom, seated on the floor, sorting through some toys. I was alert, not tired, and had not been in bed or preparing to sleep or anything. The hallway and the living room lights were on downstairs, and I could hear my parents talking while watching television. Their presence was clear and pretty continuous, and from where I was sitting, I could see a textured glass panel set into the stairway wall. The panel was designed to let light pass through while obscuring detail. It faced an enclosed garden, rather than the street, and was positioned well above ground level as well. There was no external structure that would allow someone to stand near it from the outside. And so, while I was playing, I noticed a change in the light pattern on the glass all of a sudden. At first, it registered as movement rather than a defined shape, but after a few seconds, it resolved into what appeared to be the outline of a head and a partial shoulder, maybe, or something. It was visible only as a distorted silhouette through the patterned surface, but the coloration was caused by outdoor lighting reflecting through the glass, and it appeared sort of greenish rather than neutral. The shape, it didn't face inward toward the room. Instead, it remained angled, as though viewed in profile. A second shape appeared beneath it, though, consistent with an arm positioned forward. The hand shape moved once in a repeated circular motion, similar to a beckoning gesture, I would say, and the movement was slow and deliberate, not abrupt. At the time, I didn't interpret this immediately as a person. My reaction was sort of delayed, confused, rather than instant fear, I guess you could say. But after several seconds, I began crying loudly, which prompted my parents to come upstairs. As their footsteps reached the top of the stairs, the silhouette shifted laterally across the glass panel rather than disappearing outright. It moved out of the visible area without changing orientation, and my parents entered my room within moments. I pointed toward the stairwell and attempted to explain what I had seen. They checked the landing, the stairs, and the exterior garden area, but nothing was found. They said that it was maybe just the reflection or headlights or imagination, and after calming me down, they returned downstairs. Now, about 15 minutes later, while I remained in my room with the lights still on, the same pattern appeared on the glass again. This time the movement was briefer though, and I called out immediately and my parents came upstairs again. But the shape was gone by the time that they had reached the landing. No further incidents occurred that night or at any point forward too. Now, what remains particularly weird about this situation is that really, there's nowhere anyone could stand for that shadow or whatever it was to appear behind the glass like that. I mean, if someone had, they would have had to have been 10, maybe 11 feet tall at least. So, I just really don't know how that's possible. Also, after a lot of thinking about this, I really just don't know how to explain it. I mean, it was the silhouette of a person and they beckoned me over, which is very creepy to think about. I was living in a rented apartment with 2 other tenants when this happened. The building, it sat along a narrow river used primarily for drainage and small boats. The water level was visible from our kitchen windows, in fact, which faced directly onto the embankment. One of the people that I lived with had a long-standing habit tied to his personal beliefs. After dinner, he would take a small amount of uneaten food and discard it outside, usually into the water or nearby vegetation. He viewed it as a symbolic gesture rather than necessity, and over time it became a part of our household routine. Nobody objected to it, and it had been happening regularly since before I even moved in. That routine ended abruptly, though, when he left for several weeks for work-related travel at one point. During his absence, the apartment's daily rhythm just suddenly changed. Meal times became less structured, and the kitchen was used at odd hours. Around the same period, the weather shifted sharply too. Humidity increased, and the building's insulation, already pretty poor, became even more noticeable. The kitchen began to feel different from the rest of the apartment, though. Not dramatically colder in a measurable sense, but consistently uncomfortable, particularly late at night. More than one person independently commented on feeling uneasy while preparing food alone there. The sensation was described less as fear and more as a sort of heightened state of alertness, as if somebody else was nearby, despite nobody being present. Along with this came minor but persistent disturbances too, like the refrigerator door was found ajar more than once without anyone recalling opening it. Cutlery was occasionally heard shifting after everyone had left the room. once or twice, items were dropped during meals without a clear cause. And while none of these incidents were extreme, they accumulated and became difficult to ignore. Physical discomfort also became pretty common as well. Headaches, fatigue, mild nausea, all of it was reported by all occupants at different times, and these symptoms were inconsistent and resolved when we spent time outside the apartment. No one experienced them elsewhere, which was really weird. One evening, while all three of us were present, the atmosphere in the kitchen felt especially tense that day. I spoke aloud, partly out of frustration, asking if there was a reason the space felt so uncomfortable, and immediately afterward, I experienced a sudden weird reaction, chills instantly across one side of my body, and involuntary muscle responses, maybe similar to adrenaline spikes or something like that. At the same moment, one roommate described shortness of breath and another reported pressure across the upper back and neck. And it was then that literally all hell broke loose. The entire kitchen, I mean, every drawer, every door, the refrigerator, the oven, everything began moving on its own. And when I say moving, I don't just mean slightly. I mean, these things were opening and closing, banging back and forth, but there was no one there and there was nothing to be seen. We all freaked out and we instantly tried to get out of the apartment. Problem was that we couldn't get the door open. It was as if someone was on the other side, holding the door handle and not allowing us to get out. In the end, we ended up taking a balcony door, a sliding glass door that was still open at the time, and we just sort of dangled off the edge and we just ran. After we caught our breath, we all began talking about what the heck that was and how to explain it. None of us could ever really explain what that was about, but it wasn't long after this that our friend returned, began doing their little ritual thing again, and everything seemed to quieten down. Over the following weeks, the uneasy sensation faded, the kitchen returned to feeling neutral, and the physical symptoms stopped as well, with no further explanation as to how any of this happened. It wasn't long after this, too, that I eventually moved out and was followed by the others, with only that one roommate left there, who seemed to be completely undisturbed by any of it. During my final year of secondary school, I was living with my family in a mid-rise apartment complex. At the time, most of my days were spent preparing for standardized exams, often studying well past midnight. We had moved into the unit earlier that year, and I was still adjusting to the layout and the ambient noise of the building. One night, after several hours of revision, I went to bed without fully winding down, and the lights were off, but the room was not dark. Exterior lighting from nearby buildings and passing traffic reflected faintly through the window beside my bed. The bed was positioned close to that window due to limited space, which meant that shadows and reflections were always visible in my peripheral vision. While laying flat and staring upward, I looked toward the lower end of my bed, and what I registered did not align with what I expected to see. Near my feet, I perceived what looked like an additional limb occupying the space where nothing should have been. It appeared thicker and longer than my own leg, with a sort of muted grey tone and poor visual definition as if partially obscured. Above it, there was a darker shape that lacked detail but suggested mass rather than emptiness. My immediate response was confusion, though. I attempted to shift my head to get a clearer angle, but found that I couldn't move all of a sudden. My arms and legs just wouldn't respond. My breathing was shallow and my heart rate increased rapidly. The inability to move lasted long enough for me to become aware of it, though I cannot accurately estimate the duration. Eventually, though, I regained control abruptly, and as soon as I did, I left the room without looking back. To reach my parents' bedroom, I had to cross the living area, which faced a balcony enclosed by sliding glass panels. The apartment was several floors above ground level, and the balcony overlooked a neighboring complex. While moving through the living room, I noticed movement outside of the glass. A human-shaped silhouette appeared to be positioned on the balcony, upright and stationary. Then, as I moved, the shape appeared to move in the same direction, matching my pace, separated only by the glass. Well, I didn't stop to assess it, and I entered my parents' room and stayed there until morning. Thankfully, no further incidents occurred that night, and I eventually got a little bit of sleep. At the time, I didn't discuss the details with anyone. The stress of exams continued, and the event gradually receded into the background. Several months later, though, after we had relocated to a different part of the city, the subject came up indirectly during a conversation with my dad, and he mentioned that, on multiple occasions, he had mistaken reflections or shadows on the balcony glass for a person when returning home late at night. He attributed it to just being tired and the way the external lights reflected off the glass at certain angles. He said that he had noticed it more often during the periods of heavy rain or high humidity, and hearing that, well, it was less than reassuring. Out of curiosity, I later learned that the building had been constructed on land that previously held older residential structures and dense vegetation, which had been cleared shortly before development. There was no record of incidents associated with the site, but the construction quality was known to be a bit inconsistent, particularly regarding lighting placement and window alignment, allegedly anyway. I have never experienced anything similar since then, too, despite living in multiple other apartments. The incident has stuck with me all of these years too, not because of what I experienced, but more so because of what my father said. My own experience could be dismissed as maybe I was just tired or seeing things, or maybe it was sleep paralysis or something. But the fact that my father saw something too, well, that has always confused me and always makes me think that maybe there was something more to it. I generally approach unusual experiences with skepticism. In situations where people often reach for supernatural explanations, I default to environmental factors, stress responses, or maybe perceptual errors. That framework is important context for what follows too, because the incident itself was brief, mundane in structure, and also unsettling, only because of how sharply it conflicted with my expectations. So, I was living in Nevada when this happened. The area was pretty urban, surrounded by parking structures. There were some arterial roads and closely packed buildings nearby. Wildlife sightings were pretty uncommon, but not totally unheard of, particularly at night. I lived with a partner at the time, and we owned 2 indoor cats with well-established routines. Now, at about 3:45 in the morning, I was awakened by a repeated animal sound coming from outside. It was sustained, rhythmic, and loud enough to cut through the closed windows. Based on the length and the cadence, it sounded like a cat, and it didn't match the behavior of either of our pets, both of whom I confirmed were present and calm at the time. After determining the sound was external, I traced it to the patio directly beneath our unit. From the window, I could see that the neighboring porch light was on. The sound continued at regular intervals, suggesting an animal either distressed or attempting to attract attention or something like that. In any case, I went downstairs to check the area. The decision was practical rather than impulsive, I guess. My assumption was that an outdoor animal was either trapped or injured, and I should probably help it. On the lower patio, I observed a white, short-haired cat seated near the wall. Its posture was upright but rigid, and at first it didn't respond to movement, noise, or proximity. I attempted common methods to get its attention, including vocal cues and placing food nearby. There was no immediate reaction, No head movement, ear rotation, or visible focus shift. Even when objects landed within close range, it didn't move. This lack of response was notable, but not unprecedented in sick or severely stressed animals, I thought. After several seconds, the cat slowly rotated its head in my direction. The movement was delayed and sort of uneven, while the rest of the body remained stationary. When its face became visible, I instantly was shocked. The eyes appeared less like cat's eyes, and they were completely human. The coloration was light, and the pupil shape didn't immediately register as a cat. The gaze was steady and forward-facing in a way that felt incongruent with the body language of the cat. I only looked at it for a moment, but it was sufficient enough to completely creep me out. The animal vocalized once more, but this time the sound was way lower and rougher than before, and didn't match the earlier pattern. At that point, I disengaged and I returned to my unit. Once inside, I locked the door and closed the blinds. I was now shaking and my heart was racing, and I had never seen anything like that. Now, I know that some people may not believe me, and they might say that maybe I just saw a reflection in the eyes, or maybe it was a distorted view through the glass or something like that. But I can assure you that this thing, whatever it was not a cat. It didn't sound like it at the end, and its eyes were completely human. Thankfully, I never did see it again after that, and it never seemed to come back, but I was on edge for weeks afterwards because the whole thing was just unbelievably creepy. I am generally cautious about how I interpret unusual memories from childhood. Developmental factors, incomplete recall, and the way that fear organizes memory all matter. I know that. That said, there are two incidents from different periods of my childhood that I've just never been able to fully reconcile, even after revisiting them as an adult. The first occurred when I was 8 years old and living in central Pennsylvania. The house was built in the early 1900s and had been renovated multiple times. It was not treated as unusual within the family, and there was no known history that suggested anything out of the ordinary. At that age, I was pretty anxious as a kid, but not prone to night terrors, sleepwalking, or vivid reoccurring dreams or anything. Now, the layout is pretty relevant too, so let me explain some things. My bedroom was at the end of a narrow hallway, and directly across from it was a small bathroom. My parents' bedroom was adjacent to mine, and my younger brother's room was at the opposite end. I habitually slept with my door open because I found closed doors more distressing at the time. And one night, I woke up during the night to the sound of the bathroom toilet flushing. This alone was not alarming, obviously. I assumed that one of my parents had gotten up. From my bed, I had a clear view of the hallway, and instead of one of my parents, I saw a person step out of the bathroom. It appeared to be a young female, taller than me, wearing a plain light-colored nightdress. She didn't look at me. She walked several steps down the hall, stopped, and turned to face the wall. She remained standing there, breathing loudly and irregularly. What stands out is not the panic, but the confusion that I felt too. I got out of bed and approached her slowly, expecting some acknowledgement, but there was none. The breathing continued without change, and I stood close enough to reach her. I raised my hand, but didn't make contact. At that point, fear suddenly registered, not because of how she looked, but because of the lack of reaction that she had. I instantly left the hallway and went into my parents' room. I woke my mother and told her, and my brother was standing at the hall, and that was the only explanation that made sense to me at the time, and she immediately checked on him. He was asleep in his bed. We then checked the bathroom and the hallway, but there was no one there. The house was searched, but nothing was found. No doors or windows were open. My mother did not attempt to explain what I had seen, and the event was just never really discussed again. As an adult, I consider several possibilities. Maybe it was partial dreaming, or memory consolidation errors, or something like that. But the difficulty I'm having with that is that my mother remembers the story too, which means that it's far less likely that I imagine things or that I'm just misremembering something. The second incident occurred roughly 3 years later, though, when I was about 11, in the same house. By then we had more technology in the home, and I had been given a basic digital music player with a camera function. I kept it charging on the shelf near my bed at night, and while showing some photos to a relative during a family visit, I noticed 2 images that I'm pretty sure I didn't take. One was a blurred image timestamped at around 4 in the morning. The other was taken less than a minute later, and it showed me asleep in my own bed, photographed from above at a downward angle. Both my arms were under the covers, mind you. The height of the angle suggested that the device had been held well above the mattress level. I did not immediately tell an adult, and instead I just deleted the images because they freaked me out so much. At the time, that decision was driven by avoidance rather than logic, I think, and I just didn't want an explanation that would escalate into fear or confrontation with whatever this was. Years later, though, I confronted my parents about whether or not they had taken the photos, but they assured me that they hadn't. My sibling was significantly shorter than the apparent camera height too, so really that was sort of impossible. Accidental activation is possible, I suppose, but I don't know. The angle and how high up it was just doesn't make any sense. In the end, I had no explanation for it, and so it's just one of those uneasy memories that now sits with me. In late summer of 2019, 2 friends and I were driving through eastern Kentucky as a part of a longer road trip. One of them suggested stopping near an old, decommissioned correctional facility outside of a small town in the Appalachian foothills. It was a former state prison that had been closed for years, and occasionally opened for historical tours as well. We had checked online beforehand and understood that the grounds were generally accessible during the day, even when the building itself was closed. When we arrived in the afternoon, the site was pretty quiet. The prison sat at the base of a steep wooded ridge with a narrow access road leading up to a fenced perimeter. There were no staff vehicles marked, no signage indicating closure, and no visitors besides us. We parked in a gravel area and walked toward the main yard entrance. Thankfully, too, one of the perimeter gates was unlocked and partially open. Inside the yard, we saw 2 adult men and a large dog. They were throwing something for the dog and appeared pretty relaxed. We didn't approach them directly, and after a few minutes, the dog wandered toward us. One of the men followed and began asking some questions. He didn't introduce himself, mind you. He did not ask where we were from. He just asked why we were there and whether we were part of a scheduled group. When we said that we were just stopping to look around a little bit, he said that we were not supposed to be inside the yard and that he was working for the property owner. He didn't say what work he was actually doing. He didn't explain why the gate was open either, and his tone shifted quickly from neutral to firm at this point. We left the yard without arguing too much, and we walked back toward the parking area. We assumed it was a misunderstanding. A few minutes later, a white SUV drove in quickly and stopped near us. A woman got out with a child still inside of the vehicle. She immediately told us that we needed to leave and referenced the man who we had spoken to. She followed us as we exited and manually closed and latched the gate behind us too. Once we were back outside of the fences, we checked again to confirm access rules. Nothing indicated that we were trespassing. And at that point, it felt less like an official issue and more like people discouraging others from being present for whatever reason. Well, after dark we decided to return, not to enter the building, but to park into the outer lot and just observe a little bit. We arrived at around 10:30 p.m. and we turned off the engine. From the road, we saw a pickup truck slowly driving up and down the access road without headlights. It passed, turned around and came back, and it never approached us. We debated our options and we decided to walk along the tree line instead of driving in directly. As we moved uphill, staying out of the lights, we noticed a powerful beam occasionally sweeping upward from the prison grounds, illuminating the clouds, it seemed. It did not move like a fixed spotlight though, and it didn't follow a pattern either. Shortly after that, we heard an engine sound that resembled a dirt bike or maybe a small ATV somewhere beyond the lot. It stopped abruptly though. A few minutes later we heard yelling. It was distant and irregular, not conversational at all, and we couldn't tell the source or the direction with certainty, but we paused, listened, and we didn't respond. While we were standing there, we realized that we were not alone. A large wild hog was several yards away, partially obscured by brush, and it shifted and started moving toward us. One of my friends recognized the behavior immediately and pulled us back without any hesitation. We retreated quickly and we returned to the car. At that point, we assumed that the area was pretty active and whatever was happening had nothing to do with us. So we drove back using the main road, and near the entrance we saw the same pickup parked off the side, and a man was operating a chainsaw near the tree line. The child from earlier was in the truck bed, aiming a flashlight straight up into the sky. The woman was standing near her SUV watching the road. She pulled out and blocked our path, and she threatened to call law enforcement and claimed that she was authorized to control access. When asked for clarification or contact information, she refused and repeated that we needed to leave immediately. And it was at this point that we heard a gunshot and somebody scream, and everybody who was present went immediately still. Well, I wasn't about to wait around to find out what that was all about. I quickly put the vehicle into gear and we sped out of there, and we never looked back. Once we were several miles away, we contacted the police to let them know what had happened. They told us that we actually had not broken any laws, but advised us not to go back that night, and suggested that the situation might involve private activity unrelated to the prison itself, and that they would go and check it out. We never did hear back from the police, and I don't really know what was going on there, but something suspicious was happening, and that gunshot and the scream, well, whatever that was, it couldn't have been good. In late 2019, my family moved into a different house within the same outer suburb of Brisbane. The move was pretty short distance, less than a kilometre in fact, but motivated by space rather than finances. The property itself was structurally sound, but unfinished in several respects. Some fittings were pretty outdated, and there was no installed alarm system too. That stood out to us, but at the time we treated it as a bit of an oversight rather than a risk. Now, our first night there followed a pretty normal routine. My wife and I slept in the main bedroom upstairs. Our two children, ages 4 and 6, were in separate rooms along the same hallway. But it was around shortly after midnight that I was woken by my younger son entering our bedroom. He was sort of half asleep and told me that he could hear thumping downstairs. I assumed it was the house settling or maybe an external noise and told him to climb into our bed. With the space pretty limited, I moved to his room and I ended up laying down there instead. And within a minute or two, I heard the same noise that he had described. It was irregular and mechanical, not rhythmic. It didn't sound like footsteps inside the house or anything, but I got out of bed anyway and walked down the stairwell to identify the source. At the top of the stairs was a narrow window that overlooked the side of the house. From that angle, you could see the external laundry door that led directly into the kitchen. I looked down and I immediately noticed several people standing close to the door. There were 4, possibly 5 individuals, I would say. They were wearing dark jackets and face coverings consistent with balaclavas. Each of them was holding a phone with the flashlight activated, aimed at the door's hardware. One person was physically manipulating the handle with force, and the noise my son and I had heard was metal being stressed. It took a brief moment to process that this was not a misunderstanding. There was no attempt at concealment beyond the masks, and they were not reacting as if they expected to be challenged. I opened the window and spoke to them. I didn't shout. I said something to the effect of telling them to leave and that the house was now occupied. The wording was blunt, but my tone was controlled. All of them looked up at once, and none of them ran. There was no verbal response, in fact. They disengaged from the door and they walked away together at a normal pace, exiting down the side path and out of sight. I closed the window and immediately woke up my wife. We called the police and stayed awake for the remainder of the night, but thankfully no one returned. The following morning, officers attended the property and they confirmed that multiple houses in the surrounding streets that they had been targeted the same night. Our door handle was visibly damaged and nearly detached, in fact. The assessment was that entry would likely have occurred within seconds, in fact, if the attempt had continued. That same day, we installed some new locks, exterior lighting, and monitored alarm systems. The police did not identify the individuals involved, and there were no arrests linked to our specific incident. Although nothing further occurred, the event certainly affected how I perceived the house from that point on. The proximity to our previous home, it didn't provide any comfort too, and the sense that the break-in attempt happened immediately on the first night altered just how secure the space felt. We remained there for some time, but the initial confidence never really fully returned. Several months later, during renovations, we found a small quantity of illegal drugs wrapped and concealed inside of a drawer that had definitely belonged to the previous occupants. We did report it, and it was collected without any issue. There was no confirmed connection to the attempted break-in, but it reinforced the impression that the property, it had a history that we were definitely unaware of. The critical factor to all of this was timing, though. If my son had not been disturbed, I would not have changed rooms, and if I had not moved, I would not have heard the noise clearly enough to investigate. The response of the group, leaving calmly when addressed like that, was unusual too, but I suppose it's consistent with offenders who prefer avoidance over confrontation. Thankfully, we escaped that night unscathed, but it's a night that I will never forget. In mid-2016, I was 13 years old and living in a regional city in eastern Scotland. But one of my friends, who had just turned 16, was spending the afternoon at my house. Her name was Claire. My father was away overnight for work and no other adults were present. We were sort of bored and decided to walk to a small discount store Claire had not visited before. We assumed it would still be open, despite it being very early evening. The store was several kilometers away. The most direct route involved cutting through a public woodland that bordered a housing estate. I had used that path frequently when I was younger, always during the day and usually with family. Because of that familiarity as well, I did not assess it as risky at all. We left the house shortly after 6:30. It was still light, though the sun was pretty low. The path through the trees was quiet. The only people that I had ever seen there before were dog walkers or joggers, typically older residents from nearby streets. About halfway through the wooded section, I noticed an adult male standing just off the main path. He was wearing a hooded jacket and appeared to be smoking, He was stationary and not doing anything overt, but his presence felt sort of out of place given the time and the location. I pointed him out quietly to Claire. Without discussing it, we adjusted our path to pass him at a distance. I'm fairly sure that he saw us. There was no verbal exchange, and he didn't follow at that moment. So we exited the wooded area and continued toward the shop. Unfortunately for us, though, by the time that we arrived, it was closed. The shutters were down and the lights were off, and we didn't wait around and immediately turned back, planning to retrace the same route home. At that point, we were pretty relaxed again. We talked normally and didn't mention the man. Roughly 10 minutes into the return walk, I noticed someone ahead of us on the path, though. Based on his clothing and build, I believed that it was the same individual from earlier. I stopped walking. Claire noticed and followed my line of sight. Without saying anything, she grabbed my arm and pulled me off the path into a side area that I didn't recognize. We moved quickly and circled back to the main route, assuming that changing direction would be enough. When we looked behind us, the man was now running toward us, though. He was no longer walking or lingering. He was moving at full speed and had clearly changed behavior. Claire immediately took control of the situation. She pulled me forward and began running, asking which direction led home. One option was back toward the wooded area, but now much darker. The other led deeper into an unfamiliar residential zone, so we chose the second option without stopping to think it through. We ran until we saw an adult woman standing near a parked car, talking on her phone. We went directly to her and told her that we were being followed and asked if we could stand with her. She didn't engage beyond briefly acknowledging us, but she didn't ask any questions or confront anyone either. However, after that point, the man was no longer visible. Neither of our phones were usable, and Claire's phone had no battery. Mine had signal, but no mobile data, and so I couldn't load any maps. I had a general sense of where we were, but not a clear route back, that was for sure. We walked slowly, choosing streets based on recognition rather than certainty, and eventually I identified a landmark that confirmed our direction. We still had to pass back through the part of the wooded area to get home, but by then it was fully dark. I used my phone torch while we walked. Neither of us spoke much. We didn't hear or see anyone else, and we reached the house eventually without any further incident. We didn't tell anyone when we got back that night. We had left the house without permission after all, and we both understood that explaining the situation would raise questions that we didn't want to answer at the time. And for a long time, it remained pretty much unspoken between us. Several months later, though, I watched a local true crime video online covering a violent offense committed by a teenager in the same district. The footage, it included the streets and the paths that I recognized immediately, including the area where we had been chased. That prompted me to mention the incident to my mother, and only then did she tell me that that area had a long-standing reputation for assaults and harassment, particularly after dark. I am grateful that Claire was there that day because if she wasn't, well, I shudder to think what might have happened. So the other night I was walking my dog in a managed public woodland outside of a mid-sized town where I live. The area connects several residential zones, and it's routinely used by commuters, runners, and dog owners all the time. I walk there multiple times a week, in fact, and am pretty familiar with the main and secondary paths there too. Now, the incident occurred shortly after 6 o'clock. Sunset had already passed, and while there was residual ambient light around, the forest floor was pretty dark. I had just crossed a pedestrian underpass beneath a regional highway and entered a narrow descending footpath that leads toward housing on the opposite side. The path curves left with dense shrub growth on both sides. Visibility beyond approximately 20 to 25 meters is pretty limited, particularly in low light. As I began descending, My dog stopped abruptly several meters ahead of me. This was pretty unusual for her. She wears a small LED tag on her collar, and when she stopped, the light briefly illuminated a person standing at the lowest point of the dip in the path. The individual was positioned directly in the center of the walkway. They were stationary and facing uphill toward me. On the ground in front of them was a large wheeled travel bag that appeared old and damaged. The handle was extended and the bag partially blocked the path at this point. At that moment, I assessed that turning back would involve retracing the underpass and moving away from the nearest residential exit. I also considered that a sudden retreat could provoke pursuit. I chose instead to continue forward at a steady pace without changing my body language. As I closed the distance, the person's height, it became more apparent due to the slope and the lack of reference points that they were pretty tall. In fact, they were significantly taller than average, and wearing a long, dark outer garment that obscured their body shape and extended right down to their ankles. The garment had a hood that covered most of their head. I did not use my torch at this stage, as I wanted to avoid escalating the situation as much as possible. I was carrying a high output torch, my dog's lead with a metal clasp as well, and a steel water bottle. I mentally rehearsed using the torch to create a brief visual advantage if I needed to pass at close range. When I reached a point where avoidance was no longer possible, I activated the torch directly towards the individual's upper body and face and moved to pass on their right. They responded verbally in a low, controlled voice, saying something to the effect of warning me against doing that. And that very brief illumination revealed something that I will never forget. The face was thin, way too thin, and completely white. Their hair, or what was of it, was thin and scraggly. Their eyes were quite large too, and almost completely black. Well, as you can imagine, I accelerated uphill upon seeing them pass them and immediately diverted off the main path into a steeper wooded section with uneven ground. I recalled my dog, switched off both her collar light and my torch, and changed direction twice to break line of sight. I then stopped briefly in cover to listen for a little bit. For a short period, I heard movement consistent with someone moving through undergrowth, footsteps, labored breathing, and branches breaking. But the sounds, they didn't close the distance, and they eventually seemed to cease. After waiting, I continued toward the nearest residential area using indirect routes. I reached my home and instantly locked my door, and I really didn't sleep well that night. In the early 2000s, I lived for a short period with my grandfather outside of a rural township in northern Ontario. The settlement itself was pretty small, but our residence was several miles beyond it, accessible only by unmarked forestry road. The cabin, it was self-built, off-grid, and pretty isolated. There were no neighboring properties within walking distance, and traffic on the access road was rare outside of hunting season. At the time, I was in school, and the cabin had a single bedroom which my grandfather used. I slept in the main living area, and due to the layout, my bed was placed against a large front-facing window. During daylight hours, the window overlooked the clearing, vehicles, and the equipment stored outside, and after sunset, visibility practically dropped to zero out there. There was no exterior lighting whatsoever. Now, one evening, following the usual routine, after dinner my grandfather sat in the chair near the wood stove reading while I went to bed. He often stayed awake until I fell asleep, and I don't recall anything unusual about that night before I went to sleep, but several hours later, I woke up due to discomfort and shifted position in bed. This placed my face towards the window rather than away from it, and as my eyes adjusted, I became aware of a shape directly outside the glass. The distance was close enough that it couldn't have been more than a few inches from the window. Initially, I assumed it was a visual error, caused by darkness and fatigue. I remained still and focused on the outline. As my vision adjusted further, I could make out the head and shoulders of an adult male. He was stationary and facing inward. There was no attempt to conceal himself and no sound. After several seconds, the person bent down until his face aligned with mine through the glass, and at that point, I reacted by crying loudly and uncontrollably. The noise, it woke my grandfather. As soon as my grandfather stood up and moved toward the living area too, the individual outside retreated. I didn't hear any footsteps, but the figure disappeared immediately. My grandfather approached me and asked what had happened. I described what I saw, and he didn't question my account. He turned on all the interior lights, retrieved a firearm from his bedroom, and went outside to check the perimeter. He remained outside for several minutes, walking the clearing and checking the access road. When he returned, his behavior was noticeably different too. He didn't dismiss the incident, and he didn't reassure me in a casual way either. Instead, he stayed awake for the rest of the night, seated where he could see the door, and allowed me to remain awake as well. The following morning, he covered the windows with curtains and repositioned my bed away from the exterior walls. When daylight came, he inspected the ground around the cabin and found shoe impressions in the soil right near the front window leading toward the tree line. And so, in the days that followed, my routine changed. I was no longer allowed outside alone, and movement around the property was pretty much restricted. And about a week later, a local news report stated that a man had escaped from a regional correctional facility and had been located in the same forested area. He had been using unoccupied structures and hunting shelters for cover, and one of the access points mentioned matched the road leading to our cabin. What was particularly troubling, though, was what this guy was in for. Apparently, he was a murderer and had assaulted people before many times. He was a really bad person, this guy, and so to come face to face with someone like this is something that is difficult to forget. I started this back in September last year, but I never got around to sharing it. I am now, though, due to an uncomfortable situation again. So, I have to get some context out of the way first. Let me start off by saying that I live in an apartment complex by a golf course or country club on the edge of town. Since not many people live in this area, it can get pretty quiet at night too. The complex is built partially into a small hill at the end of the road, with my apartment being on the back corner of the building on the ground floor. So the bottom of the windows in the living room and both bedrooms start literally a few inches above the ground outside. There is a sort of small trail behind my apartment building that goes through a small wooded patch. I don't have much of a view since my living room windows face a good 15 to 20 foot patch of grass before a tree line separating it from a few houses on the next street over. But this story, it has been ongoing for the last couple of months. Not entirely sure if this is just paranoia or coincidental too. Last summer, a family moved into a house on the next street over, a couple of houses down from my apartment. I've only seen one middle-aged man and a dog so far, but I was taking my Shih Tzu Harley outside one day while he was out in his backyard just standing with his arms crossed, swaying side to side. It was sort of like an NPC character in 2000s video games waiting to be interacted with. The dumpster shed area is in view of his backyard too. We made eye contact, so I sort of awkwardly waved and then just looked at my phone while Harley did her business. But I could tell from my peripheral vision that he didn't look away from us. We have the same breed of dogs, so I just assumed that he was probably thinking of letting them meet sometime. But I wondered why he didn't have his dog outside with him at this moment. In the end, I just went back inside quickly after Harley was done. Now, my younger brother lives in the same complex as I do, but on the second floor, and he told me that every now and then, he'd see that man take his dog out into his backyard, but cross the tree line into the complex yard. He would circle the building slowly, a little too close to the building before going back into his house. In September of last year, My boyfriend at the time and I split up. The night that I told him to leave, I went to a friend's house to vent. I didn't want to leave Harley home alone too long, so after about an hour or so, I came back to my apartment. I knocked out on the couch while I had a black screen rain sound video on YouTube on. I woke up at around 2 a.m. to Harley going absolutely crazy though, barking and growling. The other couch is right under the main window in my living room. Harley had climbed up the couch and was barking at the window between the curtains. I get up to get her down and to be quiet when my stomach dropped when I realized something. The curtains are on the thinner side and I can normally faintly see the streetlights from the next street over through the curtains. I started getting a little bit nervous, realizing that there was a black mass blocking some of the lights above where Harley was standing. I grabbed the remote to shut the TV off while I was getting closer to the window. The TV turns off in the sort of style of retro TVs where the picture sort of closes in on itself. When I turned it off, the flash animation on the TV illuminated the room briefly, and it was enough that I was able to make out the form of someone dressed in black or dark clothes, crouched down, looking into my window. In the flash, they probably saw me too because they ran away quickly. I picked up Harley and ran to the kitchen to grab a knife and went to my room and I locked the door. I texted my ex asking if he was outside of the window just then, and he replied no and asked what was happening. I didn't believe him though because he's never awake that late and told him that I was about to call the police, so to just tell me the truth and all that. But he told me that I should call them either way and sent me his live location showing that he was at his friend's house over an hour away. I called the police and let them know that I had seen someone outside of my window. They came and looked around, finding nothing obviously. An officer did tell me though that they would keep somebody in the area, so to just call back if anything else happened. Over the next couple of weeks around the same time, 2 or 3 a.m. each night, Harley would freak out at the window. By the time that I would get there, I couldn't see anyone outside though. Fast forward now to May of 2024. This last week I went through my storage closet and found some of my ex's things. I was out with some friends tonight when he came to pick them up. He ended up texting me to come home so that we could talk about something important. I get home and I notice that he has a sort of puzzled look on his face. I asked what couldn't have been just texted to me, and he told me that while he was loading his stuff in his truck, he took Harley out quick, and he was approached by an older lady that lives on the second floor. Now, the dumpster is at the end of the parking lot, and if you turn right, you'll face the side of the building in the general area outside of my living room window. There's a few big trees keeping the area back there pretty dark. Even during the summer, it's pretty much deeply shaded. And she said that as she was taking her trash out, she heard a twig snap or something like that, and looked in the direction that it came from. She said that she saw a man outside of my window, not just walking around. He was up close peering into my living room, one hand up on the window trying to block the light so that he could see, and his phone in the other hand pointing inside of my apartment. She yelled out asking him what the heck he was doing, but he just acted like he didn't hear her and walked away slowly in the opposite direction. She said that it would have been one thing if he was just walking through the yard and sort of glanced over at my window, but he was apparently full on pressing his face against the glass looking in and recording allegedly. My blood instantly ran cold and I got goosebumps. I have since then bought a Ring camera, which is honestly something I should have done a long time ago, but I'll update if anything else happens, so please do wish me luck. Today I was listening to some scary stories, and it made me remember this event. At the time of this story, I was 14, and as well as being younger, I had developed crippling anxiety and depression. All I'll say is that I was, and still am, very vigilant about my surroundings. Now on this day, I had planned to stay the night at a friend's house. I had never stayed at her place before. It was always mine. for you to understand this story, I do need to explain the layout of this house. It was located on a sloped hill, and when you drove down a steep road, the first part of the house you would see was big and expansive. Honestly, it looked a bit like an old mansion. If you continue driving down, you would be met with two semi-separated buildings. Both were small and pretty run down. And when I say small, I mean one of them was just a bedroom and the other one was a bedroom and a small bathroom and kitchen. There were no doors inside, just a piece of cloth or beads to separate the bathroom entrance from the kitchen. My friend's room was the bedroom and her mum lived in the other section with the bathroom or kitchen. The landlord of the property lived in the main house, the big mansion. It was located in the middle of the woods, and when I say that, I don't mean it lightly. I mean, all you could see was expansive Australian forest. Australian rainforests are incredibly dense too, and if you tried to walk through, you would most likely receive some type of bite at some point, whether that be a spider, an ant, a leech, etc. So, I'll cut to the first thing that happened. Me and my friend, we had walked into her mum's flat. I forget why, but I think we were either hungry or I was asking how to get reception, because there was none at the time, and called out for her mum. She was in the bathroom, and as we walked past a small window, I heard, "Yeah?" coming from outside. I turned to my friend, and she looked at me the same way that I did. We were really confused. If her mum was in the bathroom, that was right in front of us. Why did we hear a male voice coming from right outside? We brushed this off so as not to scare ourselves and continued having fun in my friend's room. For a little more context, the landlord used half of her room as storage and blocked off the back section of the room with a tall shelf and a divider. There was a huge glass sliding door at the front of her room too, and in the blocked off back section there was another door. You couldn't get to that door unless you squeezed through a section outside. Now, skipping forward a little bit to nighttime, me and my friend had to go to the bathroom, so we slinked out of her room and walked to her mum's flat. Her mum was fast asleep now. We used the bathroom as quietly as we could, and then we exited. As we were making the small walk back to my friend's room, we saw something out in the woods. A pair of eyes, looking directly at us from behind a tree. We panicked and froze. I pulled out my phone and took a photo before we sprinted back into her room, locking the glass door behind us and drawing the curtains. It's not a reach to say that we were already freaking out. We looked at the photo and, sure enough, when I brightened the image, there was what looked to be a man staring at us from the dark woods. Obviously, we were extremely scared, but I called my mother, who was about an hour away, and she just sort of dismissed us. And so after that, we were obviously scared, but it was a little comforting. Anyway, after a while we relaxed and chalked it up to our imagination playing tricks on us. We pulled out my laptop and put on a movie. I forget which movie we watched, but it was some cheesy rom-com, I think. And maybe 20 or 30 minutes into the movie, we froze and paused it. There were footsteps crunching on the dry leaves right outside of her room. We listened in horror as the footsteps moved through the tight alley that led to the back door. We both moved slowly, standing on the bed to look over the room divider. Our eyes were locked on the back door, and after a moment of complete silence, it turned. The doorknob wiggled slowly before it became faster. The door couldn't be opened as it was jammed against objects that were in storage, and then it stopped. No more noise. We were crying, holding each other in our arms, trying to stay as quiet as we could. Then the footsteps slowly crunched on the leaves in the opposite direction, back to the front of her room. We both didn't hesitate now, and I reached for my phone. We called the police, and after trying to explain the situation to the operator on the other end, in tears the whole time, she told us a unit was being dispatched and to stay where we were. But then, as we were still crying and hyperventilating, we heard a phone ringing. It sounded like an old landline phone, one with harsh and loud beeping. It was coming from the landlord's mansion. We waited silently, listening to the drawn-out ringing of his phone. after what felt like at least 2 minutes, it stopped, and we heard his voice as he talked to the operator. At this time, we both noticed another thing: fingerprints on her window. These windows were slated glass that you could open and shut with a lever. Whoever left these prints, they reached up, cupped their hand around the top of the glass, and dragged their fingers on the dust, because it definitely wasn't there before. Soon, the landlord walked to her mother's unit and had told her that the police called him. He seemed extremely upset and told her that he made sure that they didn't send a unit. Her mother came to her room and we explained the situation. Both the landlord and her mother didn't seem to be bothered by the fact that a man just tried to enter our room. After that, I couldn't stay the night, and neither could my friend. We were too scared to spend another minute there, so I called my mum and she came to get us at around 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. We dropped my friend back the next day, and when we got there, her mother told us something that I don't think that I can pass up as coincidence. You see, the night that it happened, it was raining, and there was a pretty strong wind, but nothing strong enough to do this. Next to her mother's unit, she had a pole that held beads and fairy lights and all that. During the night, right after me and her were picked up, it had been knocked down. Keep in mind, this pole was literally embedded into the cement and tied to other items with zip ties as well. So like I said, there was no way that that could have been the wind. I mean, that pole is pretty darn sturdy. I am still unsure of an explanation to all of this. I mean, it may have been her landlord, right? I'm not too sure about that. It also could have been just a random man. Either way, I'm absolutely certain that there was somebody out there that night. I'm a 25-year-old person renting a 4-bedroom house. One of my roommates is my boyfriend, and the other is my best friend of 10 years. Her name is Tracy. We've been looking for a new roommate, and because of the way that this situation turned out, we have determined that I'm no longer allowed to be in charge of looking for roommates, because I am not judgmental enough and I am known to just ignore red flags. I'll start from the beginning though, which is the house showing. So, our new prospective roommate showed up for the house showing and introduced himself. He definitely seemed strange at first, but I wrote it off as him just sort of being eccentric. The main red flag was that, at some point, he randomly said something to the effect of, "And I will not bring meth into your house because I'm not on meth. I hate drugs and I see them as a scourge on this entire country." I didn't ask, so I was immediately weirded out, but my boyfriend and the roommate who was moving out also met the guy, and they both thought that apart from that, he seemed pretty normal. He didn't look like a stereotypical meth head by any means. His skin was clear, and he was kind of chubby. We thought that maybe he thought I was a meth head, because I look a little bit scary. I have green hair, a 1G septum, and 6 facial piercings. In addition, my roommate, who was moving out, turned out to be hiding a cat which made the house stink like cat wee, which I've been told is what meth smells like. Also, the town that this guy was coming from is known for meth and crack, and he seemed to be explicitly trying to get away from that town. So I thought that maybe he was afraid of ending up in a situation where he was living with drug addicts and was trying to suss us out that way. And so, giving him the benefit of the doubt was my first mistake. Me and Tracy, we were both sort of wigged out about the entire thing, but we were kind of desperate for a roommate, and all of the other people responding to my listing either were not great fits or were even sketchier than this guy. So in the end, we let him move in. Now, skip to the move-in date. He brings an old man to help move his stuff. He then proceeds to make the old man move all of his things by himself up the stairs while he sits there, including a refrigerator, by himself. The new guy signs the lease, and immediately after signing the lease, he informs us that he did not introduce himself using his real name, and proceeds to tell us his real name. This man was not transgender, so the only reason that I can think of as for why he initially gave us a fake name is probably so that he could avoid having us run a background check. After this, I had to go to work though. Throughout my shift though, Tracy sends me a message that the guy is weird, but her responses are sort of vague and I didn't find out what happened until I got home. But here's what she told me. So the new guy, he goes to the bar after signing the lease and comes back after being kicked out before 9 p.m. The bar that he went to is a biker bar that is notorious for being pretty rowdy. Honestly, it's pretty hard to get kicked out of there too. I mean, you pretty much have to be doing something pretty heinous, or you have to have been like creeping on a woman there in order to get kicked out. In any case, when he comes back, he is completely drunk. But the men there must have been intimidated by me, is what he said. Sounds to me more like he was creeping. Before this, I had told the new guy that our landlord is coming up the next day to fix some things in the house. But when the new guy came home, Tracy reminded him that our landlord was coming the next day, and he became extremely angry, to the point that he was flailing his arms and she thought that he was going to start breaking things. Tracy was so uncomfortable that she almost went to go and wake up my boyfriend in the other room. Eventually, the new guy did calm down, however, and so she just left it at that. Now, there's this beanbag that we have next to my couch, and Tracy was sitting on the beanbag with her legs sort of slung over the armrest of the couch. At first, the new guy sat on the couch. He begins to read off poetry that he wrote for her an entire hour and a half before, all of which is literally just streams of consciousness about how he wants all junkies to die. Afterwards, he starts telling her how beautiful she is over and over, and literally lays his head down between her legs. She's trying to ignore him and obviously trying to get him off her, and he won't stop asking her if she fell asleep. Every time she moves, he gets a little bit closer. Then he starts inviting her to his room for a beer. Eventually, she just gets up and goes to her room at 11 p.m. But this man, he had effectively harassed her for like 2 entire hours. I thought that that was everything, but then she tells me that she sent the guy's picture to her mum, who then sent his picture to everyone she knows, because she's from the town that he was previously living in. And it turned out that he had been stalking Tracy's aunt for an entire year, and that he's banned from the bar that she works at because he goes there and threatens to kidnap her. She literally has to be escorted out, not only by workers, but the customers escort her to her car sometimes. So, obviously we tell our landlord. Luckily our lease hadn't been finalized yet, so he agreed to kick him out. I call my mum to come over and Tracy calls her brother for backup, just in case things go south. Our landlord shows up and essentially tells him that he needs to leave and doesn't let the new guy get a word in. The new guy starts getting agitated though, and then aggressive, so we called the cops and several officers showed up. Told the guy that he had no legal standing as there was no lease. He introduced himself to us with a fake name, obviously, and he hadn't been there for a full 24 hours and that he had to get out. The guy had to beg his sister to pick him up, and she was so unwilling to do it that she didn't agree until he offered to pay her $200. Mind you, it's only a 20-minute ride to where he was going. He left most of his stuff on our porch. When we went into his room, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was an empty pack on the floor, including not 1 or 2, but 7 empty Dr. Pepper cans and garbage and crusty socks everywhere. The entire situation had me so stressed out that I didn't even notice that he had also left a pair of shorts that he had peed in the middle of the house's main hallway, and that was also the first thing you see when you walk into the house. They were there for the entire day, allegedly, even when he knew that the landlord was coming. They were still sitting there when he left as well, and I picked them up with a glove and put them on the porch for him to retrieve at some point. But who knows if or when he will retrieve his things, because he came back earlier, touched his things like he was going to take them, and then just immediately left. All I have to say after all of this is that I'm really relieved that we caught this before the lease was finalized, because this easily could have turned into a situation where me and Tracy had been sexually assaulted, or perhaps even worse. I've only told a few people about this incident that took place in the late 80s. I'm not looking for an explanation, nor can I offer any proof. I just want to share what my friend and I experienced in the autumn of 1987. So I grew up in one of the northernmost states in New England, about 2 hours away from the White Mountains and 45 minutes from our state's meager coastline, in a small working-class city. General Electric and a tannery were two of the largest employers. I think it was early October. The leaves started to change, but still on the trees. Local fairs underway, and cool enough to rock my HS varsity jacket. I worked full-time and was saving up for my first car, a 76 two-door Chevy Nova festooned with a Pink Floyd tapestry to cover the huge tear in the back seat. My friend, Joe, and I worked in the same restaurant, and an older cook would buy us hard-earned libations and give us a ride home. Really, he would just drop us off at a cemetery that was midway point between our two houses, and a great place for underage drinking. We were dropped off there with a 4-pack of bottles and James wine coolers to split between us. It's an old large cemetery with rolling hills, moss-covered headstones, and large maple trees too. I grew up playing hide-and-seek and having BB gun wars there, in fact. I even taught an army buddy how to drive stick in that cemetery. It was never a scary or haunted place to me at all. Even after the weirdest experience of my young life took place there, I still thought of it fondly. Now, there was a gazebo where we would sit and drink beers, wine coolers. It was open-aired with half walls and benches to sit on while we chatted and drank. All we had between us was that one 4-pack, so we were not drunk or under the influence of anything else. But we began hearing footsteps coming in our direction. They sounded like somebody was walking on leaves. It later occurred to me that that was the first thing that was odd, as the leaves were still on the trees and the cemetery was pretty well maintained. "Cops," Joe hissed, and I answered, "Kids." The footsteps, they came closer. We couched below the half-wall facing each other, the smiles on our faces growing more and more nervous until they disappeared altogether. The footsteps came in a measured pace. No other sound accompanied them, no jingling of keys, no fabric brushing against each other, and there was also no beam of a flashlight flitting about. The footsteps kept coming though. I could see my mounting fear echoed in Joe's face, but before we crouched down, we tried to see who was walking toward us, and we really couldn't. But that was to be expected, to be honest. It was a moonless night with little ambient light available. With our eyes wide and mouths agape, the footsteps came all the way up to the other side of that half wall and stopped. Joe visibly sagged, and I began to shake as neither one of us had the courage to look up at what had to be surely someone peering down at us. The footsteps, they then began to recede, and we popped up immediately to see who it was. And when we did, there was nobody there. Literally nobody. I mean, we could hear or sort of see where the footsteps were coming from, but there just wasn't anybody making them. It was dark, but it wasn't pitch black, and we surely would have seen someone there. We definitely would have at least seen the silhouette of a person out there. Ducking behind tombstones, we followed the steps a little ways down the hill until they stopped. And at that, we took that as our cue to leave, and we both sprinted home. The next day at school, we allowed that it was weird, and, well, that was that. We didn't tell anyone, and we just sort of went on with our lives. Like I said, we weren't drunk or stoned. Neither of us have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and being outside like that, I seriously doubt it was a carbon monoxide problem. Really, I just have no explanation for this, and I don't expect anyone else to either. The 80s were a magical time, and I guess some days they just contained a little more magic than others. When I was in primary school, we used to go on school trips to a place called Marchant's Hill in Surrey, UK. Marchant's Hill is an adventure centre that mainly caters to schools. They have activities like climbing, orienteering, canoeing, etc., and they had dorms to stay in as well. We usually went for like 4 or 5 days. The place sits on 45 acres of land, and there's really no reason to be there other than the above. I believe they also have a part for adults for team building trips and stuff like that, but they're certainly not together, so we'd only ever see employees or sometimes kids from a different school while there. Now, one evening, we were camping out for the night. A Marchants Hill employee led us to the camping area at about 7 p.m, helped show us all how to set up our tents, and start a fire, and then left for the night, leaving us in the care of 2 of our teachers from school. We had a fire going, and we're all sitting around it on logs that were placed around the fire area. We were singing songs and talking and just being kids as it got darker. After a while, a couple of us heard the sound of somebody approaching, but I didn't think too much of it. Probably just an employee checking in. Suddenly, though, this guy appears out of the darkness and loudly says, "You shouldn't be here." Everyone whips their head around to see who it was, and this guy was just sort of standing there. He's a big guy, looked homeless in that he had a big scraggly beard and hair, but he's wearing a suit with Wellington boots and is holding a plastic bag. One of our teachers says to the guy, "It's okay, we're booked in for a few days. We're from this school." The guy looks around for a few seconds, like he's checking behind himself, and then repeats, "You shouldn't be here," but louder. The male teacher that was with us jumps up and positions himself between the guy and us kids very quickly, and repeats that we are supposed to be here, and asks the man who he is, while at the same time grabbing him by the arm to sort of lead him away. The strange guy pulls his arm away aggressively, then walks off real quickly without saying another word though. A bit later, all of the kids are in their tents, 2 to a tent. The teachers are still sat outside, probably enjoying some child free time, when we hear some shouting, and it sounded to me like, "Go, go, get out." A few of us opened our tents, and I could just about see the same guy standing there in the darkness. Our teacher is already right by the guy at that point, and shouts at him to leave, but the guy is just sort of looking at him, so the teacher starts to gently push him back away from us, and is saying something to the guy while doing so. They disappear into the darkness of the surrounding area for maybe 30 seconds. Then my teacher comes back and, with a look of urgency, says, "We're going back to the dorms right now." No idea what was said, but my teacher's whole demeanor had changed suddenly. We all leave our tents pitched, and we walk the 10 minutes or so back to the dorms by torchlight. Once we're in the dorm, the teachers go off to speak to an employee, and about 15 minutes later, we see a police car pull up by the reception area, and the police talk to my teacher. That guy had absolutely no reason to be on that 45 acres of land. Looking back, he probably had mental health issues, but man did he scare us. And thinking back on it all, it still makes me feel a little bit uneasy. This happened a few years ago, so some details may not be the clearest in my head, but I'll try to recall this event in its fullest form. So first, let me set up the layout of where it happened. My upstairs hallway has 5 rooms connected to it. In order from the stairs, it goes my sister's room, the bathroom, the office, master bedroom, and then my room at the very end. The stairs lead down to the kitchen and share a wall with the bathroom, so you can hear anyone on the stairs quite easily. In addition to this, it's not a new house, so you can hear pretty much everything because thin walls, loud floors, and doors and all that. Now, what happened one night was that I had woken up at around midnight or 1 a.m. because I needed to go to the bathroom at some point. But with the standard amount of grumbling because I didn't want to leave the warmth of my bed, I got up and walked down the hallway to the bathroom. Everything was perfectly normal until I went to go and wash my hands. A sound on the stairs made me pause because it didn't sound like one of the cats. They're fat and old and have a very distinct way of going up and down the stairs. I listened though as quick, light footsteps ran up the stairs and around the corner to come down the hallway. They ran up and down the hallway twice before stopping in front of the bathroom door, which I couldn't have been more than 3 feet away from. breathed loudly, in and out a few times. Then they ran back down the hall and down the steps into the kitchen where they stopped making noise. I would have been able to hear them if they continued. I was rightly freaked out because the sounds that I had heard were very clearly made from a little kid, of which there were none in my house. The footsteps were too close together, light and way too quick to be anyone in the house messing with me. In order to move that fast, anyone who lived there would have had to have made at least twice as much noise, and the only one capable of running as fast as what I'd heard would have been my sister. But again, she couldn't have done it that quietly. I ended up waiting for about 2 hours in that bathroom before finally coming back out and booking it to my room. Any perpetrators would have been heard if they had tried to return to their room or if they were anywhere awake, because our house is very quiet at night. But I heard nothing after that night. No footsteps, no breathing, no activity. The next morning too, I asked each of my family members individually and separately, so they couldn't talk to each other between my interrogations, if they had gotten up at all last night, or if they had heard anything last night too. None of them are good liars, and I know when they're telling the truth, so when they all said that they slept through the night, genuinely, I believe them. So we moved into this house 5.5 years ago. I'd never experienced anything paranormal before. Honestly, I was a hardcore skeptic. It was around 18 months later that I began to experience disturbing paranormal events I cannot explain, no matter how much science I read. Note too, I do not have a history of hallucinations or schizophrenia or anything. I wasn't smoking weed at the time, nor on any other drugs. I was also in my mid-20s at the time. The first incident was on a November night at about 10:50 p.m. Almost all events happened between 10:51 to 2 a.m., but primarily between 11 to 1. For some context, I'd spent the last hour playing Among Us and studying from a Spanish textbook. I would listen to relaxing jazz sometimes and drink some Jack Daniels. I wasn't drunk by any means, but I went to pee. My mind was focused on how clever, funny the games were and how I couldn't wait to get back to what I was doing. And when I pulled my trousers up, a noise caught my attention. There was an Alberta Balsam shampoo bottle, about 1/3 or just under full, between the taps on the sink. It is a standard British porcelain sink close to the toilet, but to touch the bottle, I would need to extend my arm, bending my elbow, and that night there was no one nowhere near close enough for contact. But the bottle, it rocked far to the left, to the right, unnaturally, and repeated this motion about 5 times before it came to a standstill in its original position. It wasn't a small wobble by any means too. It was a slow, intentional rock side to side. The bottle should not have been able to rock so far for either side either without falling over. But my bathroom is tiny. I couldn't touch the bottle, let alone cause it to rock the way that it did. The window was closed, so there was no breeze and anybody else in the room. I tried to replicate it another time by blowing hard on the bottle, flapping my arms and holding myself in the same position as when it happened, but I couldn't touch or move the bottle at all. Even with the generous leeway, I couldn't touch that bottle, and in short, it wasn't me, and genuinely, it ruined my night because this incident absolutely terrified me. A couple of days later, I was in the same bathroom, washing my hands at about the same time at night, when I experienced a sudden and intense sensation that something sinister was behind me and staring at me. I looked up at the mirror and couldn't see anything behind me, but I just felt like something was there. I was too afraid to move. I finished washing my hands after a minute or so, and when the feeling began to fade, I quickly left the bathroom. But this became a regular occurrence. Particularly in the kitchen and the bathroom, I felt something there, or that something was watching me, and sort of attempting to interact with me too. The presence was somewhat imposing and dark, I could never see it, but I just felt like it was there. My partner didn't believe me when I told him about these incidents, and would go to bed before me, so he never witnessed them at first. I believe this presence was a man, and for a while thought that it might have been the deceased elderly man who used to live here. He was placed in a care home aged 95, and was known as a nasty, horrible old man. The man passed away at some point. I'm not sure when, but it was either during the incidents or towards the end of them. Additionally, we had a living room carpet, and as these incidents increased in frequency, I began to hear something plucking at the carpet in the corner by the door. When I moved the curtain, there was nothing ever there, and the noise always stopped. But this is where my partner comes in, because he stayed up later occasionally and he heard the noise too. Mind you, I didn't prompt him. I heard it and remained quiet until he picked up on it. And I told him that that was the noise that I was hearing. He went to investigate and he couldn't see anything. And this is what made him suspicious too. Now, we have a rabbit, but we checked on him. He was in his cage eating in the next room while the noises happened, and unless he could teleport, pluck the carpet before our eyes while invisible, and teleport back into his cage, then it definitely wasn't him. Since then, I lifted the floor to see if anything could have plucked the carpet from beneath the floorboards, but the floorboards are locked tight, and honestly it would have been impossible to touch the underside of the carpet or underlay or whatever. This may be my mind manifesting fear too, but I also began to have horrible dreams about an old man with beady, shiny black eyes, a partially bald head, and white hair in a forest. I recognized the layout from a forest far away in my hometown that I used to ride a horse in. These dreams were disturbing to say the least, and the men were not like ordinary people. I felt they were trying to toy with me before they killed me. And one night, I woke up to feel someone standing over me. Another, I woke up and briefly glimpsed black writing all over the wall on the landing, and when I blinked, it vanished. I was honestly terrified and often felt something on the landing or in the room too. I had no history of sleep paralysis before moving to this house. My partner told me that he believed that whatever it was enjoyed scaring me and was feeding on my fear. I tried after this to not to be afraid and to confront it, which honestly worked to some degree in the end. But one of the worst incidents was when I knew the man was there. I felt him standing about 2 feet away from my computer chair. He liked to stand over me and sometimes breathe on me while I was gaming. I was playing World of Warcraft. I remember exactly what I was doing. I knew that he was trying to get my attention, and so I ignored him. I forced myself to calm down. Then he moved closer, and I heard a huff as though someone breathed heavily through their mouth, only inches from my ear. I took my headset off and looked around, but the presence had disappeared, probably into the kitchen. I felt like he wanted me to follow him, so I did. My attention was guided out of the window as though he was leading me there. I went to the window and looked out, and I swear to you that I saw a shape out there that looked like an adult male of about 6 feet wearing a grey hoodie and gloves standing near my back fence as though he had just climbed over. Could I have been mistaken? Yes, for sure, but I tried to run from the window and ended up in a freeze mode by the kitchen door, because for some reason, I just couldn't move. I tried so hard to get away because I thought this man was going to break into my house and attack me or something. I don't know where the man was, but after about 2 minutes, I finally made it into the living room. 2 more and I went back to check. The man and the real man were both gone. A strange part of me believed, though, that the man chased the real figure off. In fact, I felt as though he had tried to save me that night, and I guess I became more sympathetic to him. There was another incident, though, which could be explained otherwise, but my partner wasn't convinced. We had a small children's desk with 2 wooden chairs behind us, We stacked the chairs on the table while our daughter was upstairs. While we were on the computers, the chairs just suddenly came crashing to the floor. Mind you, they were not precariously stacked or anything. The doors were open and there was a bit of a breeze, but there's just no way the wind would have been able to knock over the small wooden chairs to the floor like that. This also happened in broad daylight in the late afternoon. Now, over time, this all began to fade. I feared the man less. I often felt his presence in the kitchen, standing far too close to me. One time, I even felt a sudden icy blow down the left side of my neck. Our house is cold and drafty, so although I convinced myself that it was him, it could have been something else, I admit. My nightmares, though, they began to disappear. I would hear him sometimes walking upstairs, and I sensed him go into my daughter's bedroom just to look at her. He never did anything in there, but my partner also experienced something going on in the house on several occasions, but he is still somewhat of a skeptic. Eventually, though, everything just stopped one day. But after the man disappeared, we had issues with, like, animal footsteps on the stairs, a scurrying. It was weird and creepy. It sort of sounded like a cat running up and down, I guess. The first time it happened, we couldn't see anything. The plucking noise continued, and it was around this time our house rabbit for some reason jumped out of his cage, and we had at least 2 to 3 incidences where he bolted up the stairs and went into our bedroom. He was running about, and this was really abnormal for him. Of course, we blamed him and locked his cage tightly so he couldn't escape, but the noise continued. My ex was also woken by the noise one night and investigated them, only to find the rabbit in his cage and the noises continuing. The noises and the incidences have stopped for quite some time now, thankfully. The house now feels at peace, but honestly, that was a deeply terrifying event that actually ruined my life and made me feel really unsafe in my own home at night. I'm still not completely sure what it was all about or what it all was, but that's why I'm here. What do you think that it could have been? This happened a few years back when I first moved to a small town in northern Minnesota for work. I didn't know anyone there yet, so for the first few weeks I spent most of my time either working or sitting around the same couple local spots, just trying to get a feel for the place. One afternoon, I was sitting at dinner off the highway, and this older lady at the counter randomly started talking to me. I guess that she figured that I was new because I asked the waitress where the nearest grocery store was. She ended up giving me a bunch of advice about the area too. Where not to drive in the winter, which gas station overcharged, stuff like that. A pretty normal conversation, really. But then, out of nowhere, she asked where I lived. I told her roughly which road my rental house was on, and she immediately got really serious, like her tone completely changed. She pointed toward the north side of town and said something along the lines of, "Stay away from the forest along County Road 12. I kind of laughed at this because I assumed that she meant wildlife or something. There are bears and wolves around that part of Minnesota after all. But she sort of shook her head and said, "No, I mean it. Don't stop near those trees. That place isn't right. My husband literally disappeared out there." She said it in a really eerie and sort of calm way, which honestly made it more uncomfortable. Apparently, though, her husband had gone missing years earlier after pulling over on the highway next to that exact stretch of forest. According to her, he stopped because he thought that someone needed help, and his truck was later found parked with the driver door open and the hazards flashing. He was eventually found dead several miles into the woods. I didn't ask any more questions after that. I just kind of nodded and I finished my food. At the time, I figured that it was probably just a tragic situation mixed with local rumors or something like that. Small towns are full of stories like that after all. Still though, I remembered what she said because that road was actually part of my commute to work. For the first couple of weeks, nothing unusual happened too. It was just a normal rural highway really, 2 lanes, no street lights, forest running along one side of the long stretch there. But then one night, something weird actually did happen out there. So I worked late that evening, and by the time that I left the office, it was already dark. The drive back to my place, it took about 25 minutes, and about halfway through it, I reached that same wooded area the woman had mentioned. Up ahead, I noticed flashing hazard lights on the side of the road. At first, I assumed it was just someone with car trouble. Happens all the time in the winter up there. As I got closer, I could see the vehicle clearly. It was an older station wagon pulled halfway onto the gravel shoulder. It was beige color with fake wood paneling on the sides. The driver's door was open and the interior light was on. No one was visible in the seat. Because the door was open though and the hazards were going, I figured that maybe someone collapsed or needed help, so I pulled over a little ways behind it and turned my hazards on. I grabbed a flashlight from my glove box and I walked over there. The car, it looked almost weirdly too clean for how old it was. No rust, windows spotless, tires were really fine, and it didn't look like a broken down car at all, in fact. I leaned down and shined the flashlight into the front seat. Nobody inside. I walked around the car thinking that maybe the driver had gotten out and walked toward the trees for some reason or something. I called out a few times asking if anyone needed help. But again, there was nothing. No sound at all, in fact, except for the car's blinking hazard lights and the wind through the trees that night. I even checked the back seat and the trunk area through the window, but still nothing. At that point, I must admit that I started to feel a little bit uneasy. Not in a sort of supernatural way or anything, but just in this sort of, wow, this situation is a bit weird kind of way. The forest line, though, was right there, maybe 15 feet away from the road. It was extremely dark past those first row of trees, though. In fact, my flashlight barely reached past the brush, and I shined the light inside for a few seconds and yelled again, asking if somebody was out there and if they needed help, but still, nothing. Eventually, I figured the best thing to do was to just report it. So I walked back to my car and called the county non-emergency line. I left a message explaining that there was an abandoned vehicle with its hazards on along County Road 12. I also wrote down the license plate while I was sitting there, and then I drove home. Now, about 10 minutes after I got inside, my phone rang. It was someone from the sheriff's office returning the call. I explained the situation again, and when I finished describing the car, the dispatcher paused for a second, and then asked me to repeat the license plate number, so I did. There was another pause. Then the dispatcher said something really strange. She told me that they'd received calls describing that exact same vehicle in that exact location multiple times over the past few decades. Same color, same model, same license plate. Honestly, at first I thought that she was joking. I told her that I had literally just been standing next to it, in fact. She responded by saying that apparently officers had checked that same area many times after similar reports and had never found a vehicle there when they arrived. Then she told me something else that made the whole situation way worse. So, apparently the husband of a woman who used to live in town had gone missing near that same stretch of road many years ago. His truck, it had been found parked with the hazards on and the door open in almost the exact same spot. His body was discovered days later, several miles inside of the forest. The dispatcher didn't elaborate much after that, and she told me that if I ever saw the vehicle again, not to stop and to just keep driving. And that was the end of the call. I tried not to think about it too much after that. I figured that there had to be some sort of normal explanation for it after all. But a few months later, I started carpooling with a coworker named Jason, who also lived near my area. And one morning, while we were driving past that same section of road, I casually asked him if he had ever heard anything about a car showing up there at night. He immediately said, "You mean the Engel story?" I hadn't mentioned any names yet, which caught my attention. Jason told me the story had been floating around town for years, apparently, and according to him, a man named Robert Engel disappeared near the forest in the late 1970s. His pickup had been found exactly the way that the older woman described: hazards flashing, driver's door open, interior light on. Search teams eventually found him dead miles into the woods. The official ruling was suicide, but apparently his wife never really believed that explanation. Jason said after the husband died that the police kept getting calls about a standard station wagon parked along the same road. Every time the officers went to check it out, nothing was there too. Eventually, they traced many of the calls back to the widow's house. People assumed that she must have become unstable after losing her husband. And that's basically where the story ended. Well, for most people in town anyway. I didn't tell Jason that I had actually stopped out there for that car myself. I just sort of sat there listening while he talked. But the weirdest part came later that night when we were driving home. So we passed that same stretch of road again, and Jason sort of randomly added something that he had forgotten earlier. You see, apparently, years before Robert Engel disappeared, he himself had once reported seeing an abandoned station wagon parked there. Same color, same wood paneling, same license plate. Jason laughed about it like it was just one of those small-town ghost stories. But I certainly didn't laugh at that moment. Because the car that I saw that night, well, it matched that exact description. Same color, same wood sides, same plate. And when I stopped, my own car ended up sitting behind it with the hazards on and the driver's door open while I walked around looking for, well, someone out there. Which, according to the story, was exactly how Robert Engel's truck was found before he walked into the woods and, well, died. I haven't stopped on that road since then, and if I ever see hazard lights up ahead on that stretch again, I am definitely not stopping, and will just be driving straight past it. I'm 56 now, but this happened when I was about 31, back in the summer of like 2001 or something. I was living in a small rental on the outskirts of Florida, in a quiet neighborhood surrounded by woods and empty lots. Everyone tells me that I shouldn't believe it, but I cannot shake it, and I know what I saw. It was late afternoon, around 7 p.m., the sun just dipping behind the trees, so the room was lit by this weird greenish gold glow. My husband and I were both napping, and I was on the left side of the bed curled up, facing the wall. Suddenly, I felt this weight in the air, like someone was standing right there. My eyes opened slowly, and there it was. A small grey figure, barely over 3 feet tall, standing at the foot of the bed. Its head was enormous in proportion to its body. The eyes were black, huge, and unblinking. No mouth, no nose that I could see, just eyes that felt like they were staring right through me. I was frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream, and my mind screamed at my body to react, but it just wouldn't. I tried to reach for my husband, to wake him, and after what felt like a full minute of paralysis, I finally could move enough to whisper his name. The figure, though, was now gone. No sound, no flash of light, nothing but the normal shadows in the room. What made it different from dreams or sleep paralysis, though, was the room itself. Everything was exactly how it had been. The furniture, the light through the blinds, even the slight hum of the fridge. It was all exactly the same. I wasn't somewhere else, I was in my own room, seeing something that shouldn't exist. After that night, strange things started happening too. Lights would flicker randomly, even when bulbs were fine, and my cat, normally fearless, would hiss at empty corners of the bedroom. I kept waking up feeling like I wasn't alone too, even though my husband was right there. Once, I woke to a faint tapping on the window, like tiny claws on the glass, but nothing was outside. A few months later, I rented a small storage unit to clear out some old furniture, and one night I stayed late organizing some boxes. The lights were pretty harsh there, fluorescent, and flickered intermittently from time to time. And that's when I saw a shadow move in the corner of the unit. I instantly froze, my heart pounding. A small humanoid silhouette darted behind a stack of crates, and I convinced myself at the time that it must have been a trick of the light or my eyes or something, but the shape was wrong. Too small and too disproportionate. I started keeping a journal of everything unusual that I experienced. Doors left ajar when I knew that I had closed them, strange noises in the yard at night, tiny steps and rustling like something moving just beyond the tree line. Once, my husband swore that he even saw a small figure in the living room that disappeared when he flipped the light on one night. The worst incident, though, that happened in 2003. So I was home alone one evening doing some dishes. The kitchen window overlooked the backyard, which ended at the woods behind the house. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something small dart between the trees. It paused and looked toward the window, and I could see those eyes again. I dropped the dish towel and ran to lock the door. It wasn't gone when I checked, but just standing at the edge of the tree line, motionless, like completely still too, like a statue, just watching. I never tried to approach it. I didn't call anyone. I didn't want to. I kept a low profile, kept the lights on at night, and stopped going out after sunset. The presence, it never attacked me or anything. It never even spoke to me, but it was always there, just watching. Even now, I get triggered by anything with large black eyes, movies, photos, cartoons. It sets off the same sort of panic that I felt that first night. What haunts me, though, isn't the creature itself. It's the certainty that something exists that we cannot explain, that saw me in my own bedroom and didn't need to make a sound, and that left me with the knowledge that I was completely powerless in that moment. I've thought about trying to investigate, but honestly, I don't want to. I've seen enough, and I just want to live my life normally and pretend like I didn't see it, even though I know that I never will. I'm sharing this because the whole thing started getting into my head, and I honestly didn't know who to talk about it. I'm not really someone who believes in supernatural stuff myself, so at first I assumed that there had to be some sort of normal explanation for it. But after a few weeks of this happening, I started getting genuinely unsettled, mostly because I live alone a lot of the time. So, some quick background. I'm 26 and I live with my girlfriend in an old duplex in a small town. The building itself is pretty old, built sometime in the late 1920s, according to the property listing at least. And it's one of those narrow two-story places where the staircase goes straight up from the living room and the bedroom is basically right at the top of the stairs. It's cheap rent, creaky floors, and thin walls. Now, about 2 months ago, something weird started happening when I was either just falling asleep or just waking up. I would open my eyes and think that I saw someone standing in the corner of the room. Usually it looked like a person-shaped shadow, not detailed, just the outline of somebody standing there. The moment that I'd actually move or turn on a light, though, it would be gone. The first few times I brushed it off immediately, as you can probably imagine. I figured that it was that thing where your brain is still sort of half dreaming or whatever. I'd heard people talk about that before, in fact. But it kept happening. Sometimes it looked like a person standing near the door, and other times it looked like somebody leaning near the dresser. Once it looked like something sitting at the foot of the bed. None of them moved or spoke. They just stayed there for maybe 10 or 20 seconds and then disappeared once I fully woke up. I mentioned it to my girlfriend casually one morning, and she basically laughed at it and said that I was probably just exhausted. Honestly, too, at the time, I just sort of agreed with her. But then something happened about 3 weeks ago that made everything a lot harder to ignore. My girlfriend had stayed the night at her sister's place because they had to leave for an early road trip the next morning, so I was alone in the house that night. Around midnight, I went to bed and I fell asleep pretty quickly. But sometime later, I woke up to the sound of somebody walking upstairs. Our stairs are pretty loud, so it's easy to hear when somebody is coming up there. I remember hearing 2 or maybe 3 steps and then what sounded like somebody quietly talking. My first thought was that my girlfriend had come home early and was on the phone or something. Our bedroom doesn't have a normal door. The previous tenant had replaced it with this weird sort of heavy curtain thing. I heard the curtain shift like somebody pushed through it. At that point, I was still half asleep and facing the wall, and then the mattress dipped behind me. Not slightly either. It felt exactly like when somebody crawls into bed. I mean, I could feel the mattress compress and shift the way that it does when another person's weight settles on it. A second later, too, I felt what seemed like an arm rest across my side. Since I assumed it was my girlfriend, I didn't question it at all, too. I just stayed there, started drifting back towards sleep, and then something clicked in my brain, and I mean, she wasn't supposed to be home at this point. That realization, it hit me like a jolt of electricity as well. I woke up instantly but didn't move. My brain went straight to the worst possibility, that someone had broken into the house and had gotten into bed with me. I was staring at the wall, completely stiff, trying to decide what to do next. The pressure behind me, though, was still there. The bed still felt weighed down. I stayed like that for maybe 30 seconds as well, just trying to figure out whether to turn around or run. Finally, though, I decided to do something. I pulled my arm back and swung it behind me as hard as I could, aiming where I thought somebody's head or shoulder would be. And the moment that my arm moved, the weight on the mattress suddenly vanished, just gone. Not like somebody rolled away, not like someone jumped up. It literally just disappeared instantly. I spun around, though, and turned the lamp on. And when I did, the bed was empty. The curtain over the doorway wasn't moving. The room was silent. I got up and checked the entire house, and I mean every room, every closet. The front door was still locked, and there was nothing there. I didn't sleep again that night. And after that night, the weird visual stuff started happening even when I was fully awake during the day, which was really weird. It wasn't constant, but maybe once every few days I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, like someone standing at the top of the stairs or maybe walking past the bathroom door. Every time that I turned my head to look directly, nothing was there though. The shapes were always quick, just a fraction of a second. I started getting really jumpy in my own house too. A week ago, I finally talked to a doctor about it during a walk-in appointment. I explained everything. The shapes, the night with the bed, all of it. The doctor asked a bunch of questions about sleep, stress, caffeine, that kind of thing. And eventually he said something that actually made a lot of sense to me. Apparently there's a sleep issue when your brain wakes up before your body fully does, and during that window, people can experience extremely realistic hallucinations, including seeing figures in the room or feeling pressure on the bed. Some people even feel like somebody is touching them. He said that it's related to the same mechanism as sleep paralysis, but it's a little bit different. When he explained that, the whole thing suddenly sounded way less supernatural to me and way more like my brain glitching out or something like that. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule since then and cut down on late-night screen time. The episodes haven't happened again for about 10 days now, and that said, the memory of that night, it definitely still sticks with me as terrifying. Because even knowing the medical explanation, I can still clearly remember what it felt like when the mattress dipped like that, and that arm rested across my side. And I can honestly say that, in that moment, it felt exactly like somebody else was really there. This happened back in 2004 when I was 25, living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I was sharing the place with my then-girlfriend, and it was one of those old buildings with creaky floors and peeling paint. The hallway outside of our apartment, it was dimly lit at night, which always gave the place a bit of a weird vibe, but I tried not to think too much of it. Now, I usually sleep with the lights off, and I kept my bedroom door open like I always did. Never really locked it either, and it was just me and her, so why even bother, right? That night, I woke up at around 2:30 in the morning to use the bathroom at some stage. Nothing unusual, just the normal half-asleep sort of shuffle across the creaking floors. And after finishing, I went back to bed and I tried to settle back in. I was lying on my left side, facing the door, and I was just drifting back towards sleep when I noticed something. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows from the streetlight filtering through the blinds. But then I realized it wasn't a shadow. It was a figure in the doorway. It looked human as well, but wrong. Wrong in every way. It was hunched over with long matted hair hanging past its shoulders, like it hadn't been washed in years. Its skin was pale, almost grey, and there was something grossly bulky about the way that it moved, like it was too big for its frame. The face was mostly obscured, but I swear that I could see a twisted smile. Its eyes, they weren't bright or glowing or anything, but just sort of empty, like it wasn't really alive. I instantly froze. My heart practically jumped out of my chest. My girlfriend was sleeping right next to me, and I didn't want to wake her. I wanted to scream, but my voice felt sort of suddenly trapped. I slowly turned toward her, hoping that maybe I had misseen something, but when I looked back in the doorway, it was standing at the side of the bed now, its bulky shoulder just above the mattress. I tried to ignore it, told myself that I must just be seeing things. But the weird thing is that suddenly the air in the room felt, I don't know, like heavier, like a pressure in my chest, and I couldn't breathe properly. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. Just nothing. Empty doorway, normal bedroom, my girlfriend still asleep. I instantly got up to go and check the door in the hallway, but nothing. No sound, no sign that anyone had even been there. The rest of the apartment was quiet, just the faint hum of the fridge now. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I stayed sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the doorway, listening to every little sound that I could. The next morning, I told my girlfriend something weird happened, but I couldn't really explain it. I couldn't make it sound real without sounding insane, I think, and so she shrugged, thinking that I was just spooked by shadows or the old building creaks or whatever. After that night, things escalated slightly over the next week, though. I would wake up hearing like heavy breathing in the room, or the floor creaking like somebody was pacing around. But the apartment was empty. I checked multiple times. One night I even woke to the sound of scratching at the closet door. Another night I felt a hand brush my arm while I was lying in bed, but when I looked again, there was nothing. I stopped leaving the bedroom door open after that. Always locked it, even during the day. I started keeping a baseball bat near my bed too, if that would even help, but eventually I moved out of that apartment about 3 months later. But I've never forgotten that, thing really is the best way to describe it. Even now, if I see a shadowy shape in a doorway at night, my stomach instantly drops. I've even scared myself a few times that way, checking the new place, but thankfully nothing's been there yet. I've never really told too many people about this because, look, I know how crazy it sounds, and who knows, maybe it was just a hallucination or sleep paralysis or something. But all I can say is that everything felt real. The room didn't change, the shadows matched the furniture. I think I was awake. I could move after a moment. I could still feel the pressure in the air when I think about it, though, and it's like it was standing there just sort of waiting for something to happen. I have done a little bit of research on this, and I don't know if it was a hag or some kind of a spirit or just my mind going crazy, but I will never leave a door open at night again, that much is for sure. Has anyone else here ever experienced something like this that felt so real that it just could not have been a dream? I'm really not sure how to say this, but I need help making sense of something that happened in my home a few months ago. So we live in Nevada in a 2-story house. The layout is kind of awkward, living room and kitchen at the front and then a narrow hallway leading to the bedrooms, a small playroom near the backyard, and the garage at the far end. There's a baby gate separating the playroom from the kitchen and the dining area, and all our doors make a distinct sort of thunk sound when opened or closed. On the night that this happened as well, a couple of the windows were open because it was unusually warm for this time of year. Now, Saturday night, my kids went to bed at around 8:15. They're 6 and 9, and bedtime has been a bit chaotic lately. They kept getting up and asking for water, stuffed animals, or just talking and whatnot. You know how kids are, right? But by 9:15, we thought that they were finally asleep, and my husband and I settled down to watch some TV in the living room. Around 10:05, we both heard a door slam, sharp and distinct, and I jumped up to go and check, and it was the bedroom door. When I went to look inside, the 6-year-old was gone. At first I thought that she had wandered into the bathroom or maybe the playroom, but she wasn't there. We literally tore through that house too, under the beds, behind couches, inside of closets, the garage, even the backyard as well. I was calling her name, "Ellie, it's time to come out now." And normally she comes out when I say that, but there was nothing. By 10:35, panic was setting in, and I called 911 while my husband ran up and down the street looking for her everywhere. Our older daughter was still asleep, or so I thought at least. When the police arrived, they checked the house and the yard thoroughly, but still nothing. Even the canine unit was called, and the dog usually picks up scents immediately, but tonight it acted normal, like there was no scent. It was almost midnight when one of the officers looked into the hallway and said, "Wait, who's there?" It was Ellie, just standing in the playroom doorway, calm as if nothing had happened. My husband and I immediately froze. The weird part was that none of us saw her walk past the living room or down the hallway or anything, and our dog, who always barks or jumps when someone moves nearby, didn't react at all. We obviously asked her where she had been all this time, and here's the part that really still haunts me. She said in her little 6-year-old voice, "I went with the nice people. They let me look at the lights. They wanted to see me too, but I came back when they said that it was time." And that was it. Nothing about hiding or about being scared or anything, just that line. My husband and I exchanged looks, and we asked who the nice people were, and she just smiled like it was normal and then just ran to bed. I've read about sleepwalking and dissociative states and even hallucinations in children, but nothing explains how she disappeared, like literally disappeared from that house for nearly 2 hours, how the dog didn't react, and how she could describe seeing something that she shouldn't have. She never said anything more and hasn't repeated it since then, but we moved the baby gate to block off the playroom completely, and I check every night that the doors are locked now, windows are closed, and both kids are accounted for. And I know a lot of people will say kids have wild imaginations or she was sleepwalking or something, but I'm telling you, this was not normal. And I mean, we and the police looked absolutely everywhere, and we just could not find her. So, if anyone has any logical explanation for how a child can disappear from a locked, monitored house for almost 2 hours, with the police searching and canines on the job and everything, without leaving footprints or triggering a dog, I would really, genuinely like to hear it. I live in Washington in an older two-story house from the 1940s. My wife, me, and our 8-year-old daughter live here. The bedrooms, they're all upstairs, and ours has a small walk-in closet on the far wall. The floorboards in that room creak in certain spots, but usually there's nothing more than just a normal house settling sort of sound. The windows are old and single pane, so sound from the outside is muffled, but you can definitely hear it. Now, a few nights ago, my wife told me that she thought that she heard a woman crying, soft, broken, almost a whimper coming from the closet in our room. She said that it woke her up, but by the time that she turned on the light, nothing was there. Our daughter also mentioned hearing it once, but she was too scared to go near the closet. Last night, I was sitting in the room saying some personal prayers before bed. I was standing by the closet and clearly heard the same sound. It wasn't soft or distant or anything too. It felt like it was right next to me, in fact. The crying didn't sound human exactly, I would say. There was almost a mechanical or stuttered sort of quality to it, like a recording played slightly off speed. It was just one short broken cry and then nothing. I kept praying and tried to ignore it, and after I finished, I paced the area where I had heard it, stepping on all the floorboards to see if any of them might have made a similar noise or something, but nothing matched. I even tapped lightly along the walls and the corners. My wife was downstairs watching TV, so I know that it wasn't her. The neighbors live far enough away that a cry really couldn't sound that close. I even went a step further. I checked the closet itself. All the clothes were hanging normally, nothing on the floor, no shadows, no movement. I opened and closed the door several times, tried knocking on the walls, even shined my phone flashlight along the edges, but I couldn't find a thing. After that, I sat in the room for a while, though, just thinking about what the heck could that be? I've read about sleep hallucinations or the brain making sounds out of randomness or whatever, but I mean, I was awake and praying. I wasn't tired or groggy, and the sound was extremely distinct. It's the kind of thing that you don't mistake for anything else, really, too. Earlier today, though, I inspected the exterior near our bedroom window. There's no footprints, no signs of anybody outside, nothing. I also checked security footage from the front and the backyards, but there was nobody around. Here's the part that really freaked me out, though. So I went downstairs and asked my daughter if she had noticed anything strange lately. She hesitated and then quietly said, "Sometimes the lady in the closet cries at me. She shows me the lights and the shiny things. She doesn't like when I come back too soon, but then she lets me go." I asked her what she meant by all this, and she just sort of shrugged, smiling faintly like it was normal. She didn't seem afraid, I guess, but there was something in her tone that just didn't make sense. Almost like she was describing being somewhere else, somewhere not in our house or something. I really haven't slept well since then, too. Every time that I go near that closet, I feel watched now, even though there's no evidence of anything even there. My wife and I, we've both started leaving the closet door open, but even then sometimes I hear quiet creaks or soft cries when it's just me in the room. I'm planning to set up a camera inside the bedroom tonight, focused on that closet. I'm not sure what I'll find, but I need some kind of record because, well, this just doesn't seem to be going away, and I don't want my daughter to grow up thinking that this is normal. So, has anyone else ever experienced something like this? And if you have, then what did you do about it? Honestly, I just don't even know what to think anymore. So I grew up in southern Scotland, and there's a stretch of thick woodland just outside of the village that we used to call the Hollow. Me and a few friends had a little den in there when we were kids. Nothing fancy, just a few logs leaned together, some rope and a tarp, really. For years, too, weird stuff started showing up there. I'm not talking random objects, too. I mean, blankets, jackets, sleeping bags, stuff that didn't make sense. The first time that it happened was 2019 as well. I was about 14 and there were 2 old blankets laid over some scrap metal near a clump of birch trees, and being curious, or maybe stupid, I don't know, I lifted them, expecting maybe a marker for something buried. There was nothing. The ground looked completely normal, in fact. I shrugged it off, a bit weirded out, and I went back to climbing trees and messing around. A few weeks later, though, I noticed one blanket was gone, and 2 jackets had appeared now. I didn't see anyone, and the jackets weren't muddy or worn. They looked almost new, in fact. Weird, but I didn't stick around. For months, it stayed like that too. Sometimes empty, sometimes with bottles or cans scattered around. We'd see the usual trash from people walking nearby, near the country road there, but the jackets and the blankets always seemed deliberately placed. Then, in spring of 2021, it got weirder. Me and a friend, Callum, we went back there and there was an old bike leaning against a tree. It wasn't a kid's bike too. It was a decent adult bike. Rusted a little bit, but in solid shape, I would say. A dark green jacket was draped over the handlebars, and I checked the pocket, and inside were 2 small mussel shells, way close to the coast here, some loose change, a couple of coins from Scotland, and a few English pennies. A tiny scrap from a glue tube, it seemed, the kind that you get in DIY packs. On the back in pen was a series of numbers as well. Lots of decimals, a time, 1540 I think it said, and the name of a small town in Cornwall. At the time I thought that it might be coordinates, but it didn't make sense. We never took photos, and eventually I lost that scrap years ago. After that though, the place went quiet for a while. Then in December of 2024, walking past, I found collapsed tents, sleeping bags, 3 jackets, and a couple of old blankets. It looked like somebody had set up camp and then maybe had left or something. I thought that I would investigate properly later, but I never did because it felt off, I guess. Fast forward to last week, though, I finally went back alone, and everything was gone. Literally nothing except 1 blue coat draped over a branch, a couple of empty beer bottles, and a pack of amber leaf rolling tobacco, empty. I didn't check the coat pockets this time. But here's what really freaks me out. If someone is living there, I should have seen them by now, surely. I mean, I've walked around that woodland at all hours since I was 10. No footprints, no tents, no fires, no signs of anyone. Just objects appearing and disappearing all over the place. And they seem to rotate as well. Like one day there's a jacket there, the next day it's somewhere else and blankets show up, vanish, and come back somewhere new, and then the jackets are back again. It really just doesn't add up. Where are they getting these things from, and who are they? And why leave them out for us like this to see? There's no path that they're using. I mean, I've mapped the entire area now. 2-mile radius, checked every corner, and I cannot find any evidence of repeated visits or anybody else out there. It's almost like the objects just sort of, well, appear on their own. The thing is that sometimes I do catch glimpses of shadows at the edge of the trees there when I'm walking past. Not fully formed and just flashes, but nothing that I can really identify, and sometimes there's a sort of faint smell too. Almost like rotten meat or something, right where a blanket or a jacket appears too. I don't know what it is. My friend stopped going a few years back saying that it was creepy, and honestly, I cannot argue with that. I've thought about staying late one night to try and see it, but the woods feel different after dark there. Silent in a way that's really sort of unnatural. Even sharing this now, I can feel my heart sort of picking up a bit. I've tried logic. I mean, someone collecting old clothes and moving them around, maybe, but why leave the mussel shells, the coin change, and the strange pen markings there? Why rotate the objects like a puzzle that, really, I'm the only one who's going to notice it? I don't have answers, and I've walked past that hollow dozens of times since I saw the blue coat. and I still check basically every week. Sometimes I swear that I see movement in the corner of my eye, but every time that I turn, there's nothing ever there. If anyone has an explanation for how this is possible, I would love to hear it. Again, I've been coming to this place for years now, almost every week, and I still have not seen a soul there. Or if you've seen something like this, stuff appearing and disappearing in the woods like this with no trace of anyone living there, well, it would at least be nice to know that I'm not losing it alone. Back in November of last year, I moved back in with my parents after ending a pretty bad relationship. I'm 23 and the breakup kind of forced me to restart things financially, so moving home made sense for a while at least. My parents' house, it's built on a slope, so the layout is a little bit weird, but what you'd normally call the second floor is actually where the front door is. The kitchen is there as well, the living room and the main bathroom. They're all there too because you have to walk up an outdoor staircase to get there. The lower level sits behind the house and it opens to the backyard, and that's where my room is. The backyard is fenced, but there's also a detached studio apartment back there that my parents rent out. Right now, there's a couple in their late 40s living there with their son, who's probably around 17 or 18. Since their place is in the back, everyone uses the side gate along the driveway to get in and out here as well. I usually use it too, especially if I'm coming home late because it's quieter than walking through the front and potentially waking my parents. As I said too, my room is on the lower floor, facing the backyard. One thing that's important too is my window situation. So, the blinds are those sort of older wooden ones. The bottom slat is broken too, so it's permanently angled open. If somebody stood outside in the yard, they could see straight into my room, in fact. I kept meaning to buy curtains, but I just kept putting it off. Also, my bed is sort of pushed right up against that window as well. Yeah, so not ideal, right? Anyway, about a week after I moved in, I started getting this weird feeling sometimes when I was laying in bed, like someone could see me through that window. It's hard to explain, and not like a noise or anything, but just that feeling that you get when somebody's looking at you. I mentioned it to my mother. She brushed it off, saying that the tenants probably walk through the yard sometimes, and I'm just not used to having people back there. That explanation, it made a lot of sense to me, so I stopped thinking about it. But then, around mid-February, something happened that got my attention again. I work at a restaurant downtown, and on Valentine's Day we were slammed. I ride a bike to work most days, and when my shift ended at around midnight, I went outside and noticed that my rear tire was completely flat, like totally dead. So instead of riding home, I had to walk the bike the whole way. It's about a 30-minute walk as well, mostly through quiet streets, and at one point I started getting that same weird feeling again, like somebody was behind me. I stopped a couple of times and looked around, but didn't see anyone. No footsteps either. Still though, I pulled out the little stun device that I carry just in case, and I kept walking. Eventually I got home and went through the side gate like usual. I unlocked the back door and I stepped inside. The second that the lights came on, though, was when I noticed that something was wrong. My bedroom door was open. Now, that might not sound like a big deal to you guys, but I always close it before leaving. We have a dog that will absolutely raid my room if the door is open, especially because I sometimes keep snacks in there. Learned that one the hard way once when he ate half a bag of chocolate. I know, really not good for dogs too. But the layout down there is pretty open, and when you enter through the back door, you're standing in this sort of big storage area with boxes and shelves everywhere. And from there, you can see the hallway where the rooms are. First room on the left is a small bathroom, and the second door is mine, then my dad's office and the stairs at the far end. So, from the moment that I walked in, I could clearly see my door standing open. I just sort of froze there for a second, staring at it. My first thought was that maybe my mum or dad came downstairs at some point for something and forgot to close it. But they almost never come down there unless they need something from storage, and are even less likely to go into my room of all places. Still though, I was exhausted from the trip home, and honestly I just didn't want to deal with it at the time. I checked my room quickly. Nothing looked out of place. My stuff was where I left it, and the window was still closed too. So I shut the door, changed clothes, and I went straight to bed. The next morning I asked my parents if either of them had gone into my room the night before, and both said no. That same day too, I ran into the guy who lives in the guest unit when I was taking the trash out, and I asked him casually if he had seen anyone around the yard late at night before, and he said that he hadn't noticed anything unusual. I tried to just drop it after that, to be honest. But then, about 3 weeks ago, something else happened. It was one of my days off, and I spent most of the day in bed watching movies on my laptop. At some point it got dark outside, and I didn't even notice until my mum came downstairs asking if I could lower the volume because she and my dad were trying to sleep upstairs. So I turned it down and kept watching. But around midnight I heard a quick tapping sound on the window. Just a couple of taps, and I looked over but didn't see anything clearly. For a split second though, I thought that I saw something move away, but it was so fast that I figured that maybe it was just a branch or maybe a raccoon or something. So again, I just sort of shrugged it off. Later that night though, probably at around 1:30 in the morning, I started feeling that same being watched thing again. It sounds dumb, I know, but it's the only way that I can really describe it. I kept glancing over to the window, but it was too dark to see anything. Eventually I shut the laptop off and I went to sleep. But a few hours later, I woke up to a faint tapping noise again. I was half asleep at first, and I thought that it was my dog scratching at the door. But then I rolled over and looked toward the window, and I could clearly see the outline of a person standing outside, just a dark shape through the blinds. Whoever it was close enough too that I could see their arm moving as they tapped the glass, slow, steady taps. I didn't move at first. My whole body just sort of locked up, in fact. I stayed like that watching for what felt like forever. Realistically, it was probably 10 minutes or so, maybe a little more, but the person didn't try to break the window or say anything. Just stood there and tapped occasionally. Then, suddenly, they stepped away and disappeared out of view. The second that I was sure that they were gone, I grabbed whatever that I could reach, my phone charger, pillow, the dog, and I just ran upstairs. I slept on the couch that night, and honestly, I haven't gone back to sleeping in my room since then. And during the day, everything looks normal outside too. No footprints, no damage, nothing moved. The tenants say that they haven't seen anyone back there either, and my parents think that it was probably some random guy who jumped the fence or someone messing around, but that explanation just doesn't really sit right with me because, the yard is pretty enclosed and you'd have to know the layout to even get to my window in the dark. For now, I just sleep upstairs in the living room, and I also ordered blackout curtains and a small camera for the backyard as well. And look, maybe it really was just a creep passing through, but the thing that keeps bothering me is this. Whoever was outside that night was standing exactly where they would need to be to see my bed through that broken blind, which means they either got very lucky or they knew exactly where to stand. Also, the timing of the flat tire on my bike, well, that is really weirdly coincidental. When I was about 17, around 2003 or 2004, things at home were pretty tense most of the time. My stepdad and I didn't really get along, and arguments would blow up over stupid stuff, really. If things got heated enough to, I'd either get told to leave for the night, or I'd just grab my jacket and walk out before it escalated. It happened often enough too that wandering around late at night became pretty normal for me. This was in a small coastal town too, and not a big city or anything. Most nights after midnight, the streets were completely dead. I'd usually just sort of walk loops through the same few neighborhoods until I cooled off or got tired enough to head back. One night, I remember pretty clearly because it was cold and quiet in that weird way where you can hear your own footsteps echo a bit. It must have been around 1:30 or 2 in the morning. I was walking uphill toward the street after being out for a couple of hours. There were no other people around, no houses with lights on, nothing. And about halfway up the hill, I heard a car coming from behind me. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I mean, cars pass now and then on the street, even late. But this one slowed, and it got really close to me. It pulled up beside me and just kind of idled there, matching my walking speed. I glanced over for a second. The driver was this heavy-set guy, probably in his 40s or 50s. Big round face, short dark hair, thick neck. His expression was weirdly blank, but his eyes were fixed on me in a way that immediately made me feel really uncomfortable. He leaned slightly toward the open window and said something like, "Hey, come here a sec." Not aggressive exactly, but not friendly either. Just very direct. Back then it wasn't all that rare for grown men to shout weird stuff at teenage girls walking alone. It happened enough that I usually just told them to get lost and keep going. But something about this guy made my stomach drop instantly. I can't explain it properly, but it was just that gut sort of reaction where you suddenly feel like you need to get away. So instead of saying anything, I just sort of looked straight ahead and kept walking faster like I didn't hear him. The car rolled ahead of me a few meters and stopped. Now he was parked slightly in front of me on the road. As I got closer, he turned his head and watched me past the driver's door. Again, he said something, this time louder. I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like, "Hey, I'm talking to you." I didn't even look at him that time. I just kept walking and focused on the end of the street where my house was, about 2 blocks away now. Then the engine revved, and he sped off. For a second I thought that was the end of it too, but maybe 15 seconds later, I heard the same engine coming back. I turned my head and saw the car making a fast U-turn down the street. It pulled up next to me, but this time he braked harder and stopped closer. I was standing right next to the driver's window now, and I stepped backward and crossed the road quickly without saying anything. At this point, my house was visible up the hill, and I remember thinking very clearly that I needed to get there before he tried anything else. But the car accelerated past me again, went further up the road, then turned around a second time. This one was way more aggressive too. You could hear the tires scrape a bit, and then he swung the car around. He pulled up about 5 meters ahead of me, and this time he flung the driver's door open before the car had even completely stopped. That was the moment that I panicked too. Instead of heading straight for my place, I cut across the street and ran into my neighbor's driveway because it was closer. The yard had these tall hedges along the side that made a narrow path between the house and the fence. I sprinted down that gap and ducked around the back corner toward our side door. Our place had a sort of small recessed doorway that was kind of hidden from the street if the lights were off. My hands were shaking badly while I tried to get my key in the lock, and while I was fumbling around, I heard the car slowly sort of crawl into the driveway. He was now in the entrance behind me. I froze and crouched into the doorway as much as I could. From where I was standing, I could see part of the driveway through the hedge. The car had stopped near the top. The driver got out and walked a few steps down the driveway too, looking around like he was trying to see where I'd gone. He didn't rush, and that is something that I remember very clearly. He just moved slowly, scanning the yard and the bushes. For a second, I was convinced that he had seen me too, because I could hear gravel crunching under his shoes as he came a little bit closer. But the alcove that I was standing in, it was completely pitch dark. The porch light had been broken for months, so the whole side of that house was basically pitch black. He stood there for maybe 10 seconds. I noticed something in his hand, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. Then he turned around, walked back to the car, and thankfully drove away. I stayed in that doorway for another minute, just listening in case he came back. When I finally got inside, my brother was still awake watching TV, and I told him what happened. He sort of laughed it off at the time, saying that the guy was probably just drunk or something. We were both teenagers, so it didn't really sink in just how weird that situation was until later. After that night, though, I tried to avoid walking around that late by myself, but life moved on, and eventually I stopped thinking about it. Then, about 5 or 6 years later, I was watching the news and they showed a mugshot of a man who had just been arrested for a string of attacks on women across several towns in the region. I mean, kidnappings, assaults, a couple of murders that had gone unsolved for years, apparently. The camera stayed on his photo for a while, and I suddenly felt this weird jolt of, recognition. It was the same heavy round face, same dark eyes that looked kind of empty. The report said that he'd been operating through the early 2000s, mostly targeting women walking alone late at night. Several incidences had happened within a 20 to 30 mile radius of where I grew up, in fact. Now, I am not saying that it was definitely the same guy. I mean, I cannot prove that, but man, the timing, the area, and the way that he behaved that night, it all lined up way too neatly. Back when it happened too, I shrugged it off pretty quickly. I was young and figured that weird stuff just happened sometimes. Now I'm in my 30s with kids of my own, and when I think about that night, it bothers me so much more than it used to. Mostly because I keep replaying how easily things could have gone differently if my house had been just even 1 block further away, or if that side door light had been working. Anyway, that's why I get nervous when I see teenagers wandering around alone at night now, and at the time it just felt like some creepy guy being annoying, but looking back, I'm not sure that that's all that it really was. I've had a few weird things happen over the years that I still cannot really explain. None of them sound crazy on their own, but when I think back on them, they still make me uneasy. I'll just lay them out how they happened here so you guys can follow along. So the first one was around 2011 when my husband got locked up for DUI for a few weeks. At the time, I was living alone in this tiny rental in a small town. The place was barely bigger than a studio. The front door opened into a combined living room and kitchen area, and there was a short sort of hallway that led to the bedroom and the bathroom. From my bed, I could see straight out into the kitchen if the bedroom door was open as well. I usually left the door open because the place felt less claustrophobic that way. One night, I stayed up late watching TV and was messing around on my laptop. I remember checking the microwave clock before going to bed, and it said something like 2:45 in the morning. I shut everything off, fed the cats, and I eventually went to bed. I had 3 cats at the time, in fact, 1 older female and 2 younger ones that followed her around constantly. I must have been drifting in and out of sleep too when something woke me suddenly. I didn't know what it was at first. I was sort of just lying there half awake trying to figure out why I was so alert suddenly. But then I heard it. It sounded like a woman screaming from the kitchen. Not yelling words, but just a loud, sharp scream like someone had gotten hurt or was surprised or something. It only lasted maybe a second or two, but before I could even sit up, all 3 cats bolted into the bedroom at full speed. Their claws were sliding on the floor like they couldn't get traction, and they jumped onto the bed immediately. What freaked me out too was how they positioned themselves. The 2 younger ones pressed themselves tight against my sides like they were trying to hide against me, and the older one sort of climbed right onto my back. All 3 of them were stiff though, ears pinned down, eyes wide open. They stayed like that too for at least half an hour. They didn't move when I tried to shift them around, and normally if I moved even a little bit, they'd jump off the bed, but that night they stayed locked in place all night. I kept listening for something else in the house, but I never heard anything else. At one point I grabbed my phone and I turned the flashlight on and I pointed it toward the kitchen area, but Nothing was out of place. The back door was still locked. The cats didn't relax though until it started getting light outside. The weird thing is that animals usually calm down after a minute or two if they get startled like that. But that night they stayed tense until sunrise, like they were waiting for something. I never figured out what that scream was. And a couple of years later, something else happened that bothered me for a completely different reason. I was staying with my family in a small property just outside of Tucson. My brother had a place there, and my nephew was about 3 at the time, I think. The houses on the property, they were arranged kind of weird there, and my brother's family lived in the main house, and I was staying in a small converted garage at the back. And one morning, I got up early and went to shower before everybody else woke up. I had just turned the water on when I clearly heard my nephew yelling my name from outside. Not just talking, but yelling like kids do when they want your attention. I heard him call me twice, in fact. So I shut the water off, grabbed a towel, and I ran outside, thinking that maybe he had gotten into something or hurt himself. But the yard? It was empty. My brother was standing in the doorway of the main house drinking coffee, and I asked where my nephew was. He looked confused and said that the kid was still asleep inside. Then he asked me if I had just heard him yelling, because apparently he had heard it too. We both went inside and checked, and sure enough, my nephew was passed out in his bed. That one always bothered me more as well because, well, 2 of us heard the exact same thing. A while after that, my husband and I were renting a different place with a roommate in Spokane. This one happened super early in the morning, maybe around 4:30 or so. So, the 3 of us were awake because my husband woke early for a shift, and we were all sitting near the kitchen window smoking before he left. I was leaning back in the chair facing the window when something moved past the side of my head. At first I thought it was smoke blowing weirdly from the cigarette, but it moved way too quickly. And it looked like a pale grey shape, I would say. Kind of like a head and shoulders, or the outline of it, really. But it was sort of see-through. It passed right between me and the wall, and then it was gone. I turned around immediately, and our roommate was staring straight at me with this sort of shocked look. She asked me, "Did you see that?" Which was not what I wanted to hear, to be honest, because that meant that it wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me. None of us really said much after that, though. My husband just sort of put his cigarette out and, well, he left for work. The last weird stuff happened years earlier when I was about 14. So my mum took me on a bus trip to visit some family in Cleveland because my grandmother was really sick at the time. We stayed at my aunt's house while we were there, and their house had a finished basement where my cousin's bedroom was. She was letting me use her room while I visited, and she asked if I could braid her hair in the morning before school. That night I went down there to sleep, and sometime early in the morning, I sort of half woke up and heard the basement door at the top of the stairs open and close. Then I heard someone walking down the stairs slowly. They stopped outside of the bedroom door and there was a quiet knock, then footsteps going back up the stairs. I assumed it was my cousin getting up for school, so I got out of bed and went upstairs. But when I did, everybody was still asleep. The lights were all off and the house was completely quiet. I went back downstairs thinking that maybe I had dreamt it or something. After I laid back down, though, I heard the same thing again. The basement door opened this time too, and there were steps on the stairs. This time the bedroom doorknob started moving as well, like somebody was trying to turn it over and over again. Then it stopped and the footsteps went back up the stairs again. Well, that was enough for me. I went upstairs and woke my uncle up and told him that I wasn't staying in that room anymore. He thought that I was just being dramatic, but he grabbed my bag for me anyway. I slept on the couch for the rest of the trip, and the weird part about that house is something strange happened there again years later. My brother stayed there when we went back for a cousin's wedding at one point, and he was sleeping in a spare room toward the back of the house. Nobody ever got the full story out of him, but apparently something happened during that night because the next morning he was sitting upright in bed holding a pillow and refused to stay there another night and just left. I mean, he literally packed up and went to stay with another relative instead. He was that spooked by whatever happened. He still won't explain what happened to this day as well. A few months after that, there was an electrical fire that started in the same back room. It spread fast enough that most of the house had to be rebuilt, in fact. I'm not saying that any of these things are really connected in any way. I mean, they probably are not, but old houses make noises and people hear things wrong. Brains do weird stuff when you're half asleep, right? But those moments, they always stuck with me because each time somebody else was there who heard or saw the same thing. And really, that's the part that I find the hardest to explain. I lived in a really strange house for about a year when I was in my early 20s, around 2014 or so. It was an older neighborhood on the edge of Nottingham. My parents had bought the place cheap because it needed a lot of work, and the plan was to renovate it and sell it later. At the time I was still living with them, so I ended up staying there during most of the renovation. From the outside, the place just looked like a normal older terrace house, I guess. Inside, it was a bit odd, though. There was this partial upper level built into the main room, kind of like a mezzanine platform that overlooked the living area. The previous owners had turned that space into a small bedroom, and a cramped bathroom, too. The bathroom up there was absolutely tiny as well. There was no window and just one weak ceiling light, and old plumbing that made noise all the time. It was the kind of room where you didn't want to stay longer than necessary because it felt really closed in. Now, not long after we started tearing parts of the house apart, weird things started happening. At first, it was small stuff. Like, I'd be downstairs watching TV, for instance, and I would see something move quickly along the mezzanine railing out of the corner of my eye. When I'd look directly at it, there was nothing there, though. It happened often enough that I stopped mentioning it because I figured that it was just my eyes adjusting to shadows or something like that. My mother had the opposite reaction, though. She thought that the whole thing was really interesting. If something odd happened, she'd literally talk into the room like somebody was there as well. She would say stuff like, "We're just fixing the place up," or "Don't worry about it." I always thought that that was a terrible idea, but she found it funny for some reason. Two things happened there that I still remember clearly too. The first one happened while I was using the upstairs bathroom. So one night I decided to take a bath because the shower downstairs had been ripped out during the renovation. It was probably around, 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. My parents were somewhere else in the house working on drywall, I think, and while I was sitting there, I started hearing a tapping noise inside of the wall near the sink. At first, it sounded like normal construction noise, so I ignored it. My dad had tools running half the time anyway, so it was probably just one of them. But after a few minutes, it didn't stop. It actually got more regular, like someone tapping their fingers on wood. I sort of sat up thinking that my dad might be drilling or hammering on the other side of the wall or something. That's when I noticed the toilet paper roll. It was spinning on its own. At first I thought that maybe the loose end had fallen and gravity was pulling it down, but that's not what it looked like. The roll was turning fast, like somebody was pulling the paper straight outward. The strip of paper was sticking straight out from the wall, almost perfectly horizontal. It kept unwinding faster and faster as well. There were no windows open, no vent blowing air, nothing that really could have caused it. I stared at it for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it, and then the roll spun so quickly that the paper started piling onto the floor. That was enough for me. I got out of the tub immediately, wrapped a towel around myself, and I walked straight out of that bathroom. I didn't even stop to turn the light off in the end. When I told my mother about it, she laughed and said something like, maybe it doesn't like the renovations. Not exactly comforting, right? The second thing happened months later, after my bedroom had been moved downstairs, while we were remodeling the mezzanine area. So my new room was at the front of the house facing the street. It had these big built-in wardrobes along one wall that previous owners had installed there. The doors were old wood panels that creaked whenever the house shifted. I also had this tall metal floor lamp next to my bed that I bought from IKEA. It had a thin metal pole and a heavy base, and a lot of little things happened in that room over time. My phone would randomly light up in the middle of the night, even when there was no notifications. A couple of books on my desk would be open in the morning, even though I knew that I left them closed. Once, my old MP3 player started playing music while it was sitting on the shelf. Stuff like this is easy enough to explain away though, right? I mean, electronics glitch, houses shift, whatever. But one night, something happened that I couldn't really brush off anymore. It was late, probably after midnight, and I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. Then I heard tapping. At first, it sounded like it was coming from the wardrobe doors across the room, just a light knock every few seconds. I ignored it, thinking that maybe the wood was expanding or whatever. Then the tapping moved, and it sounded closer. A few seconds later, too, it came from the metal lamp beside my bed. A very clear ting sound, like someone lightly hitting the pole with a fingernail. Then it happened again and again. I sat up in bed listening. The room was completely still, but the tapping kept happening on that lamp. Then it shifted again, this time to the wooden headboard behind me. 3 slow knocks right behind my head. At that point, I was wide awake. And before I could even stand up, the bed frame started shaking. Not a little vibration either. The whole thing moved, like somebody had grabbed the end of the mattress and shoved it sideways. As you can probably imagine, I didn't stay there to investigate any further. I jumped out of bed and went straight for the door. My plan was to just sleep on the couch downstairs in the end. Our dog was old at the time and couldn't climb the stairs anymore, so he usually slept in the living room anyway. So I figured that I would just stay near him. When I got to the bottom of the staircase, there was something that I noticed that stopped me for a second though. Right near the base of the railing, there was what I can only describe as like a dark shape that didn't look like a normal shadow. It was taller than me, maybe around 2 meters, I would say, and it looked like a thick cloud of smoke, just sitting there. Not moving or anything, but more like slowly swirling in place, I would say. The hallway light behind it was on, but the shape was blocking part of that light in a way that really didn't make much sense to me. I stared at it for maybe 2 seconds, and then I decided that I didn't want to be in that house anymore that night, and so I grabbed my keys, went outside, and I slept in my car parked down the street. The next morning, everything in the house looked normal again, though. My parents stayed there for another few months until the renovations were finished. Nothing that extreme ever happened to me again, but I also stopped sleeping in that room after that. Eventually, they sold the place and we moved on. I still don't know what half of that stuff was. I mean, old houses do weird things, and your brain can mess with you when you're tired, for sure. And some of that stuff, I'm sure, can be explained away as just glitches or whatever. But I know what I saw with that toilet roll, and I know that the bed didn't shake by itself. I also know that I saw that black, dark mass, and I also definitely remember choosing to sleep in a freezing car instead of going back inside that house. This happened when I was around 13, so sometime around 2007. My family had moved away from the Midwest a few years earlier, but we still went back every now and then to visit people that we knew. On one of those trips, we stayed a few nights in an older hotel. It wasn't some abandoned creepy place or anything like that, just one of those older brick hotels that probably had been around since like the 60s or the 70s. We booked 2 rooms because there were 5 of us. My parents stayed in one and my older brother and I were in the other. And the first thing that I remember about that room was that it made me uncomfortable the second that I walked in there. Nothing obvious was wrong. The lights worked, the place looked clean enough, beds were normal hotel beds. But for whatever reason, I just didn't like being in there. I didn't say anything because I was a kid and I assumed I was being weird about staying somewhere unfamiliar, but the layout of the room was kind of awkward too. When you opened the main door from the hallway, you immediately faced a corner of the room, for instance. On the left side of that corner was the bathroom door, and on the right side was the door leading back out to the hallway. The beds were further inside of the room as well, near the windows, which was a bit strange, but if you were standing near the entrance, you were basically between these two doors. The first night that I slept there, I had a really intense nightmare too. In the dream, I was lying in the exact position that I had fallen asleep in, facing the wall, and in the dream I knew something was behind me in the room. I couldn't see it, but I knew that it was moving slowly toward the bed. I also had this weird sense that if it reached me, that I wouldn't wake up again. Then I woke up suddenly. My heart was racing and I was sweating, and my brother was asleep in the other bed, and the room looked normal to me. I figured that it was just a bad dream from being somewhere new in the end. The next day I spent most of the time out with friends who still lived in that area. I didn't think about the room much until later that night, in fact. But when I got back to the hotel, my parents told me that my brother was going to stay with one of his friends for the rest of the week. And that meant that I was going to be alone in that room now. As soon as I stepped back inside of that room, that uneasy feeling hit me again too, but it was way stronger this time. It's hard to explain, but it was like my brain was telling me that something was off, even though everything looked normal. I tried to avoid going back to the room for as long as possible that night. I hung out in my parents' room watching TV until they told me that I needed to go and get some sleep. That night, I had that same dream again too. Same position in bed, same feeling that something was coming toward me from the other side of the room. Except this time, in the dream, it felt way closer than before. What made the dream extra strange too is that I could clearly see the wall in front of me, like the room lights were on, even though I knew that I was asleep. At some point I woke up again and realized that I was in the exact same position as the dream, facing the wall lying on my side. I sat up quickly and turned around toward the rest of the room. The lights were off, but I could see the outlines of the furniture from the light coming through the curtains. And nothing was there. Still though, I had that strong feeling that someone had just been standing near the bed watching me. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep again, but I woke up exhausted the next morning. The third day went the same way too. I was out with friends most of the day and tried not to think about the room at all, and that night the dream happened again. This time the thing in the dream felt like it was right behind me too. I woke up with that really strong feeling that somebody was standing over the bed again, and for a few seconds I just couldn't move at all, which was really weird. I just stared at the wall in front of me, trying to get the nerve to roll over. When I finally did turn around, the room looked darker than the previous nights. The city lights from outside usually lit the room a little bit, but this time it looked almost completely black. That was the moment that I decided that I was going to ask my parents if I could just sleep on the extra bed in their room for the rest of the trip. The next day, too, something happened that made things way worse. So I had been visiting a friend's house during the afternoon, and I decided that I wanted to bring over a video game that I had left in the hotel room. It was an old Xbox game that I thought that he'd want to try, and so I went back to the hotel by myself to grab it. It was the middle of the day, bright outside, normal activity in the hallways, nothing strange. But the second that I unlocked that door, the room door, and stepped inside, that same uncomfortable feeling came back instantly. And I mean, it went from 0 to full panic mode in about 2 seconds this time. I started looking around the room for the game case, but I just couldn't find it anywhere. I checked the desk, the bed, under the TV, and then I heard a noise come from behind me. It sounded like the bathroom door slowly moving. I turned around immediately and saw that the door had opened a few inches now. I thought that maybe it hadn't latched when I left earlier. Old hotel doors can do that sometimes. The problem was that my bag was sitting on the floor right next to the bathroom door, so if the game was anywhere, it was probably going to be in there. I walked over and started digging through that bag, and the second that I looked down, I heard that door move again, another slow creak. I snapped my head up and saw the bathroom door had opened a little bit more now. It was about a quarter of the way open now, I would say. I sort of stared at it for a while, waiting to see if it moved again, but it stayed still this time. At that point, I was trying to convince myself that it was just a loose hinge or maybe air pressure or something like that. So I looked back down at the bag, and almost immediately, the door creaked again. This time when I looked up, it was open about halfway as well, and from where I was standing, I could see part of the inside of the bathroom now, but it looked really oddly dark in there. Darker than it should have been, considering the curtains in the main room were open and letting in daylight. Well, at that point, I didn't care about the game anymore. The problem was, though, is that leaving that room, I had to walk right past the bathroom doorway because the way the entrance was set up. I stood there for a second, trying to decide what to do. Then I started moving slowly toward the exit, while keeping my eyes on the bathroom door. I must have made it maybe one step before my brain basically decided that I was done being brave. I ran the last few steps to the room door and I yanked it open, and right as I stepped into the hallway, I heard the bathroom door slam all the way open behind me. It hit the wall hard enough to make a loud bang even. For a split second, I glanced toward the doorway while I was leaving, and all I saw inside of that bathroom now was complete darkness, like the light from the room didn't even exist anymore in there. I didn't stick around to figure out what was going on, though. I went straight to my parents' room and told them that I left my key in my room and I needed them to come with me to grab it. When we went back together and opened the door, everything looked normal, though. The bathroom door was completely closed, not halfway open, not open at all, in fact. Closed tight like it had been shut the whole time. I grabbed my stuff and I told my parents that I wanted to stay with my friend for the rest of the trip, and that was pretty much the end of it. Looking back now as an adult, I can think of possible explanations for some of the things that happened. I mean, old doors move on their own, lighting can play tricks on you, and being tired can make your brain jump to conclusions, but I still remember how that door only moved whenever I looked away from it. I will never forget the darkness in that room, just how completely dark it actually was. And I also remember hearing it slam open the exact moment that I ran out of that room. This happened a few years ago, around 2021. I've told pieces of it before, but never the full version. And out of all the weird stuff that I've had happen in my life, this one is the one that still makes me uncomfortable even thinking about it. A quick bit of context first, though. I'm not someone who thinks every strange noise is a ghost or whatever, but I do get this really strong gut feeling sometimes when something is off. I don't mean seeing spirits or anything dramatic like that, just this sudden feeling like you're not alone or that something is wrong. My mum is the complete opposite, though. She thinks every paranormal story has a normal explanation for it. Anyway, my mum and my aunt and my younger cousin and we took a trip in late summer in 2021. We rented a small vacation house for about 5 days. The main plan was to spend most of the time going to the parks, so the rental was just supposed to be a place to sleep. The house itself wasn't big. When you walked in the front door, there was a kitchen directly ahead, and to the right was a short hallway that had the bathroom and 2 small bedrooms. One of those was mine, and the other was my mum's. On the left side of the house, there was a living room and another bedroom where my aunt and cousin were staying. Pretty normal layout, really. Nothing that really stood out. So the first day was completely uneventful, to be honest. We got there late afternoon, unpacked, ordered some food, watched TV for a bit, then everyone went to bed. No weird feelings and nothing strange. The second night is when the first thing happened. So I was still awake at around 11 p.m. scrolling through my phone. The house was quiet, so I assumed everyone else had already gone to sleep, and my bedroom door was closed, but the wall behind my bed connected to the kitchen area. After a while, I started hearing the microwave keypad being pressed. Not the microwave actually running, but just the buttons making the little sort of electronic beep sound over and over again. It happened a few times too in a row. I figured that my cousin had gotten up to eat something. She was always snacking late at night. But the microwave never actually started, just the random button sounds. After a minute or two it stopped, and I went to sleep thinking nothing of it, really. The next morning, while we were driving to one of the parks, I sort of casually asked who was messing with the microwave late the night before, and everyone said that it wasn't them. My cousin actually said that she heard the same beeping through the wall and assumed that I was the one out in the kitchen. We joked about it for a minute and then we moved on. That night, though, things got stranger. So we got back from the park exhausted and everyone went to bed early that night. I was again the last person awake, probably around 10 or 10:30. And not long after I turned the lights off, I started hearing knocking behind my bed. At first it sounded faint, just a tap every once in a while. I assumed it was someone in the neighboring rental unit, or maybe pipes in the wall or whatever. But after about 10 minutes, it got louder and more regular, almost like somebody was tapping their knuckles on drywall. I turned my lamp on and the knocking stopped immediately, and when I turned the light back off, it started again. That alone was pretty annoying, but not terrifying. But what actually scared me happened about an hour later. So, I was lying there staring at the doorway because I couldn't fall asleep that night. The hallway light outside of my room was on, so I could see part of the doorway. And then I saw what looked like a small white ball of light moving slowly into the room. It came from the hallway area, and it floated about halfway across the room before quickly disappearing back toward the door. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, I would say, but I sat up instantly because I thought it might have been a reflection from a car outside or something. But the window in that room faced the backyard, and there were no cars back there as far as I knew. At that point, I turned the lights back on, and I left them on that night. For the next couple of hours, I kept hearing the same things too. Knocking on the wall behind the bed, then from the bathroom wall, and occasionally those microwave buttons beeping again from the kitchen. This went on until around 2 in the morning as well, before everything finally stopped and I managed to get a little bit of sleep. The next day, I told everyone what happened, and nobody took it seriously. My mum especially thought that I was exaggerating because I'd already told them about the microwave thing the night before. I dropped it in the end and I went out again for the day. But here's where things really escalated. So on the 4th day, my aunt and my cousin left early for a volleyball tournament, about an hour away. They planned to stay overnight near the venue, so it was just going to be me and my mum at the house that evening. Around 8 p.m, we were both sitting in her room watching TV when I heard the knocking again, same exact spot behind my bed down the hallway. I didn't even say anything at first because I figured that she would just brush it off again. But after a minute, she looked at me and said, "Do you hear that?" Then it moved. The tapping started coming from the bathroom wall instead, then from somewhere in the living room area. Not super loud, but definitely noticeable. We both got up and checked around the house thinking that maybe someone was outside or something was hitting the walls or something, but there was nothing that we could find. Then we heard something fall in the other bedroom across the house, a loud plastic clatter. It sounded like a bottle getting knocked off of a table. We went to check and found a water bottle on the floor near the bed. It had been sitting upright on the dresser earlier, though. At that point, my mum started taking it a bit more seriously, and while we were standing there, the knocking started again, but this time it was coming from multiple spots around the house. Walls, kitchen area, hallway. Not constant banging or anything dramatic, but just taps from different directions. But it definitely kept happening, and we were both hearing it. The atmosphere in the house started feeling really uncomfortable all of a sudden, too. Hard to explain, but both of us definitely felt it. We decided then that we were done staying there for the night. So we started packing up our bags to go to get a new hotel, and while I was carrying my duffel bag down the hallway toward the living room, I heard footsteps directly behind me, heavy ones, like someone walking right on my heels. I turned around immediately, but my mum was still in her room on the other side of the hallway, and no one was there. That was the moment that I just said out loud something like, "All right, we're leaving." And the weirdest part of the whole situation happened right then. Everything stopped. No more knocking, no more sounds. The weird tension in the house just disappeared all of a sudden. We still left anyway and stayed the night at a hotel nearby because, well, we were too freaked out to stay any longer. The next day, we went back to grab the rest of our stuff before our flight home, and the house was completely normal again. Nothing moved, no sounds, nothing weird. I have thought about this over the years too and tried to come up with any sort of explanation for it, but I just have really struggled to. I do know that both my mum and I heard those knocks coming from different parts of the house, and the timing of everything suddenly stopping the moment that we said that we were leaving, that's the part that still sticks with me the most. This happened when I was in my early 20s while I was studying nursing. I think it was around 2016 or maybe 2017. The university had student housing, specifically for nursing and midwifery students. It was located right on the grounds of the hospital where we did a lot of our training. The hospital, it was in Manchester, and the accommodation block sat on the far end of the property, behind a couple of older buildings. It was basically a cheap dorm setup for healthcare students, really. Long hallways, shared kitchen, and a bunch of small private rooms. One of the things that people always mentioned when they first moved in was that the morgue building was only a short walk away behind the pathology wing. Most people joked about it, but it did make the place feel a bit weird late at night when you were walking back from a shift. When I first moved in, I figured that the uneasy feeling that I had was just nerves. It was the first time that I'd lived away from home after all, and the building was older and kind of run down too. Pipes made noises, the floor creaked a lot, stuff like that. But after a few weeks, I started noticing things that didn't quite add up. At first it was small things, like I'd leave something on my desk, go to the shared kitchen, come back, and it would be somewhere else in the room. Nothing dramatic, but more like things like my phone being on the opposite side of the desk, or maybe a notebook moved onto the bed. I assumed I was just forgetting where I put things at first. But then the nightmares began. They weren't normal bad dreams either. It was always the same basic theme. I'd be asleep in my room, but in the dream I knew something else was in there with me. I wouldn't see it clearly, but I knew that it was standing somewhere behind me. The dreams were intense enough that I'd wake up with my heart racing like I'd just run somewhere. Around the same time, too, I started getting this weird sense that something bad was about to happen occasionally. Not all the time, but just sort of random moments where I'd suddenly feel on edge. One afternoon, too, I had that exact feeling while I was walking through the hallway to the kitchen. I remember thinking that it was stupid because, well, nothing was actually happening. But about 5 seconds later, the heavy fire door at the end of the hall slammed shut right as I was reaching for it and caught 2 of my fingers. It was nothing serious in the end, but man, it hurt enough to make me drop what I was carrying. Stuff like that happened a few times too, where I'd get that weird gut feeling and then something would go wrong shortly afterward. During my second term, I ended up taking in a hamster from another student who couldn't keep it anymore. She was moving out and basically said that if someone didn't take it, that she was going to leave it behind. So I kept the hamster in a glass tank in my room. The hamster was pretty active at night and would run around the tank and chew on things. It was pretty normal, really. One night, though, I woke up to a sound coming from the cage that didn't match anything that I'd heard before. It sounded like a low growl. I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous because hamsters don't really make noises like that, at least not that I've ever heard. But that's what it sounded like, a low, irritated growling noise. The hamster was standing still in the corner of the cage, staring toward the door of my room while making that sound. It did it for maybe 10 seconds before stopping. After that, it went back to running on the wheel like nothing had happened. Another thing that happened fairly often involved the shared kitchen. So sometimes when I knew that I was alone in the apartment, I'd hear what sounded like somebody using dishes out there, the sound of cupboards opening or plates moving around. The first couple of times I checked because, well, I assumed one of my flatmates had come home quietly. But every time, the kitchen was empty. The weirdest issue, though, involved the oven. This happened multiple times over a few months, in fact. So I'd put something in to cook and set the temperature to something like 180 degrees Celsius. Then 10 minutes later, I noticed the oven was blasting at like maximum heat. At first, I assumed that I must have accidentally turned the dial too far. But then two of the girls that I shared the place with mentioned the exact same problem. They thought that I was messing with the settings as some kind of a prank, in fact. The problem with that theory is that it happened to me as well when I was alone in the apartment and they weren't even home. So, unless the oven dial was broken, none of us really knew why it kept happening. The general feeling in that building also got worse over time. Whenever I went back home during breaks and then came back to the dorm, the moment that I unlocked my room, I'd get this immediate sense of tension, like walking back into a place where you knew that something just wasn't right. One of the nurses supervising my ICU placement ended up knowing about the building too, and one night during a break I mentioned the dorms to her and asked if she knew anything about them. She immediately said yes, and told me that she actually lived there years earlier when the hospital used to let staff rent the rooms there. Then, she told me something really interesting. She said that she once complained to the housing office because she kept hearing someone running through the flat above hers late at night. Heavy footsteps, back and forth for long stretches, and she couldn't get any sleep. When she reported it, they told her, though, that apparently nobody was living in the room above her. She also said that once when a friend was visiting, they both noticed what looked like somebody standing near the kitchen doorway out of the corner of their eyes, and they turned and looked, but there was nothing there. The story, it didn't really help my nerves at all, and the worst experience that I had there, that happened near the end of my stay there. So I had fallen asleep after a long shift, and I had a really disturbing dream. In the dream, there was an elderly woman standing at the foot of my bed, wearing a hospital gown. Her face looked wrong somehow, and she was laughing in a way that felt sort of aggressive rather than normal. In the dream, she said that she was going to take something from me. Then I woke up immediately. Except I couldn't move. It was like full sleep paralysis. I was awake but completely stuck, and I could see my room clearly, but my body just wouldn't respond. That feeling lasted maybe 20 seconds, but it felt way longer than that. After that night, I started leaving the bedside lamp on when I slept. The strange thing is that I had originally planned to move out earlier that year, but I ended up failing one module and had to stay in the dorms longer than I expected. And for months, I kept having this weird thought that I was somehow stuck there and would never get out of the place. But thankfully, eventually I did finish the course requirements and I moved out a few months later. when I talked about that place with other nursing students after leaving, quite a few of them admitted that they didn't like staying there either. Several said that they felt uneasy in the building but could never explain why. And I still clearly remember that hamster staring at that door and making that weird sound that night. So strange. And I definitely remember how relieved I felt the day that I finally moved out of that place. This one is long, but stick with me because it all connects. It's probably the strangest, most intense thing that I've ever experienced in the bush, and it still messes with my head a bit. It happened around 2021, near a small stretch of the Mary River in Gympie, Queensland. Not exactly a famous spot or anything, just a little swimming hole that locals sometimes use. I was on my own that weekend because a music festival that I'd planned to go to got cancelled last minute. I had my little van packed for the trip, and so I figured, well, why not just camp nearby for a night? The area that I picked was a small clearing near a bend in the river. There was a tiny waterfall, maybe 3 feet high, and a little sandy area there too. It was not crowded at all by any means. I got there around 8:30, set up my van, had a few beers, and just chilled. The night was calm, frogs, insects, the river flowing. I even took some time to watch the water for a little while. I slept all right and woke at around 6:30 in the morning to sunlight hitting the van. And that's when I noticed how trashed the spot was. Broken bottles, cans, plastic everywhere. People were absolute pigs. I had some trash bags in the back of my van from my work, so I decided to clean it up. It took me almost 2 hours, moving through the sticks and the waterlogged rubbish along the riverbank. But while I was doing this, I noticed a white ute parked about maybe 20 meters from me. Weird because no one had come in while I was cleaning and I hadn't seen any other vehicles. I decided to keep my eye on it, just in case, but I didn't approach. By late morning, around 11 a.m., I was moving debris in the river to unclog the small waterfall area. The water had gone sort of stagnant after the floods that happened a few months earlier, so I was shifting logs and rocks to get the flow going again. And that's when I felt it, a sudden intense sense of unease. I look upstream and I froze. There was a man standing completely still on a boulder in the middle of the river, at least 50 feet away. He was wearing a navy polo covered with brown and white circular patterns, the kind of geometric Aboriginal-inspired dot artwork that you see in modern clothing sometimes here. I blinked and looked away for a second, planning to wave and say g'day, when I looked back, and he was gone. There was no sound, no movement, and my first thought was that maybe he jumped into the bush somewhere, but the area was open with thin shrubs, and there was really nowhere that he could have gone without me hearing him at least. I shrugged it off at first. I mean, maybe he was moving quickly, or maybe my brain was just on edge from working in the sun all morning. I finished clearing the river section by about 12:30. The water was flowing nicely, sunlight hitting the ripples and insects buzzing, birds flying, all that sort of stuff. But then I decided to check out the boulder where I had seen this guy earlier. I tried a few small bush trails, but all of them sort of dead-ended. There was no path, no tracks, nothing. I realized that it wasn't just hard to reach too, because someone could not have passed through there without me noticing at least. Frustrated, I turned to head back. That was when I came face to face with a huge butterfly. Not a moth, but a proper butterfly, and the wingspan was easily 15 centimeters, flapping slowly. My dad loved these butterflies before he passed, and he'd always told me to look for them, saying that they'd remind me of him. I said out loud, "Show me the way," and the butterfly flapped once, then disappeared into a hidden trail that I'd missed multiple times. I followed it, twisting through the shrubs, getting scratched by twigs and pushing through cobwebs until I finally reached the river again. The boulder? It was gone, though. I mean, not in the river in the middle like before. I looked upstream and suddenly I saw the polo shirt, tied high in a tree, old and faded, torn in parts. Half a dozen other articles of clothing were hung nearby too, all too high for anyone to reach easily. My heart sort of sank at that moment too, because I realized that something weird had happened. I don't know if I had seen a full apparition or some kind of a ghost, but whatever I had seen on that boulder, I'm pretty sure it wasn't human in the normal sense. I turned back to leave in that moment. The bush was absolutely dead quiet too, which was weird. No insects, no birds, nothing. I eventually made it to my van and the ute was now gone. No one had passed me, and the only thing that I had seen the whole day besides the wildlife was that man, or whatever it was, and the butterfly. Packing up, I noticed that the energy around the river had changed. It was heavy earlier, and now it felt almost calm all of a sudden, almost peaceful. Later as well, as if on cue, cars started arriving, kids were playing in the water, locals laughing, even a couple of bikers on black Harleys stopped by the river. Life returned. I still cannot explain it all. I mean, maybe I helped clear the river physically, or maybe spiritually or something, but maybe I just sort of imagined half of it too. I can tell you this though, that day, I'm pretty sure that something was watching me, and it felt like the land itself was responding to what I did. I also went back last year, and the place was absolutely trashed again. Fallen trees, garbage, bad energy everywhere. It's not the same anymore, and honestly, it's kind of depressing. I spent a lot of my childhood moving around, but the place that I lived longest was near the coast of Suffolk in England. I only ever had one genuinely creepy experience that felt off as well, and it happened at a place called Redcliffe Fort. Redcliffe Fort is an old coastal battery. It's centuries old, built in the 18th century, and has a long military history, from defending the coast against invasions to being used in both world wars. Today, it's technically a museum, but it is falling apart for sure. Broken walkways, old cannons rusting away, and a few creepy wax figures dressed in old uniforms. I remember the staff mentioning that they were struggling to keep the place open, because funding was basically non-existent now. I went there with my family when I was about 12. I've always been into history, so I was excited to go, but it was nothing like I expected. While my parents and younger brother lingered around the cannon displays, I wandered ahead. That's when I found the entrance to one of the underground tunnels used for storing munitions back in the day. The stairs down were pretty steep, narrow, and the air smelled damp and musty. The walls were painted white, but they were grimy and sort of peeling a bit. As soon as I took a step, the echo of my shoes seemed way too loud, bouncing off the curved walls in a weird, sort of unnatural way. I didn't like it, but curiosity kept me moving down. About halfway down, I started noticing something strange. It wasn't a shadow or a sound at first, but just a feeling, I guess. Like somebody else was down there watching me. My chest tightened and every instinct told me to turn back. I tried shaking it off, telling myself that it was just my imagination. But every step forward made the feeling worse, like the presence was shifting with me, just out of view. When I reached the other end of the tunnel, there was a display of old rifles, uniforms, and some documents in glass cases. I froze though, because I could have sworn that I heard faint footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate and dragging. I spun around, but there was no one there. My first thought was maybe another visitor, but the tunnel had been completely empty until that point. I hurried out, and I tried to tell myself that it was nothing, just nerves or the weird acoustics of the tunnel. But when I got back outside, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were boot prints in the dust by the tunnel entrance, large, heavy boots, the kind that soldiers wore. Except I was alone when I went down there. and those prints had definitely not been there before. I stayed there for a little longer, wandering near the old gun emplacements, but every time that I turned a corner or stepped onto a walkway, I felt that same pressure again, the sense that somebody was right behind me, just out of sight. I finally convinced myself to go back to my parents, and I don't think that I've ever walked faster in my life, in fact. Years later, I did some digging about Redcliffe Fort. Turns out that it has a pretty notorious reputation. People report hearing footsteps in those tunnels, shadowy figures in the bunkers, and voices whispering things like leave or go back. There's one story that really stuck with me too. A soldier stationed at the fort centuries ago supposedly committed some crime and was held in one of the underground cells. Visitors and staff report hearing heavy boots pacing the corridors, and some even claim to have felt invisible hands push them or grab at their arms. I've been in enough old buildings as well, and basements, to know the difference between what is normal and what isn't. And I never went back to Redcliffe Fort alone. Every time that I see photos or videos online of those tunnels as well, that tight sort of panicked feeling comes back to me. Like I didn't just witness a creepy old museum, but a place that holds something that does not want to be disturbed. So me and my sister were sitting in the garden at night after we came home from a walk, and I saw a small flash out of the corner of my eye, but I ignored it at first because I wasn't sure if my mind was just playing tricks on me or not. But then she goes, "Hey, did you just see that flash?" I said yes, and we kept talking for a few more minutes, and while I was facing her, I saw another flash out of the corner of my eye. She saw that too, and then we saw a huge star appear. There were no other stars around that night. Then the star disappears and reappears multiple times. After a bunch of times of this, it disappears and then reappears a couple of inches in the sky away. It did this a few times until it had moved halfway across the entire sky, maybe in about 5 seconds. We started freaking out, and I take her phone and try to record it, but the videos weren't that good. I do have them though, and so I have some proof of it. My sister runs inside the house, and she comes outside with my mum and my other sister, and my mum isn't that impressed because she can't see it moving. It just looks like a regular star at first. She eventually goes back inside, and then immediately after we see the shooting light come back. But this time, there were many of them. But they seemed almost high-tech, and they formed formations that didn't seem to make any sense. We call our mother back outside, and this time she can definitely see them. We stand and watch them for at least 10 minutes, and my mother can clearly see them, so she starts praying, and my sister is freaking out. My other sister didn't come out again. She didn't believe us because the first time she came out, she didn't see anything. My mother and sister start freaking out, and they went inside. I wanted to stay and watch though, but I was sort of scared to be alone outside after seeing that. My sister starts texting her friends, but they don't believe her, so she asks me if we can go back outside so she can try and get a good picture of it. So we go outside and we spend like another 10 minutes recording, but all the videos were pretty bad because it was nighttime. This time we stand and watch in silence though. We even saw a few things that looked like small planes maybe, which would disappear after a few seconds. I watched a small light slowly glide across the sky, and then it would disappear and reappear somewhere else. Similar to the first UFOs that we saw, but this one was far more away. It was really weird to watch because I think I was literally witnessing some sort of like teleportation. It's been 4 hours and I'm still trying to process all this. Also, when they disappeared, they'd sort of shrink and blink or shine similarly to in cartoons when characters would throw something into space. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, then do comment below because I'm not sure of the word for it, but that's what it was like. Then we see multiple lights move at the same speed, and they were making a large square formation. Then I make a joke and said, what if it's one big mothership? And that makes my sister freak out and she runs inside. Now my family is really scared, and my sister even asked me to stay in her room until our dad came home from work. And look, I don't even know if I've even explained the story properly, but this is the weirdest situation of my life, and there's no way that it can be mistaken for anything naturally occurring. That much is clear. A couple of weeks ago too, now that I remembered this, my mum did call my name and shout, "What is that? Look out your window." But by the time that I got into the window, it was gone. I went to ask her what she saw, and she said that it was small and black and flying across the sky at super high speeds. I wasn't really sure what she was talking about, until, obviously, I saw it for myself today. But she saw it during the day. We saw it at night, and she claims that the flying lights that we saw today look like what she saw, but she saw a black thing while we saw lights. Since my daughter, 18 months, was able to wave, babble, and generally interact with people, she's been interacting with someone or something hiding in our closet. It all started with waving. I made the joke that there's a ghost in there, but at the time I didn't actually believe it. Our dogs like to sleep in the closet, so I just figured that she was waving to her. There was only one problem, though, with that explanation. Anytime she waved, my dog was nowhere near the closet. Then she started babbling. She'd have full-on babble conversations with the closet. We brushed it off as her just being goofy, but sometimes she would hold up toys to show the closet and then babble about it like she was doing a show and tell. Now she's starting to use full sentences, and just this morning she looked over at the closet and said, "Hi, I see you," and waved. This is the first coherent sentence that she has said towards the closet, and it's definitely a little bit unnerving. Again, my dog wasn't in there, and she's laying at the foot of the bed. The closet is a small walk-in style closet. There's some built-in shelving up top, some plastic shelving we added, and the door is off the hinges and leaning against the built-in shelving because it fell off and we need to fix it. There isn't a single thing in there that looks like a human or anything. I've always been a bit sensitive to these things, but more so when I was a kid. I like to think that if there was something in that closet that I would feel it, but now I'm doubting myself. For context, we live in a trailer built in the 80s, not even an old house. As far as I know, the only deaths that have happened in this house were a couple of pets the previous owner had, and when my daughter talks to whatever is in there, she always looks up like a tall person is standing there, rather than a cat or a dog. So I've known about the black-eyed children urban legend for some time, but I may have had an actual encounter with one years ago. This happened in Portland, Oregon, around David Douglas High School. I looked up black-eyed children, and there have actually been a few encounters and reports of them in Portland, back in the 90s, I believe. This encounter, though, happened to me during my high school years, so around 2009 to 2011. I can't remember the exact year, but I want to say I was about 14 at the time, and it was late, around 12 or 1 in the morning. Maybe a bit later, but I believe it was a weekend. Anyway, my brother and I were up watching South Park, and we heard a knocking on our garage window. Then I heard a knocking at our window. We had one of those huge windows that covered the front of the house. The curtains were up, but I peeked out of the side and saw a woman. She looked very pale, with black hair, and her eyes were really dark. Now, she very well could have been a tweaker, I know, but it's the next part that creeps me out the most. So after knocking on the window, she then knocks on the door and asks us to let her in. Me being the person that I am, I'm like, heck no, but my brother, who was like 10 at the time, walks over to the door and says that he's going to let her in. I have to forcibly hold him down until the person leaves. My mum and her boyfriend wake up from hearing me holding down my brother. They ask if somebody knocked on the door, and I tell them what just happened. One thing that I had heard is with black-eyed children encounters that sometimes they'll force people to do things with no recollection of them doing it. Why I bring this up is that I asked my brother if he remembers the lady, the knocking or trying to let her in, and he always tells me that he doesn't. To this day, the experience really creeps me out since I ever first heard of the black-eyed children phenomena, because everyone who has claimed to have had an experience with them have said exactly what I experienced. So I know that this is most likely going to sound made up, and honestly that's why I haven't posted it or shared it anywhere yet, but I just cannot seem to get it off my mind, and I'm wondering if anybody has any information or maybe even a similar experience to compare it with. So, I was out in Long Island, New York around the beginning of the new year 2022 when I went out for a late night drive with two friends of mine. We were about 40 minutes away from my house when we started feeling just a really heavy presence surrounding us as we went down a specific road. My friend asked if we could turn around and go down the other turn instead, but doing that led us to a dead end, so we had to go back. As we drove down the road that felt menacing, we passed a cemetery at one stage which had two what appeared to be humans standing in robes facing a statue of the Blessed Mother and waving what looked like maybe a wand towards it. As we drove by, we noticed that it seemed odd, so we drove into the gate and parked a few feet away from them to watch them. They honestly appeared to be statues at first, but then, without even moving, they started facing us and they started waving their wands over us too. The weirdest thing, though, was that their faces looked largely expressionless, but also had features that really I can only describe as a mix between a witch and maybe a pig. My friend that was driving, he instantly took off upon seeing their faces, and we started to head home, all of us feeling like something malicious was there. As we got further into the drive, we then realized that we were being told to go back in the same direction by the GPS, as the GPS had rerouted us back to the same coordinates that they were at. Needless to say, we did not follow the GPS or go back there, but we all returned home that night, and we also felt sick all night, each of us, which was really weird. Anyway, some time had passed, and I had told another friend of mine about this experience, and he said that he wanted to go there because he had never experienced anything like it. We went, and he started feeling sick as we pulled up again, so he kept driving and we left. But later on that night, he said that he was home with only his girlfriend, and they both heard what seemed to be something running up to the door and violently slamming on it, which also knocked some of the stuff on their shelves down, but when they went looking through the house, there was nobody there. I cannot find any information on anything like this, and I am very tempted to go back, but I just can't get myself to actually do it just yet, out of fear and probably just a lack of understanding. I've been busy dealing with the wake of a family tragedy, but now that things are returning to the new normal, I figured that this was a good time to share this. So first, I'll describe the nightmare. It's a very short dream. It's a very clear memory, just because of how scary it was, I guess, but I was about 4 or 5 years old, perhaps 6 at most, and my twin brother and I had a bunk bed in a room at the farthest end of the house that we grew up in. The nightmare, it had me in my bed looking out the window to see a red sky, the kind that it gets in the early dawn hours before sunrise, but light still colors the sky. The next and the only other thing that I can remember in this nightmare is that a man with crazy blue-colored eyes and a bald head appears at the window and stares right at me. The nightmare ends there, but I remember just how much I screamed and screamed about it. I don't know where my brother was at the time when I woke up screaming, and the only thing that I can remember from when I woke up was having my mum come and get me and calm me down as she took me to her bedroom down the hall. I only remember that so well because I wonder where my dad was at the time. Anyway, fast forward to this May, and my father is in hospital in the country that he lives in, Colombia, and my twin brother and older sister are staying in a hotel about 5 minutes walk away from the hospital that he's staying in the ICU at. One night, after a long day of being there for Dad and for the extended family, my siblings and I return to the hotel and sit together to have a couple of beers and try to relax after all of that. We start discussing things, trying to unwind, but somehow the discussion of nightmares and dreams come up, and I bring up the story that I mentioned earlier. Without missing a beat, my sister straight up explains that had really happened, that some guy really did look through my window and that she remembers the whole thing. My sister, she's 5 years older than my brother and I, so this would make her 9 to 10 years old, had her bedroom adjacent to the bedroom my brother and I shared. Her room faced our front lawn and street, while our room faced the neighbor's house and their driveway, with a very low fence between the two houses. While she didn't get into too much detail about the days before the nightmares or the event, she said that she had been followed by a bald man in a truck as she rode her bike home with some friends a couple of times before. The day immediately before this nightmare was no different, but the man this time actually drove right past the house. At the time, she was a latchkey kid since my brother and I had to go to a special school about 45 minutes away from our hometown. It was for a speech impediment issue that many twins have, and my mum had to pick us up rather than be home for my sister after school. But she was never home alone for more than maybe at max an hour. Anyway, that afternoon and evening was pretty normal as she remembers it. My dad came home from his job. He worked as a part-time cop and worked in a local hardware store, and we all had dinner, did homework, played, and did usual family things before bed. That night, though, at around 12 to 1 in the morning, this bald-headed dude had parked down the street at a small industrial park and walked up to our house and apparently tried to get in through my sister's window, which woke her up, and she screamed when she saw the man nearly opening the window as it wasn't locked. My dad stormed in and tried to shove the guy out or tried to hit him with the nightstick that he had. My sister doesn't remember exactly, but this caused the guy to run off, but only for a short time, as apparently he came back a moment later to try and get into the window in my room. He tried opening the window, but it was locked because my mum didn't want my brother and I to open it, because our bed was right up against it. My sister said that I screamed as loud as I could, and my mum went in to get my brother and I, while my dad tried to go after this guy by running out the front door to chase him. Unfortunately, it was to no avail in the end, as the guy hauled butt right back through our backyard. The way our backyard was situated, it had it backed up right against a small rail yard that is part of the aforementioned small industrial park down the street from us. Between our small neighborhood and the rail yard was a good amount of very dense trees that always made the backyards very, very dark. So my dad, he didn't want to get attacked by him there, so instead he went back inside to our house, called the police, then our elderly neighbor to make sure that they were okay, while our mum took care of us kids. And that was all my sister could remember from that night herself, as this was a very long time ago. Neither of us could recall anything else after that either, and the story just sort of stops right there for both of us. My father sadly passed away in the hospital, so we aren't able to ask him. And given that all of us haven't had the chance to ask our mum yet, and maybe we'll ask her soon, but we aren't sure exactly what happened after that. For now, though, it has become obvious that that alleged nightmare that I had, well, it wasn't a nightmare after all. Instead, it was probably an attempted home invasion and a kidnapping. I work full-time as a deputy sheriff in a very rural part of the northern US, right outside of a Native American reservation. Although I do several things for the sheriff's office, I mainly work inside the sheriff's building itself and the jail. In my time in law enforcement, I've seen many things I can't understand, but here are some of the most memorable. Inside the jail lies a medium security housing unit. The inmates stay within their cells from 2200 to 0500. During that time, several inmates are allowed out to assist with cleaning and laundry duties. I've always had a bit of a weird feeling inside of this cell block, but every once in a while my fellow officers, and even some inmates, see a man that we call the Watcher. Late at night, as officers walk the cell block, we will occasionally see a man behind us wearing white inmate worker clothes. Sometimes it's when you turn your head, to check behind you, and sometimes it's right in front of you even. You never seem to know when you'll see him, and a double take results in him always being gone. He appears to every officer the same, and to some senior guys, it's a bit of a rite of passage when for younger officers to ask about the long-haired old guy out of his cell at night. This is also compounded by the fact that odd cries for help are heard occasionally, only for officers to run out of the office checking cell to cell for someone in distress, only to find no one awake. I personally have heard my last name called to me while sitting in this housing unit. I heard it plain as day right next to me, in fact, only for no one to be awake and all the inmates asleep and accounted for. This particular housing unit has a long history of suicides, overdoses, and violent fights for the better majority of the last 3 decades. My first paranormal encounter here started even without my prior knowledge, and other officers only disclosed the information after I inquired. The kitchen is another hotbed of activity too, with the 2 spirits appearing in the same manner and performing the same activities to each that see them. The first, it's a larger man, maybe 6 foot, 250 pounds. Nearly every officer who has seen him describes him in the same context. He can be seen as soon as you unlock the kitchen and look up from your keys. He's dressed in white kitchen worker clothes, standing at the sink washing his hands, as if he's about to start his shift. My first encounters happened right after I was off FTO and started night shift. For nearly 2 weeks straight, I would see him and I would always do a double take, only to see nothing in his place. For weeks I thought I was honestly going crazy, not asking anyone about him. It was only after one day that my supervisor comes running into the office screaming about seeing something in the kitchen, only for his horror to be compounded when I gave an exact description of the individual and the task that he was performing. My supervisor, who is a devout Mormon and a firm critic of anything supernatural, was scared so badly that he refused to enter the kitchen for a very long period of time after that. The second spirit of the kitchen, though, is the exact opposite of the man in white. He is faceless, and only a faint orange glow is seen, the same shade as an inmate jumpsuit perhaps. He's seen when you go to lock the kitchen door. The squeak of an inmate's shoe is heard and an orange glow rushes you as if he's trying to escape the kitchen before the door is closed. The kitchen also has a history of inmate death, with records from the 90s reporting an inmate breaking in and using the kitchen knives to, end his own life. But no place in the entire jail has more horror and terror than the maximum security wing. Activity is non-stop, from random door slamming to lights burning on and off. A personal favorite of mine is when you're in there, inmates can be seen at night walking the top tiers on cameras and in person, only for you to rush in about to confront an inmate for being out past bunk up, only for every door to be secure. There's random screams that are heard coming from areas where no inmates are housed. Footsteps happen so regularly that many officers don't even react anymore. But my all-time favorite is the time when an officer witnessed a female inmate, through one-way glass, exit her cell in the middle of the night without him unlocking it. The inmate proceeded to wrap a noose around her neck, climb the railing and jump off the top tier. Several officers witnessed this happen too. Radio calls to dispatch were made, emergency tones rang out, only for the officers to open the cell block door, make entry, and see nothing. The odd thing about this incident, though, was that this cell block only housed male inmates, but several years prior, was a dedicated female housing block. One place in the jail that has been terrible in particular over the last several months or years is Cell 19. It has housed dozens of inmates, but most either have some mental episode that results in them being institutionalized or moved out within a few days. Examples include completely normal inmates going to bed, only for them to wake up in the morning screaming, rushing out and giving evangelical sermons warding off evil. Normal inmates getting housed only to have a horror show of health issues in the day following. Heart attacks, strokes, and seizures for inmates normally of good or moderate health. In the most recent case, an inmate who was a prior co-worker of mine at another job attacked several officers inside the cell following cries for help. It took 6 officers, a taser, pepper spray, and a restraining chair to subdue the guy. The reason why officers responded? He was choking out his cellmate completely without cause. Following this, the inmate was placed in an observation area but was seen taking off his socks and shoving them into his mouth, only for him to be saved from passing out when an officer took them out. The inmate in question the next day was seen looking directly into the camera and breaking his hand seemingly without any pain. That man, mind you, is in his 70s too. Many things can be explained to simply being because of the high-stress environment and the nature of jail, right? But many things experienced by officers with no prior knowledge of the happenings, and the fact that they happen so often is why I felt the need to share this. If you think that any of this is false, then simply consider it entertainment, I suppose, but I can assure you that I've lived through it, and it is not pretty. So I am not one of those people that gets sleep paralysis frequently. It hasn't happened since this first time, and as far as I know, the same goes for the others involved. The gist is that 10-ish years ago, me and my best friend and my dad had very similar first sleep paralysis episodes on the same night. Granted, as far as sleep paralysis goes, the experiences were pretty textbook. We each woke up, couldn't move, felt dread and fear, and could see a dark figure barely in a field of vision. In my room, it was squatting in front of my door. My friend says that it was beside his bed, and for my dad, he actually says that it was sitting on his chest, strangling him. I know that these episodes by themselves are pretty textbook, but what I cannot explain is the timing of it, with seemingly no common causal factor between us. At that time, my dad and I were in the same house, but we didn't know about each other's experiences until the next day. As for my friend, he wasn't staying with us that night, but he did live right down the street from us. So, am I wrong for thinking the timing of this is too peculiar? It was the first and only time any of us had had sleep paralysis on the same night, even in the same area. I feel like the odds of that happening must be very small, and if there was in fact nothing peculiar about that night, it must just be a coincidence with stupidly astronomical odds. Nearly a decade later, everyone's stories haven't changed too. That friend and I, we've talked about it a few times since then, and the one time that I've asked my dad about it, he remembered it vividly too. So, to conclude, I still have no explanation for this, and it makes me wonder if there really is something more to sleep paralysis. Do any of you know of any similar cases that were suspiciously coincidental like this? Or maybe there's a potential natural explanation that I've missed. Was this mere coincidence, or just highly strange? So last night, I awoke to the unsettling noise of loud banging and my dog's frantic barking. Living alone with my girlfriend, we are grown accustomed to our neighbors' domestic disputes, and I have called the police often on them. I stumbled to the bathroom as the walls there are pretty thin and separated our duplex from theirs. As I approached the bathroom door, the entire house was dark and a tall shadow was in my bathtub. I wasn't wearing my glasses and I am incredibly nearsighted, so I struggled to discern at first whether the shadow was merely the shower curtain or what it was. But then, the shadow spoke. I don't know what he said, but the gut-wrenching panic I felt is still fresh. I screamed and fled back to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My girlfriend, now awake and terrified, joined me as I dialed the police. They instructed me to lock the door, but my bedroom doesn't have one. With the banging growing louder and more aggressive, I braced myself against the door, praying that help would arrive in time. To my relief, the police arrived swiftly in only 5 minutes. When I finally emerged from the bedroom, I found that they had dragged him naked from the bathtub because he had been trying to shower, apparently. They were questioning him on my couch, while he was handcuffed, obviously. He was incredibly drunk and had wandered into the wrong house. It was the one night that we forgot to lock our doors. So my family used to celebrate bonfire night when I lived in the UK. If you don't know what that is, well, you probably should have listened in history class. Anyway, our tradition was to buy paper lanterns, write notes to everyone that we lost, put them inside, light them up and watch them burn out into the sky. It's pretty beautiful now that I think about it. I was at my grandma's when this happened and we were all in the back garden from memory. After letting go, we cheered and cried, but we were happy. At one point, my memories are a bit hazy, but the things that stood out were so vivid in my head. I was on my mum's shoulders, and everyone was talking about my great aunt, who'd passed several years before. She was the rock to the family, and my first ever memory of my entire life is with her, in fact. Now, the next door neighbor's house was dark, and nobody was inside. For context, there was a small alleyway in between the two houses that led to a door to the main road. I couldn't see much as it was nighttime, but I looked at the neighbor's house and around until I saw this little girl with very long white hair, and dressed in all white too. It really felt like she was glowing in the dark almost. She was walking down the alleyway and I freaked out instantly and started crying and screaming at my mum that there was a girl walking down the alleyway. They checked, but there was no one there. Mum said that I was just too tired and needed to go to get some sleep. Weird from her, since she's a big ghost believer, and so I thought that she would believe me, but anyway, now the next part is extra weird. So I actually got the chance to speak to the neighbors one time after this. I don't know how long after, but I was still pretty young. I used to be a bit of a weird kid that was sociable to anyone. Thank you, ADHD, but the man was a really nice guy with a really cute dog. His dog had jumped over the fence to see me in my grandma's garden while I was playing, and this led to a conversation with the neighbor. I asked outright if they had a kid, and he told me no and that they were waiting for the dog to pass to try and have one. They were a young couple, and I was honestly pretty shook by this. I told him what I saw that night. He took a while to respond, but when he did, he told me to sit down next to him, and he looked me in the eyes and said, "I believe you. I've already seen her before. Don't worry, you're not crazy." Something like that. And out of nowhere, he drops a bombshell on me saying that, in any case, our brains are like cylinders on a satellite in space being controlled by something, and whatever we perceive as life is just simulation. Obviously, these are not his exact words, but it was something close to this. He continued, "That's why I know you're not lying, and that's why ghosts exist." He looked visibly freaked out, told me that I should leave, and I never ever saw them again after that, which is kind of crazy. It was a very strange experience, both the girl that I saw and the conversation with this guy. I don't know if he actually believed what he was saying or if he was just saying it to try and make me feel better, but whatever the case, it was strange. I've only shared this story with those closest to me, but every time I go back to it, Fear twists my gut, and I instantly get goosebumps and tears welling up in my eyes. Before I tell you guys about it, a little bit of background about me first. At the time, I'm 40 years old, married with 2 children, enjoy walking nature in the mountains, and take photos when the weather permits. I'm not religious, but I try to hold on to Cartesian thinking. This evening of August 22, 2017, all the indicators are green to go and take photos of the Milky Way in the mountains. I'm hoping to get some nice shots with fire trees, or trees at least. At 10 p.m, I throw my gear in my trunk and head up to a village 30 minutes away. Arriving at Bullet, everything's set up, but the weather decides to play a trick on me and the sky is filled with high-altitude clouds suddenly. It's not the first time that this has happened, and after a look at the satellite animations a little further on, the sky seems more cooperative. I take to the road again, heading for Le Creux d'Avan, a well-known geological circa in the region where I live. When I arrive near the parking lot that leads to the path to get there, I'm greeted by numerous flashing lights. Police, fire department, ambulance, everyone is there, at the top of the mountain, in the middle of the forest. I'm stopped and questioned about my presence, and I explain why I want to go up there. The police explain that the site is not accessible, and ask me to leave. I'm getting tired and decided to go home empty-handed, but that's for another time. But then, a shiver suddenly runs down my spine. I've been driving through the forest for a few minutes when I come to a clearing. I was driving slowly for fear of running over nocturnal animals. And there, in my headlights, there's this, well, he's there. At the side of the road, it's there. My eyes are riveted to this thing. I'll only see him for a few seconds in the end, and the time that it takes to overtake the car, but it feels like an eternity. He's tall, very tall, over 2 meters at least. He's also very skinny, sickly skinny, and his skin is white as a full sledge, completely naked as well. He has a little bit of black hair that's sort of tousled on his head. His arms are crossed over his chest, immense fingers dangling from the tips of his hands, and he's covered in what seems like maybe blood everywhere. He follows me with his eyes staring into mine. I'm overcome by primal fear. My whole body is screaming at me to flee, to get away as fast as I can. It's as if my survival instinct is suddenly begging me to get as far away from here as possible. By reflex, I mash the gas pedal and drive at breakneck speed to reach the edge of the lake and leave this forest that oppresses me. I keep looking in the rearview mirror, unaware of the danger I'm exposing myself to by driving at this speed. The tears of fear are streaming down my face, and they're absolutely uncontrollable. Honestly, I'm terrified to my core, like a 5-year-old whose light has gone out in a cellar. When I finally reach the edge of the lake, I pull over to the side of the road and try to regain my composure. Clinging to reality and the rationality that has always built my life like a lifeline, I feel like I'm suddenly going mad. I'm thinking that maybe somebody has had a car accident and was in distress and I didn't stop to help or something. I hate myself for having reacted so badly if that's the case, for having been overwhelmed by unreasonable fear. So I call the police, still breathing hard. I tell them who I am, that I haven't been drinking or taking drugs, and that they'll probably think that I'm crazy, but no, they're benevolent and listen to me all the way. I finally get home and my fear explodes in my belly, this look never leaving me and piercing me again. I tell him what happened to me and I start crying again. 2 hours later, at 3 in the morning, the police, they ring my doorbell. There are 3 of them, and they're obviously taking this very seriously. They ask me for more details about the time and the place. Luckily, I know the place perfectly well and give them the GPS coordinates of what happened. The next day, the Creux d'Avan, where I was heading, made the headlines in the local papers. Apparently, 2 people had died there in the middle of the night in a microlight accident. With no news from the police after several days, I contacted them and also learned that a carcass had also been found several kilometers away with no one at the wheel, but that I had done the right thing by not stopping. I'm 47 years old now, and I've been back to that place many times, day and night, because it's a place that I really love. I've always found it hard to believe in the supernatural, even though I'm convinced that many things go beyond our understanding of the world and shatter our certainties. But this one thing, this one event, it always has me questioning, well, everything. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still cannot shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to a church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way, judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and introduced himself as the groom's friend, Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him, and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist, and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore that I left it on there. I was tired though and thought that I had just left it in my car, so I went into the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and found it on the center console. I still brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late in the night, so I didn't think too much of it. I danced some more and noticed Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said that he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. And pretty soon I started feeling pretty sick too myself, so I said bye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't have looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since because I'm worried that if I do, that he'll be waiting for me like he was before. The last couple of days have been a bit crazy for me, but unfortunately my address was on my ID, and as I learned now, Anthony took photos of it. Anthony and the groom aren't exactly friends, but they know each other well enough for him to be invited. After the whole fiasco, the groom tried to text Anthony about it, but got no response. Anthony showed up at my job and was lurking around the parking lot before he ran off when he saw security. He left me a note on my windshield that just says, "I'm watching." Security at my job has been notified about him, so hopefully I'm safe there. I was told by other people that went to the wedding that he was introducing himself as my boyfriend, and that he was planning on proposing. I'm currently trying to file a restraining order against him and feel horrified. He lives in my city and knows where I live, so I'm staying at my aunt's house as I speak, and if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you guys know. So last night was the first night in, well, a long time that I'd been alone overnight, as my boyfriend went to visit his mother for the weekend. I was talking on the phone when suddenly my call seemed to have been hijacked, and a raspy female whisper with a kind of static sound began to speak in words that I didn't understand, and I quickly got the feeling that I needed to end the call, which I did almost immediately. A short time later, I hear a soft tapping, almost like someone lightly packing cigarettes, right outside of my door, and I have no idea what it was. It went on sort of rhythmically for a couple of minutes, then stopped. Obviously, I was pretty spooked by this, but went to sleep a while later without further incident. Then, shortly after I woke up this morning, I heard a male voice, but it didn't sound like a real person. It sounded like an old record. It was very high staticky, and I couldn't understand some things it said, but it did keep repeating like hey and hi right outside of my door. Neither of these occurrences are particularly worrying, but altogether it gives me the creeps. I'm wondering too if anybody else has experienced anything that you can't see but can hear like this, and that instant feeling that whatever it is, you shouldn't acknowledge it, and that it isn't good. My mum's father died when she was around 18, and ever since I can remember, she frequently visited his grave at the cemetery, decorating it, visiting, and so on. When I was too little to be left alone and my dad wasn't home, she would always take me with her too. Ever since I can remember, I have hated that cemetery. Being there always made me anxious, scared, gave me bad vibes, whatever you want to call it. I would always refuse to get out of the car at first until, inevitably, being alone sitting in the car got too scary, so I got out. The grave isn't far from where you'd park your car on the pathway thing, so I could get out and join my mum easily enough. Because of this, there's a tree nearby between the graves and the road. Getting out of the car always made the feeling worse, even if I was with my mother. I couldn't wait to get home. This went on for years too, until a few years ago, when I was around 16, I believe, my mum told me a story that literally made my jaw drop. Now, I hadn't gotten out of the car during that visit, and when she got back in, she said, "You know, you've never liked being here, and ever since the first time me and your dad brought you as a baby, it's always been like that." And then proceeded to tell me a story that made the whole thing make a lot more sense. Apparently, when I was a little baby, old enough to sit up on my own and such, I think, my mum and dad took me to the cemetery to visit my grandpa's grave. I was sitting in the grass, happy and all. They were keeping an eye on me, but weren't like all eyes on me sort of thing. I was looking up in the aforementioned tree between the graves and the road, and all of a sudden I just started screaming, like I was being actively stabbed or something. I was just completely terrified. My parents scooped me up and checked me over. There's no ants or bugs on me or on the ground where I was, but I kept crying until they left, eyeing the tree. I don't remember what I saw in the tree, obviously, or I would describe it, but whatever it was, it scared me so bad that it must have scarred me or something. After she finished, it made much more sense to me why I never liked that place and was also just so anxious to be there. I just got back from a mini vacation with my wife in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. The cabin was in a populated area, but hidden from the road on top of a hill. My first impression was that it was a little bit eerie, but I brushed it off and assumed that it was just because of the horror movies that I'd recently watched. The energy inside felt a little bit heavy, but nothing that I couldn't handle. I'm very sensitive when it comes to paranormal energies, and I've lived and worked in haunted places all of my life. This cabin was different though. The dark energy was overwhelming, and I didn't sleep until daylight for the 3 nights that we were there. In the end, I had to sit in the living room where I saw shadows and the cord on the wall-mounted phone swing and suddenly start and stop again. There were banging noises and also the sounds of someone walking through the hallways. Also, I could absolutely not take being in the bedroom. It was filled with mirrors. My wife would wake up every morning at around 3 a.m. and be unable to fall back to sleep. The third night, I couldn't take it anymore. The dark feelings almost had me in tears and an anxiety attack. So we left the next evening, taking a loss on our last night booked at the cabin. I just hope that whatever it is, that it didn't follow me home. I bought my house in 2013 and was aware that before we moved in, an elderly lady had lived there for around 4 years before passing away. We never learned if the woman passed away in the house, but I was not worried about it at the time. This is just for some context, as I'm not actually sure to this day that anyone actually died in the house. Anyway, in June of 2013, one night before we moved the furniture to the new house, my wife and our 2 toddlers were painting and it was getting pretty late. My wife decided that she would take the kids and head to my parents' house for the night. While I was painting alone in the master bedroom, I heard the toilet seat slam down violently in the guest bathroom on the other side of the wall where I was painting. I mustered my courage up and walked around the corner down the hallway, stepped into the bathroom and turned the light on, only to find that the toilet seat was up. The second thing that happened was in December of 2013. I remember this because it was around Christmas time and we had just finished loading up the car to head out to Florida from Texas. I had just gotten into the car that was parked in the garage facing the road. My wife was inside, checking that everything in the house was set for our 2-week trip. Shortly after I had sat down and started the car, my wife sat down next to me and shut the door. And almost immediately after my wife sat down, I swear that I saw a figure of a person walk behind the car in my rearview mirror. I looked at my wife and asked if she saw that, and with a cold look of fear on her face, she muttered, "Yeah." I ended up searching the house for 15 minutes because I was convinced that somebody must have been in there, but in the end I found nothing. The last occurrence that happened was actually in 2016. It was late and I was in the office playing Minecraft on my PC. I fell asleep while playing in my chair with my shirt off and woke up to the touch of a hand on my chest from behind me. While still sort of half asleep, I started to open my eyes and felt nails digging into my skin and sort of yelped. I jumped up and went into the living room and flipped the light on and had 3 claw marks on the left side of my chest. Additionally, my wife had just been given 2 Japanese geisha dolls that were set on the mantle over our fireplace, and I got a really eerie feeling upon looking at them as I walked into the living room and threw them away. So this may have been something else, I'm not too sure. The dolls were bought at an antique shop and were a gift, but still, there was something off about them, and so, in the end, I got rid of them. This happened when I was 16. I was staying with my best friend at an old plantation house in Inverness, Mississippi. It had a very old shack out back on the property. We had been on the Ouija board earlier, and afterwards I set a video camera on the staircase, aiming at the Ouija board. After watching the recording, we noticed orbs coming out and back into the Ouija board. I didn't even know about orbs at the time, but I just thought that it was pretty cool. I didn't realize that we'd actually captured something very interesting. Really, I wish that I still had that tape too. Anyway, later that night at around 3 a.m., my friend's nephew, who was about 3 at that time, came out of his room walking in a sort of daze. We asked him what he was doing, and he didn't answer. So we asked again, but said his name. He sort of looks at us and says, "Eyes are not Nicholas, my name is Samuel. I live out back in the slave house." This was not Nicholas's voice too. I mean, he had never heard anyone speak in that sort of slang before. He then turned around and went back to his room and went to sleep. I asked my friend if Nicholas had ever spoken like that, and he just slowly shook his head. We were both pretty freaked out, but not scared. Nothing ever felt really malevolent or anything. I'm 42 now and starting to realize that my life is on a downward spiral to death. It honestly scares me, and I just want to be with my family and friends again after this life. When I start to doubt myself about it just being nothingness, after I reminded myself about what I experienced that night, I always feel a little bit better. It hasn't been religion or anything like that that makes me believe that there's something after this. Instead, it was that experience that night. I know what I experienced, and I know that someone entered back into our reality for just a couple of minutes then. So they had to be, well, somewhere else. And that is what gives me some comfort when I think about death. So back in 1995, I was 12 at the time, I finally decided to play the Ouija board with my dad. I should preface that my dad used to do a lot of seances and other occult things like tarot. As a result, he had some pretty unsettling encounters that he told me about, which I might share another time. But for now, we go through with this game and we ask the usual questions, and I distinctly remember how unusual the movements of the glass piece felt. It didn't feel like controlled, natural movements. In any case, later that night we started watching TV, and I kept seeing these little green human-shaped figures pop up in the corner of my eye, and when I tried to look directly at them, as usual, nothing was there. This goes on for about 5 minutes, and my dad starts laughing and says, "You see them too, huh?" I thought that he was trying to scare me, and so instead of telling him what exactly I saw, I said, "See what?" He laughs again and says, "Those little green guys." This comment was honestly one of the scariest things that I've ever experienced to this day, and afterwards, I have never touched a Ouija board again. That last piece of this story involves going outside with him so he could smoke, and our black inside-outside cat hissed at us and the house and jumped off the van and ran off down the neighborhood and didn't come back until late the following afternoon. He also knew that something was seriously wrong, obviously. People say that Ouija is fake, but depending on who is using it, their openness and location, I think, it opens areas that shouldn't be opened. It's been almost 30 years, and that moment still sticks with me, and I never ever considered that game ever again. Over Valentine's Day weekend, my new wife and I spent our honeymoon in New Orleans. We stayed at the St. Charles Hilton near the French Quarter. It happens to be an old Masonic lodge from the early 1900s. The building is beautiful and has been rebuilt or added onto over about 100 years. It is an 18-story hotel with ballrooms, a Masonic chapel, and a secret theater even. Now, the first night there, we had some bad dreams. I don't really have bad dreams. I tend to have more lucid dreams, so it felt strange, but things definitely got weirder. On Thursday, February 13th, my wife and I woke up early, took the streetcar to the Garden District, and wandered through the streets for a bit. We visited an old cemetery and checked out the architecture and some shops on Magazine Street. We had such a great time walking the streets that we wandered back to the French Quarter on foot. We kept exploring the town and had some food and drinks and all that. We got on each other's nerves a little bit by the end of the night and returned to the hotel around 1 a.m, a bit tipsy, but not out of line for us. We promptly went to bed, and around 3 a.m, I found myself in a dream on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Our room is on the 5th. I just came off of the elevator and peeked around the corner to a seating area outside of the ballroom. There was a woman dressed in a black lace high-collared dress sitting on the couch, and it looked as if she were cradling something. Her dress was old. She was dim in color, and her dark hair was up in a sort of coiffed bun. I stared at her for a bit, pulling back and then peeking again. Next thing I knew, I was on the elevator again, and the doors opened to the first floor where there were 3 big lights glowing purple, green, and yellow, the Mardi Gras colors. At this point, my dream seems to change, and I realize that I'm not wearing any clothes except my big pink granny panties, like the dreams most folks have in high school or college. I started to panic. The only thing that I can think is that there are bathrooms on the 2nd floor, and the dream sort of fades again, and I'm trying to open the bathroom doors on the 2nd floor, but they're locked. At this point, I remember that we have a room on the 5th floor. I hurry to the elevator, cupping myself. I get to the room, pounding on the door, calling my wife's name, and after a minute, she finally lets me in, and we both freak out as I tell my story. It was 4 a.m. at this point, and yes, I was wandering the hotel in the middle of the night, naked for who knows how long. She didn't hear me leave, and the door was heavy enough that I had to work to open it. After a good panic attack, I called the front desks. The gal didn't want to talk about it, but assured me that nobody could get the videotapes without a subpoena. We both took time to calm down a bit, and I eventually went back to sleep at around 6 in the morning. Now, I have not slept walk since I broke my arm and my collarbone when I was about 4. I tried talking about the incident with the night security gal on Friday, but she said that she doesn't mess with that stuff. On Sunday, I asked the evening front desk gal about ghosts in the building, and she told me of a man on the 5th floor, a woman in black on the 3rd, and a woman in white that was seen anywhere between the 2nd and the 14th. Technically 13th due to skipping it, but she told me about the building history and the Masonic Lodge, and gave me a cool printout of the history of the building. I then told her my story, and she was creeped out but wanted more details about the woman in black because she wasn't seen much. She believed me though, and honestly that felt pretty great. Over the rest of our stay though, we still had some rough dreams, and sleep only came to me after about 4 in the morning. The TV also turned on by itself multiple times, which was very weird. I still don't know really what happened that night, and I have no idea how I ended up on those floors and what was going on, but I cannot help but think that maybe I was possessed or something. So, before I begin this, I would just like to say that this is a true story, and I am also of sound mind. So when I was 7, my family moved into a haunted house. There was an abandoned house that my friends and I would pass on our walk to school. It was in need of a lot of work. The grass was overgrown like a hayfield, and the driveway all tore up. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. And well, my friend and I decided one summer day to check it out. We thought that it would be a good idea to smash some of the windows out. We broke a sliding glass door and poked our heads in, and it immediately gave us chills. It was super eerie and oddly cold for a summer day in there. We dipped out and we never went back after that. Well, fast forward a few months and my parents tell me that we're moving. I jump in the truck to go with them to look at the house, and when we arrived, my heart instantly sank because it was that same house. I was really nervous. I thought that they knew my friend and I had broken the windows and I was about to get in trouble or something, but they didn't say a word about it. And it was just by some sort of fluke chance that it was the same house that apparently we were buying. We ended up moving in, and my stepdad fixed the place up a bit. It was still eerily cold inside, and I remember the layout being very strange. The kitchen, for instance, that was in the basement, and there was a long L-shaped hallway that went behind the kitchen and really led to nowhere. The weird events, though, they started happening shortly afterward. The first one was when I was laying in bed one morning. I was awake but with the covers over my head, and I felt something that I can only describe as a fist being dropped onto my face. I ripped the covers down off of my head immediately to see who it was, but nobody was there. I kind of shrugged it off as a really weird occurrence, but later I'd find out that something was in that house and it was really ticked off at me. I can only assume that it was mad at me for breaking the windows or whatever, but I was walking down the stairs to the basement one day when I felt a shove in the middle of my back. It pushed me off the last 2 steps, like plain as day, as if somebody was behind me. I obviously glared behind me, but there was nothing there. Again, I shrugged this off as another weird occurrence, until it happened again. Exact same staircase, exact same steps. Something pushed me for a second time off of the last 2 steps. I really didn't want to tell anyone because I figured that they would think that I was going crazy or something. And truth be told, I thought that I might have been a little bit crazy. But fast forward a few months and my stepdad tells us that he had something freaky happen to him. He said that he was doing the tile in the bathroom and said that he saw a face in the tiles looking back at him. But it wasn't his reflection, it was a completely different face. Well, we ended up moving out of there and decades went by before I even thought about it again. I told my wife the story and wanted to bring her to the house. We drove to it and lo and behold, it was exactly as it was almost 30 years ago. Abandoned, the grass overgrown, and no renovations done on it at all. I drove by it the other day, and now it looks like somebody might be living there. I would genuinely love to talk to them to see if they experienced anything, but I also really don't want to freak them out, which really is what brings me here. What do you guys think that I should do? Should I just go and talk to them, or should I approach this a little differently? So I want to share a story of my childhood home in upstate New York, and I thought that you guys might like it. I personally don't know if I believe in the paranormal because, other than this house, I haven't experienced anything else. So, when my dad and my mum first bought this house, my dad was working at a nearby music store. I think it was anyway. While working here, he said that a very suspicious old man would come in, often wearing bones on his necklace. My dad, being punk and 20-something, thought that this necklace was awesome and asked the old man about it. The old man told him that they were real bones. My dad, messing with the old man because he didn't believe him, told him that he wanted a human skull. The man said that he could get him one. My dad thought that this was hilarious, and after a couple of weeks went by, he started to forget about it. But one day, that man came in and actually gave my dad a skull. My dad was very surprised, obviously, but assumed it wasn't real, and so he took it home. My mum, who is very superstitious, was really mad at my dad and told him to get rid of it. My dad decided to put it into the basement and forgot about it, and after this, the house was just never the same. My aunt told me that she saw my brother, who was probably a toddler around this time, being held by a little girl out of the corner of her eye. My mum also claims to have seen this little girl hanging around me and my brother's rooms when we were toddlers. My mother soon began to have horrific dreams and would see people standing by her bed. She woke up on multiple occasions screaming bloody murder and claiming that there were men in her closet. Weirdly too, sometimes she wouldn't even remember these fits. Now, when I was around 5, I started to have extreme night terrors as well. I would also sleepwalk, and one night my mum woke up in another scared frenzy that she would have. She quickly went to my room to see that I wasn't there. She went downstairs to see me sitting crisscross applesauce in front of the TV that wasn't even on. When she asked what I was doing, I told her that I was watching my show and that I wanted to hang out with my friends outside. I don't remember this, by the way, but my mum carried me upstairs and put me into bed. Eventually, too, my brother played with a Ouija board and claimed to see my mum standing up straight in bed with her eyes staring forward. When he tried to talk to her, she simply got back into bed and just went back to sleep. Another time, another thing that would happen is that you could hear people walking up and down the stairs, even when you were home alone. There was often knocking on my walls as well, and after my parents got divorced, my mum decided to move out of this house. The basement was very big and cluttered, so we called someone with a big garbage truck to help us empty it out. When my dad moved out, he didn't go looking for the skull because he had forgotten where he had put it down there, and after cleaning out the whole basement, going through everything, we never found that skull. There was no creepy history in that house as well, mind you. We actually knew the woman whose father built the house in the 80s, and other than this woman's family, we were the only other people to live there at the time. The last time that I was in that house before leaving, I truly felt terrified as well, like something was telling me to get out and leave. I ended up running out of that house in the end, and now my mum and I sleep just fine, and I have not experienced anything else like this, paranormal or whatever otherwise, since we moved out of that place. So I would just like to say that my knowledge of all things paranormal is extremely limited. So please, keep that in mind if I sound like a total idiot here. Also, if you have any questions, then do feel free to ask me in the comments below. I know that I'm awful at explaining things. So, I've told this story to a few of my close friends, but besides that, nobody really knows about this. To set the scene, I'm 12 years old and it's a cold Ohio winter. My parents were divorced, and on this particular day, I was staying with my dad and his girlfriend at the time. His girlfriend had a daughter, Allie, 14, and she had a boyfriend, Evan, 14. At this time, I saw Allie as a sister because I grew up with 5 brothers and no sisters, so I wanted her to be my sister so bad, and on this particular night, Allie and Evan had invited me to join them at a youth group event across town. I was reluctant because it was for high schoolers only and I was in the 7th grade, but they eventually convinced me and so we went. We walked across town in the freezing cold, and after about 20 minutes we made it to the right building. I don't remember if the building was actually a church, but it was a 1-story building. There were doors on both ends that were connected by a hallway, so if you looked in the glass on one door, you could see down to the other door, is what I'm getting at. But when we got to the building, nobody was there and the only light on was a singular light in the hallway. We were annoyed that Evan had gotten the date wrong and we walked in the cold for no reason, and so we decided to rest at the building for a few before making the walk back home. As we approached the building, I remember Allie looking into the window on the first floor. I remember watching her jaw drop as she looked into it. Next, Evan looked in and started describing what he was seeing, a tall figure in the hallway. My heart dropped, but I honestly thought that they were just messing with me. But then I looked and I saw it too. As I looked in the window, I see a tall figure in the hallway, but it looks like it's crouched down. It has insanely long arms and legs, and when I look in its general direction in the process of standing up, immediately I can tell that it is as tall as the ceiling is. It was wearing a suit or something and had extremely pale skin but no face. And as it's standing up, it's waving its arms around like crazy. The figure looked eerily similar to the Slender Man, but I know that that's just a creepypasta. Really, I don't know how else to describe what was standing in front of me, but immediately I take my eyes off of the window, but because we were dumb kids, we decided to take a walk around the building before we left. I tried to avoid looking through the windows, but there was a sort of tapping noise that I heard as we made our way around it. I'm not sure that that was anything paranormal, but it was weird, and so I thought that I should add it. One final note too is that I talked to Ali years after it happened, and I am like 99.9% sure that it wasn't something that they had planned just to scare me. I think that we all genuinely saw this thing, and I'm just so curious to know what it was and what any of this means. So, if there is somebody out there who knows what this is or can give me any sort of information about it, then I would really love to hear your thoughts. So back in 2017, my wife, or girlfriend at the time, and I were living in this house as young adults, 19-ish years old. I was smoking a bit, not even good weed too, but just some mid stuff, and we were watching something on TV. My wife wasn't smoking. The TV is hanging on the wall, and to the left of the TV is the hallway. The left side of the hallway is the bathroom, the right side is the spare bedroom, and the straight back was our bedroom. While watching TV, I noticed a black shadowy figure glide through the bathroom door, glides across the hall and goes into the spare bedroom. Obviously, it didn't open any door, just sort of went through them. The figure was roughly about 5 feet tall, I would say, and very broad-shouldered. So I see the figure appear and disappear. I instantly thought that my weed was laced or something. I started looking at my blunt, even though I felt fine, and I really didn't say anything about it. I thought that I was just seeing things, so I started laughing a bit. While this happens though, our dogs were laying at my feet until the figure appeared, and they were suddenly terrified and got on the couch with us. My wife asks, "Why are you laughing?" and I replied with, I thought that I saw something." And she immediately replied with, "Did it come out of the bathroom?" That's when we talk about what we had seen, and we both were seeing the same thing apparently. Same description of it and everything. After it disappears, I get back up to check the spare bedroom and whatnot, make sure all the doors are locked and all that, no windows open. I check the ceiling fan because it was on, just to see if the shadow of the fan blades could have possibly been whatever that we saw, but there's just no way possible that it could have been that fan. With the dogs getting scared and just being able to sense a great presence of energy that night, I fully believe that it was a ghost or a spirit or a demon or something similar. 7.5 years later, and I have never experienced anything remotely close to this again. The backstory to the house too is that it was my wife's aunt's house, and she had let us take over to rent it while she moved out with her boyfriend. I don't know much about the house otherwise, but the aunt never experienced anything like this and thinks that we were just tweaking out on weed. Note too that we stayed in this house for a few more weeks before we finally moved out. This is a true story of an experience I had as a child with what I knew at the time as the Moose Man, but which I now suspect was a Wendigo. I have told several of my close friends about this, and I think back on it often, wanting to write it down all the time, so here I am. When I was a child, my family would go to my grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. I was one of the youngest of our cousins, of which there was a large group. My grandmother had a secluded home, backed up to the expansive woods. Her house was adorned with Native American artwork and artifacts. My cousins and I would go off and explore the woods behind her house together, walking atop old rock walls and playing with the frogs in nearby ponds. The air was sweet and thick back there, and so it was really pleasant. The area was historically home to a large Native American population, and there were some interesting features in the woods evidencing that history, including an abandoned sweat lodge covered in animal hides, which I always was too afraid to explore, and old stone arrowheads in the dirt as well. Well, One Thanksgiving, one of my older cousins and I paired off from a larger group when we were back in the woods, seeking to explore further into the woods than we had ever gone before. We walked about 15 minutes or so through a fairly thick, unfamiliar portion of the woods when we arrived at the top of a large rock outcropping at the edge of a steep embankment. The hair on my arm still stands up thinking about this too, and even right now as I share this it does too, but I saw a tall humanoid figure in ragged clothes at the bottom of the embankment, about 30 to 40 feet down, facing away from me and my cousin. I was curious but wary, wondering if the figure were a dummy or maybe someone that was injured and needed our help. I considered calling out, but saw the figure move slightly, and suddenly I was full of fear. Without making a sound, I tapped my cousin and signaled for him to look down at the figure. We looked back at each other, and I was hoping for a sense of reassurance, but I could see a dread in his eyes that shot down my spine. And when we looked back down at the figure, it turned toward us. This tall, lanky, ragged humanoid figure had the face of a moose, and it was looking dead at me. We locked eyes, and I cannot explain why, but I knew that it wanted to eat me. We didn't wait, we didn't even scream. My cousin and I just ran away as fast as we could possibly run, back the same way that we had come in. As I ran, I could feel that we were being pursued, and I was younger and a step slower than my cousin. The air also suddenly grew thicker and hazier, and the woods changed around us. All of a sudden, my cousin and I came into the clearing in the woods that did not exist when we had passed through originally. The air there was particularly thick, almost green, with fireflies floating everywhere. The ground in the clearing was also marked with circles of mushrooms. It was very disorienting, and it felt like the clearing was sort of luring me in to stay forever, when all of a sudden I heard my mum call out to me through the woods. She, along with some of my uncles and aunts, came to look for me and my cousin. We were the last two in the woods, and it was getting darker. It was time to sit for Thanksgiving dinner. Her call, though, pierced through the fog of this experience, breaking whatever curse was on me and my cousin, allowing us to finally run away and escape. My cousin and I, we told the others what we had seen, that we had been pursued by a moose man who wanted to eat us, but obviously nobody believed us. And I mean, I probably wouldn't have believed my own senses either, if not for what happened next. You see, after dinner, all of the kids went back outside to play in the yard, running behind the sheds and cutting in and out of the woods at the edge of the yard, evading and capturing each other in a game called Manhunt. I was still afraid from before, but took comfort in numbers and proximity to the house as well. As a large group of us were trying to locate the last of the fugitives, one of my cousins shone a big flashlight into the woods. And there, our whole group saw one of our fugitive cousins in a bush, and standing right behind him was a tall, ragged humanoid figure with the head of a moose towering over the bush. We all instantly screamed and sprinted back inside. And that was obviously the end of the games, that day at least. Sometimes I bring up this event with my cousins to see if they still remember, and they do, but they really hate to talk about it. This all started when I was 6, and lasted until I was about 8. I lived in a house with my mother, my 2 brothers, my mother's friend Tracy, and Tracy's boyfriend Paul, along with 3 of their boys. I was the only girl with 5 boys. This house was in a small town in Ohio as well, and since I was the only girl, I had to have a room by myself while all the boys slept together in the same room. And every night, and it never missed a night, I was awoken terrified to a little boy screaming and crying, while I would hear a woman say, "Shush, almost done." You would think that this could possibly be one of the other boys in the house, and my mother or Tracy comforting them, right? Wrong. You see, after many nights of being awoken and terrified, I would start to sleep with my mother, and I still remember the first time seeing this little boy. It was one night when I was sleeping with my mother and she got up to go to the bathroom. I was hearing the same thing this night, so I ended up following her. When my mother was done in the bathroom and we were walking back into her bedroom, I look into the empty room, which isn't a bedroom, and I see a black small silhouette of a little boy standing there staring dead straight at us. I ignored it and followed my mother back to bed, but I would like to add that every night I could hear the woman walking back and forth down the hallway whispering. I remember one night in particular that I was laying there under the blankets terrified, humming to myself while the same thing happened, when out of nowhere I hear a woman whisper into my ear, "You're mine." That morning I saw the little boy again. I was laying in bed wide awake and I could see out the bedroom. This bedroom was at the end of the hall, by the way. And you know how the end of the hallways where there's like a wall? Well, I saw the same little black silhouette of a boy come out of the wall and walk slowly down the hall, staring straight ahead of him. I would like to add as well that I knew each time the crying and screaming would eventually stop, but still, that didn't make it any less terrifying. I lived by a railroad, and every time the railroad would go in the very early of the morning, all of it would stop. Fast forward a couple of months, and everybody's thinking little me was crazy because nobody heard or saw anything at night. Until Paul, Tracy's boyfriend, spoke up and said that if he's up late at night by himself, he would also hear and see, and I quote, "sketchy stuff." I cannot remember any specific circumstances after the ones that I mentioned above, but like I said, this happened for years, and I tried to look up any information about the house, but I couldn't find anything. I used to think that it was just spirits, but now that I'm older, I believe that it truly was something darker than just spirits. This happened to me a year ago, outside of a famous department store in Mexico while I was waiting for the bus. That day, I went to buy a birthday cake for my best friend, among some other things. So I had a lot of things to carry, and I usually walk home. It's not that far, but since I had a lot to carry, I decided to wait for the bus. It was around 4 p.m., and since I was in a very central part of the city, there were a lot of people walking around and waiting for the bus. So I found what happened next really, really strange. I was leaning against a window of the department store while carrying the bags and trying to keep my balance so the cake wouldn't slip, when a woman approached me and started talking to me. I don't know what I look like, since people always approach me to talk to me easily, even though I'm quite introverted, so it didn't seem too strange to me at the time. However, one of the first things that she said to me was a warning. Something like, "Be very careful with your things. There are very bad people around. Someone can steal from you." I took it as kind words and really didn't pay too much attention to it. However, the woman began to ask me where I lived, what bus I took, what my parents' names were, what they did for a living, where I would go. The questions were probing, to say the least, and it gave me a bit of a bad feeling. So I lied about all of them, following my mother's advice regarding strangers. And then she began to tell me nonsensical things about her personal life, and she really just had no verbal coherence. I didn't understand anything she was saying, as if she was telling me random stories and connecting them in sort of absurd ways. I noticed that there was something very weird about her when I examined her too. Her face was delirious, looking almost to the sky, her eyes opened wide when she spoke nonsense to me, and she had a disheveled appearance that I had not noticed before. I sincerely thought that she had schizophrenia or something like that, and then she began to get very close to me, invading my personal space and repeating the same warning from the beginning over and over again. I began to get scared by this and I moved away from her. Even a woman saw us and also seemed surprised. And at some point, the woman cornered me and got so close to my face that I felt as if I was being harassed or something. I forgot to mention too that when I said which bus I would take, she suddenly said that she was going to take that one too, even though she told me that she was going somewhere different. She spontaneously made up that she was going to visit her brother or whatever, and that's why she would take that bus with me. I then told her that I think it would be better if I walked in the end because the bus was taking too long, but she just would not let me go. And when I insisted on going, she told me that she would accompany me because she was going to the same place. Honestly, I didn't understand what she was saying, and in the end, already quite nervous and scared, I told her that I would walk, and I said goodbye pretending to be nice, and I simply walked to leave, and then she started following me from behind for about a block. When I turned to change street, I had to run without even caring about the cake until finally I lost her. I've had to omit a few observations to keep this shorter, but I got the impression that if she didn't have any intentions of assaulting me at any opportunity, then maybe she was waiting for us to be alone somewhere so that she could do something worse. Sometimes these are kidnapping tactics in Mexico where there are more people involved and all that. Luckily, it was the afternoon and there were a lot of people still walking around, but really, I don't know what would have happened if I had gotten on that bus. Would she have followed me? To what extent? And to do what? I still don't know, but I'm glad that I never had to find out. Years ago, when I was 11 and living in Hawaii, I had an intense feeling of dread all of a sudden. Just absolute dread hanging over me. I believe it started Friday and kept building till Thursday. Then next Friday it comes again. I go to school and strangely I don't feel it at all, but the second that I get home, there it is, and it's worse than before. I knew too that somebody was going to die that day. I absolutely knew it was going to happen to somebody in my family. I spent all day in the living room watching everybody like a hawk as well. I didn't feel it directed towards anyone until later that night, once it got dark. It had been building and building, and I felt like I was going to explode. Then my mother walks by me and grabs her keys and says that she's going somewhere. I didn't really listen. The blood in my ears was too loud, and all I could see was the keys in her hand and her mouth moving but no words. And I knew then that it was her. If I let her go in that car, I knew that I would never see her alive again. And I flipped out. I had an absolute freak out. I threw myself at her feet and grabbed onto her legs and started begging and screaming for her to stay home, just begging and pleading for her not to leave. I was absolutely hysterical as well, and I just couldn't control my emotions at all, switching between gut-wrenching cries, pleading, and attempting to grab the keys from her hand. At some point, I started saying, "I don't want you to die," over and over again. "If you leave, you're going to die." She was so startled and scared by my behavior that she sat on the couch next to me and held me and put on the news for ambient noise. I had successfully gotten her not to leave the house. This probably happened around late 8 o'clock, but distraught 11-year-olds do not check the time, nor care to. It's now roughly 9-something, and my mum decides to switch channels to a different news channel. The story being told was kind of inappropriate, but by that time I had kind of calmed down a little bit, but was still sniffling. The feeling of dread had died, but a weirder, more undescribable feeling had replaced it. Kind of like anticipation, but with a negative spin, but definitely not dread anymore. The news channel that she chose was describing and showing helicopter footage of a 13-car pileup on the main road that connects to the road leading to our neighborhood. And it had happened around the time she would have left, and and they were still covering it. There were only a few survivors. Almost everyone had died, and the survivors were severely injured, and they weren't sure that they would even make it. The pile-up happened on the road that she definitely would have taken. We both sat riveted to the TV, watching them interview the bystanders who had witnessed everything, and the people who had barely avoided the crash. They were shaken, terrified, and crying. They interviewed a man that had tried to save people from the crash, and he was covered in blood and describing the bodies and talking about how he couldn't save anyone. He was beyond shaken, and his body was jittery from the adrenaline and fear. Me and my mother, we just sat in silence. My little siblings were there too. They had come out when they had heard the screaming, but I don't really remember them doing much, so they aren't very relevant to the story. What happened afterward is a little bit of a blur for me because the sheer relief or devastation that I felt was awful. My mum lived, obviously, but all of those other people had died, and it really felt rotten. I hugged my mum and thanked her for not leaving. She said that she was glad that she didn't leave too, but didn't really speak much, and honestly, I can't blame her. I mean, what's there to say? Me and my mum slept in the same bed that night, and I still couldn't let her go. I needed to know that she would be okay and would still be alive in the morning. She didn't ask me how I knew, but made an offhanded comment about me being psychic the next day. I guess I forgot all about this, but I remembered it all today and have been feeling all sorts of things ever since then. I confirmed everything with my mum as well, and she says that it was the weirdest experience of her life. I still feel kind of crazy. I mean, my brain forgot about all this, but my body remembers the strain of the dread that I was under. I'm feeling the physical effects of it at this very moment, in fact. Almost like PTSD-like symptoms. I thought that I would share my story about my grand's house. I'm aware of 4 events that happened in that house, and I'll caveat by saying that I'm probably best described as a curious skeptic. Paranormal stuff, it definitely fascinates me, but I'm by no means claiming that there isn't a rational explanation. So, I'll get the first incident out of the way. It probably happened first to my knowledge anyway. My granddad died roughly 10 months before I was born. My cousin is the youngest in the family to have met him, and she claims that when she was staying at my grand's house one night after he had died, she woke up and he was allegedly standing at the end of the bed watching her. I say, get it out of the way, because that's literally all I know, and frankly my cousin is terrible and she lies, so who knows. But the remaining events occurred in a different room to the one my cousin claims to have had an experience in. This room was the smallest bedroom, and I hated this room. For as long as I can recall, I hated how it made me feel, and I used to always say that it was haunted, even before I had any experiences that I couldn't quite explain. But one of the weird feelings came from behind the door where there was a narrow recess in the wall. It was maybe 15 inches across, and my gran used it to store loose odds and ends, like rolls of wrapping paper and such. But for some reason, I always felt like something was watching me out of that little gap in the wall. One time, I was probably 5 years old. I was staying the night at my gran's place and had to sleep in that room. Despite every effort to make the room friendly by putting up Barney wallpaper, for non-UK or perhaps younger UK readers, this was not Barney the dinosaur, but a cartoon from the late 80s, early 90s, about an old English sheepdog. But I still hated that room. I got told that it was time for bed, and so I made my way up the stairs. At the top, the stairs turned to the right into a short landing, and I had to come back on myself to get to the room at the end, but as I turned, I froze. On the white wooden door in front of me, I could see a face with horns looking back at me. The only way that I can describe it, though, was that it was almost like seeing it in my mind's eye rather than a physical mark, but I would swear to you that it was right in front of me, looking at me from the door. Now, it could have well been a product of a child's vivid imagination, but it sufficiently freaked me out enough to make me cry with fear and panic. I quickly ran back downstairs to get an adult and said that there was a face on the door. When I was brought back upstairs, though, it was gone. The third incident happened when I was about 13. My gran was the only one in the family who had Sky TV, so I would regularly go and visit so that I could watch wrestling on TV. On this particular day, I was downstairs watching and my gran was upstairs. Usually she was just sewing when she was upstairs. She had one of those old Singer sewing machines, a big cast iron unit with a solid wooden frame. My gran was like 4'9" as well, a tiny woman, with her healthiest years definitely behind her. But anyway, I was downstairs watching The Rock do his thing and I heard a terrific bang from upstairs. I rushed upstairs to check my gran was okay when I saw her come out of her bedroom, and the sewing machine, which easily weighed upwards of 30 pounds, was on the floor having tipped itself over. She and I both had no idea how that had happened. Now lastly, some years later, I was speaking to my aunt and she had spent a lot of her childhood in the 60s and 70s growing up in that house. She said that that room had been her bedroom, and she told me that she also hated this room and thought it to be haunted, and that she had had an experience of her own in there. You see, the bedroom sat at the front side of the house and had one window, which was directly above the front door, and she recalled that one day she was out in the street playing with her friends while her siblings and parents were at work. She is the youngest of 4, and something made her look up at the house, and in the window, she could see the figure of a man standing looking out onto the street, despite knowing for sure that there was nobody home. So, that's the story of my grand's house. Unfortunately, we have no ties to the house anymore as she moved out in around 2010 and she died in 2012. But I still regularly think about that house and the weird feeling I got in that bedroom throughout my childhood, and only ever in that bedroom. Not the rest of the house, only there. So, if you've managed to stumble through all of my rough memories here, then thank you. And I would be interested to know your thoughts about any of this. So my husband and I stayed up pretty late the other night, binging a show. We finally decided to head to bed. I went upstairs, closed the bedroom door and turned the fan on, then laid my head down while he headed to the kitchen to fill up his water bottle. And the second that I laid my head down, I heard what can only be described as a demonic, something out of a horror movie, scream coming from downstairs. I was frozen in fear for a moment, then decided to text my husband and ask if he heard it too. He immediately texted me at the same time to confirm that he had heard it, and as soon as he did, he bolted to the living room to check on our 2-year-old daughter, as she had fallen asleep on the couch, to find her passed out, mouth open and snoring. So we know that it couldn't have come from her. Not that she could make that kind of a sound to begin with, but we were just trying to make sense of it. But it did come from our living room, that much was clear. I sort of feel actually insane explaining it because it felt like something that only happens in horror movies. I mean, I've never experienced this before. We live in the city and it was negative 35 that night, so we definitely had all of our windows shut. The sound didn't come from outside, in other words. We ruled out any animal noises as we don't have a ton of foxes in the areas, and let alone in the city. Our home is 114 years old, and right across the back alley from a funeral home, selling point for us. And when we first moved in, our neighbors and a few others had stated that the house was haunted, but in the past 2 years that we've lived here, we've never experienced anything terrifying. I mean, the odd shadow figure in our peripherals, sounds that could be easily chalked up to our cats. Sleep paralysis has frequented me more often, but as for paranormal activity, I wouldn't confirm our house is necessarily haunted. It hasn't happened since. We're both extremely confused and honestly slightly terrified as well. I did smudge our home heavily the next morning, windows open, and let out the stagnant energy. But does anyone have any ideas of what this could have possibly been, if not a terrifying paranormal event? My family has houses both in Mexico and Texas, so I alternate between the US and Mexico very frequently. On normal weeks, I just cross the border from Mexico to Texas to go to school, and then I come back to Mexico. I spend most of my time in Mexico, so naturally I'm quite used to cartel presence and all that. I'm used to calling off nights out with friends due to cartel-related shootings and stuff like that. It just no longer surprises me, I guess. It wasn't until I had an actual face-to-face encounter with the cartel, though, that things changed. My ex-girlfriend lives in Mexico, in a gated neighborhood on the wealthier side of the city. Naturally, I used to frequent her house when we were still together, and one night her parents left her and her little brother alone until the next day, so she invited me over and we got pretty hammered. Around 2 a.m. we went out for a walk because we wanted to smoke a bit, stuff from Texas, and we sat on the bleachers of a basketball court within our neighborhood. It was behind a very, very beautiful house with expensive cars parked outside, and I asked her, what do they do? To which she replied in Mexican, a slang for cartel. I thought that she was joking until she told me how the Mexican army had their whole neighborhood on lockdown because of them back in 2014. My smile faded quickly. I got kind of mad and worried, and I asked her what the heck are we doing behind a cartel safe house at like 2 a.m. smoking. This all happened quickly, and after 5 minutes of being there, a tall white pickup truck parked in front of the court. I immediately knew that this was not good news, and I kept telling her that we need to leave. She told me to calm down and that it was probably just some kids making out in the truck. That seemed reasonable enough to me, but I started panicking after the truck just stayed there for like 5 minutes without turning off the engine, and as soon as we got up to leave, it took off. As we made our way to the other street, the huge weight that was lifted from my shoulders fell right back twice as heavy when the truck intercepted us at the very corner of that street. She ran into a house that was still in construction. She tried to pull me in with her, but I didn't budge because something I've learned from my dad being a cop is that you never run if you have nothing to hide. She had weed on her and I didn't, so I just stood there for a bit until the window of the driver's side went down and a man signaled me to step closer, and so I did. As I walked up, the first thing that I saw was both of the men in there were armed, and this definitely made my stomach drop. The passenger looked completely out of his mind you, like he genuinely looked unhinged. His pupils were huge, and he was clearly on something. On the other hand, the driver looked pretty normal. I dare say he was really normal, in fact, and that much was comforting. He asked me, this whole conversation was in Spanish, of course, but he said, "What are we doing?" I said smoking, and he asked, "Smoking what?" I just said normal cigarettes, and he turned to look at his partner and back at me, and there was a long pause before I said, "I don't know who you're looking for, but it's definitely not us. I mean, I'm not even from here." He asked me if I was American, to which I nodded, and then he said to show me. Fortunately, I always carry my passport with me since I cross the border so often. He asked me about my girlfriend, and I said that she was American too. She's not, though. And he told me to go and get her, and I told him that I would rather not because if they found weed on her, well, that wasn't hers at least, she would be in a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the guy didn't insist, and after going through my phone, he told me that he didn't want to see us out this late behind that house ever again. They then took off, and I turned back to her, who was peeking from behind a pile of cement bags. I signaled her that we were leaving, and we quickly ran back to her house. When we got to her front yard, I asked her to give me the weed so that I could get rid of it, and she told me that she hid it under the floorboards of that house, so we ran back to get it because if they found it there, we would be in a lot of trouble. The 2 minutes that it took for us to run back to her house, that was easily the scariest moments that I've ever experienced. What still makes my stomach turn to date, though, is the look the other guy had on his face. I'm telling you that he looked absolutely unhinged. He didn't say a single thing, but he was staring me down the whole time with his hand around the grip of the rifle. Honestly, I felt like he was just itching for me to say the wrong thing, so that he could officially blow my brains right out then and there. Shortly after moving into our home, we started experiencing paranormal activities, I guess you could call it. Our house is not old by any means. It was built in 2010, so it has very little history. Most of the things that happened would happen at night, though. Things like voices and really hard slams against the walls. I'm not talking about the house settling. I mean, it would sound like a football player hit the walls at full force. On 2 separate occasions, we came out of our room in the morning and all of the pictures on the walls were now on the ground. Mind you, these are 4 pictures on different walls. Both my mother and friend spent the night on our couch once and said that someone was walking around the house all night waking them up, and they honestly thought that it was me. But I was in my own room all night and I have prosthetic legs, so it definitely wasn't me sleepwalking. Lights turn off and on for no reason, and lastly, the one that bothered me the most. My son was 5 years old and would often talk to an imaginary friend that he called the cowboy. These weren't one-sided conversations, mind you. I would listen in while he was in his room and he would pause to reply. There were normal breaks that you would have as if they were going back and forth. I once asked my son where the cowboy came from and he said he followed us from Arizona. My in-laws live in Phoenix. We live in California. We visit twice a year normally. I befriended my neighbor who is an old lady that happens to write metaphysical books for a living. I helped her with some chores mowing her lawn and stuff like that. And after finding this out, I jokingly told her about our situation, and she said that she would take care of it. Weirdly too, we stopped having problems after that. My son said the cowboy came to him and allegedly told him goodbye. So 6 years ago, I was homeless. It was just me and my cat in the woods. I used to live in this wooded area that over the years had a lot of suicides via jumping off of cliffs that led to the ocean, and a lot of OD or murders of homeless people even in the past. It's all craggy cliffs with a thicket of trees and high bushes. A lot of people like to hike through there. Now, I know it sounds like a horror movie setup, and you're absolutely right, but I don't scare easy, and I wanted privacy for me and my cat. So one night I woke up at around 3 in the morning, from what I would guess about maybe 100 feet away. I heard this really beautiful singing. I woke up from it. I mean, it was very strange in how faint it was, but it woke me up instantly. Then out of nowhere the singing stops. I'm in my tent with my knife drawn just to be sure, and it's 3 in the morning after all. Without hearing any footsteps, which would be impossible for my surroundings, I heard a woman's voice inches from my tent. She said, "Is he awake?" I vocally say, "What the heck?" and leap out of my tent with my knife. It took me about 5 seconds. I got out and there was no one there, not even a hint of anybody. I had my light on, wide awake, and there was nothing. Well, after a cigarette and standing out there for a few minutes, eventually I went back to bed. That was the only real spooky thing that has ever happened there. Some small things here and there, but never, ever before sunset, and anything like that. So this happened years ago, but I'm now recollecting bits and pieces from that event and am thankful to be sane and safe. I'm honestly just airing it out so I can get input or opinions, because really I just don't know what to make of it. I'll preface this by saying that this happened a while ago, back in 2019 when I was 16 years old, hence I was very naive and quite gullible. I'm aware that it might not be a human trafficking case, but it does seem suspicious regardless. So, for context, this happened in a relatively large North American city. It was late December, a few days before Christmas. I had just finished hanging out with my friends and was using public transit, the subway, to get back home. My friends lived in a different area, so I had to travel back alone in that direction. The subway wagons were mostly empty. It was already dark out. I recall it being around maybe 8 to 9 p.m. I was sitting on an individual seat where the setup was structured in a way that had another seat perpendicular to my current one, which was empty. This one guy, who looked to be relatively young, plopped down on the adjacent seat and greeted me with a smile instantly. I didn't think too much of it at the time since, in all honesty, I thought that he was pretty cute. Physically, he had a middle part, chestnut hair, was relatively tall and very slim, nice facial features too. I don't remember his face in a very detailed manner, but I remember thinking that he was really cute. He was dressed in a sweater and jeans, didn't look disheveled or overly casual either. Upon sitting down, he greeted me smiling, presented himself and shared his name. We then started making small talk, and he brought up the fact that he had finished university, which made me ask for his age. He claimed to be 24, which seemed to match with his appearance. What really creeps me out, though, is his response. I told him that I was 16 years old, and he didn't even seem slightly fazed by that. Matter of fact, he was smirking and had formed a small visible grin, talking about how he missed being this young and advising me to stay in school. He proceeded with asking me about what I was doing alone in the metro, my plans before that, and if I had any plans coming up in the next few hours, to which I stupidly answered no. He then started expressing how his friends had come up with this supposed dare where he had to bring a random girl over, a complete stranger, to their party or hangout by accosting them randomly, such as this very occasion. I remember at the time finding it hard to believe, so I insisted on going home about a handful of times, to which he started pleading with me, claiming that it would be fun and if I were to be uncomfortable, it would bring me right back to the subway station. I kept insisting that my mum would get mad, and I asked him if there was another day where we could do that, but he answered that it was a one-time thing, that it's a very uncommon gathering, that he hasn't seen these friends in a long time, and wouldn't see them after the event most probably, because of a full schedule and all that. He also kept pushing the fact that he wouldn't keep me up for long, and so I eventually gave in. I know, super stupid. I still can't believe it to this day, in fact. Well, we had gone through a few subway stations and got off in a pretty desolate area, which was known for its drug use, prostitution, and poverty. But to be frank, I didn't know that at the time, although it was pretty obvious looking back. That specific neighborhood still has a pretty tarnished reputation to this day, mind you. But anyway, the guy, his name was Ben, then revealed his real name to be different than the one that he initially had given me, and was seemingly Slavic. The name that he revealed, though, is most likely also fake, to be honest, but he then started asking me pretty intrusive questions, such as, what are your darkest secrets? What's your home life like? What's stressing you out right now? Why did you decide to come along? He claimed to like getting to know people beyond the surface level, hence why he was being so intrusive. I was a straight-A student at the time, so I simply told him that studies were my main concern as of now, to which he answered that there had to be more than that. We had been about 15 minutes in at this point when a car slowed down next to us and rolled its windows down. A man let out a "hey," but was immediately shooed away by Ben. Ben then told me that the man was supposedly John, which I didn't know who that was, but apparently he was the driver and essentially a client in some sort of sense. I was definitely starting to get wary about this, but still made it to the hangout a few minutes later, which was located in a regular townhouse. It wasn't like worn down or anything is what I'm getting at. I was greeted by maybe 5 to 6 dudes who were seemingly over 25. 2 of them looked above 30 as well. They all stared me down and immediately asked how old I was. I told them that I was 16. One of the guys seemed sort of phased and let out a, "Come on man, that's my sister's age. They might even be in the same high school." They all kind of laughed it off and moved on. They never spoke about it again and barely asked me any questions, except for, "How did you guys meet?" Also, it was obvious that someone's dad owned that place, as there was an old man dozing off on the couch. We were all gathered around a dinner table. The host served me some food along with the other guests, but I refused to eat as I was honestly starting to feel a bit queasy about the situation. After everyone, except me, finished eating, we all went upstairs. Ben started playing the guitar and another man joined in by playing some keys on the piano. They then asked me to film them using Ben's phone, so I did. And when this was going on, this was when I honestly started getting really terrible vibes and felt the need to leave immediately. So I put the phone down and slowly made my way through the frame of the door. One of the older guys was standing near it and asked me what was up and if I was enjoying their company. We started talking for a minute and he claimed to be an accountant. He then started leaning in and tried to slightly hover over me against the door frame. However, I stepped back into the staircase and made it to the front door, opened it, and went out to the driveway. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. Ben followed and asked me if I wanted to leave. I immediately said yes, and this time he didn't insist on bringing me back in. I should also add that right before leaving, I had told Ben that my mum was relentlessly calling me and was worried, to which he obliged. On our way back, he proceeded to ask me if I was genuinely 16 and not below that. He told me that if he were my dad, he would never let me out of my sight again, because what I just did, which was going to the party in the first place, was the dumbest thing that he had ever seen any girl do, especially since I had no reason to do that, according to him. Once he accompanied me back to the subway station, I asked for his Snapchat. I was a complete moron, I know, or any type of social media that he had. And he told me that he doesn't use a phone like that and was apparently fully off-grid. I went back home and after that I never heard from him again. Now, although I didn't get harassed or violence or there were any sexual endeavors or anything like that, and it's a pretty outdated happening, I'm genuinely scared that I could have potentially been trafficked or something. I want to know if there's any way that I could leave an anonymous tip to the city or something as well. I was searching through public records, but I couldn't find anything. But what do you guys think about all of this? Also, I should probably mention that I was the only girl there. Like I mentioned earlier, Ben had said previously that apparently all the guys were bringing girls to this place, but I can assure you that there were no other girls anywhere in sight.